Welcome to a story built on love, heat, tension, and that kind of pull you can't walk away from. Turn up the volume, lean back, and let yourself fall into the moment. Let every emotion hit exactly where it should. Don't forget to subscribe. New audiobooks every week. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Just comment Dark Mafia Romance below for your chance to win. There's no limit. Comment as many times as you want. 5 random winners will be chosen.
Chapter 12. Liam POV. The taste of her defiance, sharp and potent, still clung to my senses as I walked away from her studio. Rose. Moya Rosa. My little thorn. She thought she was digging for a way out, for answers that would somehow liberate her. She was, in her own stubborn way, a fool. And yet, an undeniably captivating one. The way her eyes had flared when I'd confirmed Volkov's name, the almost triumphant spark in them, as she laid out her discoveries about the icon, it was infuriating. And goddamn exciting. She was smart. Too smart for her own good. And for mine, perhaps. Every secret she unearthed, every thread she unraveled from my family's past, only tightened the invisible chains around her. She was becoming indispensable, a part of my war, a vital, dangerous piece in the game I was playing. And the thought of her, my historian, finding Konstantin Volkov's hidden marks within my own collection, sent a jolt of something primal through me. Not fear, never fear, but a colder, more lethal determination. The snake was indeed in my garden, and he was bolder than I'd given him credit for. I moved through the silent corridors of my penthouse, the plush carpet muffling my footsteps, my mind already shifting from Rose to the more immediate tangible threats. Petrov. That rat was becoming a persistent nuisance, constantly testing the boundaries, chipping away at the edges of my territory. He was like a diseased tooth, needing to be extracted before the infection spread. Konstantin's report earlier had confirmed it. The union reps were talking to him. Betrayal. It was always betrayal. My phone vibrated in my pocket. A secure line, meant only for emergencies. I pulled it out, my jaw tightening as I saw Alexei's name flash across the screen. My gaze swept over the city lights, a glittering tapestry of lives I controlled, lives I crushed. My empire. Morozov, I answered, my voice flat, devoid of warmth. Boss, we have a situation. Alexei's voice was clipped, urgent, riddled with static. The sound of distant shouts, like muffled thunder, crackled in the background. Perimeter breach. Sector Gamma. Car bomb, outside the East Wing parking garage. Small one, but it was a diversion. They're making a push at the main entrance. A cold, hard knot formed in my gut. A diversion. Petrov. Or something else. Volkov. Always Volkov. Casualties? I barked, already moving, my long strides carrying me towards the central surveillance room. Minor on the outside. 2 of our men down, non-critical. But they're trying to gain entry. Heavy fire. Secure the penthouse, I commanded, my voice like steel. No one gets in. Find out who's behind this, Alexei. And then make them regret the day they dared to breathe my name. I ended the call, my mind already assessing, planning. The East Wing. Rose's studio was in the West Wing, but the noise, the chaos would have reached her. My beast roared, a possessive territorial fury. She was mine. She was under my protection. And anyone who dared threaten that would pay in blood. I bypassed the elevator, taking the service stairs 2 at a time, my hand already reaching for the concealed weapon at my hip. My men would handle the perimeter, but my priority was inside. My home. My woman. The central surveillance room was a hub of controlled chaos. Screens flickered with multiple camera feeds. The smoking crater in the parking garage, the intense firefight at the main gates, my men moving with ruthless efficiency, returning fire. But my eyes immediately locked onto the internal cameras. I needed to see Rose. Status on all internal security, I demanded, my voice cutting through the comms chatter. Penthouse is sealed, boss. one of the security chiefs reported, his finger flying across a touchscreen. Automatic locks engaged. All access points secured. We've redirected her personal guard, Ivan, to the West Wing. He's with Ms. Collins now. Ivan. Good. Ivan was loyal. Ivan was a ghost. He would keep her safe. But I needed to see it for myself. I slammed my hand onto the console. Show me the West Wing. Salon. The screen shifted, showing the Grand Salon. Rose was there, standing next to her easel, the damn icon still on it. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. Ivan stood near the door, a silent, imposing shadow, his weapon already drawn, scanning the empty corridor. A wave of possessive relief, hot and fierce, washed over me. She was safe. For now. The firefight outside intensified, the sharp crack of automatic weapons echoing faintly even through the reinforced walls of the penthouse. The air vibrated with the raw energy of violence, the scent of gunpowder, though distant, almost palpable. My men were holding the line, but this wasn't a casual skirmish. This was a direct assault. A statement. Who the fuck sent them? I snarled, turning to the security chief. We're running facial recognition on the attackers, boss. Some new faces, some known Petrov operatives. But their tactics more aggressive than Petrov's usual MO. Aggressive. Yes. This felt different. More organized. More personal. Konstantin Volkov. The name whispered in the back of my mind, a chilling possibility. Had he truly used Petrov as a pawn? Was this his way of showing me he wasn't just lurking in the shadows, but actively striking at my very heart? My eyes snapped back to the screen. Rose was talking to Ivan, her hands gesturing, probably asking questions. Always questioning. My gaze lingered on her delicate frame, on the vulnerable curve of her neck. The thought of those bastards getting their hands on her, of them violating what was mine, sent a red haze of pure, unadulterated rage through me. They would burn. Every last one of them. Tell Ivan to move Ms. Collins to the panic room in the master suite, I commanded, my voice like crushed ice. Immediately. Lock it down. No one in, no one out. I'm on my way. I stormed out of the surveillance room, my anger a living, breathing entity coiling in my gut. The fight outside was still raging, but the immediate threat to the penthouse seemed contained. My men were monsters, trained to kill. They would hold. But Rose, she was not one of them. She was a delicate piece of art, in a world of blood and steel. My delicate piece. I reached the West Wing. The air here still and unnervingly quiet after the distant echoes of battle. The salon door was ajar. I pushed it open, my hand on my gun, my eyes scanning the room. Rose stood in the middle, looking at me, her face still pale, but that spark of defiance already returning to her blue-green eyes. Ivan stood behind her, his weapon now holstered, a silent guardian. Morozov, she gasped, her voice sharp with a mix of fear and anger. What the hell was that? I ignored her question, my gaze sweeping over her, searching for any sign of injury, any tremor. She was unharmed. My chest constricted with a relief so profound, it felt like pain. Ivan, I commanded, my voice low, dangerous, move Ms. Collins to the panic room. Now. Liam, what's happening? Rose demanded, stepping forward, trying to challenge me even now. I heard explosions. Gunshots. What did you get yourself into? I took 2 long strides, closing the distance between us, my hand reaching out, not gently but with a possessive grip, wrapping around her forearm. Her skin was cold. You're asking too many questions, Moya Rosa, I growled, pulling her towards me, my eyes burning into hers. Your job is to be safe. Mine is to ensure it. I turned to Ivan. Now. Ivan nodded, moving to open a hidden panel in the wall, revealing the reinforced steel door of the panic room. Rose resisted, pulling against my grip. I'm not a child, Liam, she hissed, her eyes blazing. I want to know what's going on. Who attacked us? My patience, already thin, snapped. I tightened my grip, pulling her flush against my chest, her body tense against mine. The faint scent of her art studio, of her own unique fire, filled my senses, a dangerous aphrodisiac in the midst of chaos. "You want to know what's going on?" I rasped, my lips brushing her ear, my voice a low, predatory growl. "This, Rose, is my world. This is what happens when rats dare to nibble at my empire. And you," I squeezed her arm, a silent warning, "you are a part of that empire now." "My part." She flinched, but her chin remained stubbornly high. Ivan was already inside the panic room, waiting. I shoved her gently but firmly towards the entrance. "Go," I ordered, my voice laced with a threat. "I will deal with this." She hesitated for a fraction of a second, then, with a glare that promised future rebellion, she stepped inside the panic room. Ivan followed, and the heavy steel door hissed shut, sealing her away. The silence that followed was unnerving. The distant sounds of the battle were fading. My men had won. But the fury within me still raged, cold and relentless. They had dared to come for what was mine. They had dared to put her in danger. I walked back to the surveillance room, my mind already calculating the cost, the retaliation. Petrov, Volkov, they would all pay. This was a challenge, not just to my power, but to my claim. And I would respond with overwhelming force. Hours later, the penthouse was quiet again. The sounds of battle, replaced by the methodical hum of the building systems, and the hushed movements of my men, securing, cleaning, documenting. Petrov's men had been annihilated. A clear message had been sent. But the uneasy feeling that Volkov was the true puppet master behind this assault, pulling Petrov's strings, festered in my gut. He was testing me, showing me he could reach inside my fortress. He was showing me he could touch her. The rage, cold and potent, still simmered beneath my skin, a constant burning reminder of the vulnerability they had exposed. I dismissed Alexei and Konstantin, telling them to send out the word, "Morozov is not to be trifled with. And those who dare will cease to exist." I walked towards my master's suite, the thought of Rose locked away, safe but undoubtedly seething, filling my mind. I needed to see her. Needed to touch her. Needed to reaffirm my claim, not just to her but to myself. That she was mine. I entered the suite, the heavy panic room door still sealed. I punched in the code, the heavy steel hissing open with a soft click. Rose stood inside, her arms crossed, her eyes narrowed, a furious storm brewing in their blue-green depths. The faint smell of her, a mix of art solvents and something sweet like lilies, filled the sterile air. She was wearing one of the silk robes Natalia had provided, a deep emerald green that clung to her curves, highlighting her fiery hair. She looked wild, untamed, magnificent in her anger. "Are you satisfied, Morozov?" she spat, her voice tight, brimming with suppressed fury. "Have you had your fun playing war? Or are you done hiding me away like a prize?" My eyes swept over her, taking in her trembling defiance, the rise and fall of her chest, the raw energy that radiated from her. My fear for her, my relief at her safety, and the lingering rage at those who dared threaten her, all coalesced into a single overwhelming surge of possessive desire. "A prize, Rose?" I growled, my voice raw, taking a step inside, closing the door behind me. The soft click echoed in the sudden silence. "You're more than a prize. You're a fucking obsession. My obsession." Her eyes widened, but she didn't back down. "I'm a person, Liam. Not some object to be locked away." "You are mine," I corrected, my voice dropping, dangerous. "And anyone who touches what's mine, they die. Tonight, they tried to take what was mine. They tried to take you." I took another step, then another, until I stood directly in front of her, my body looming over hers, my presence engulfing her. My hands reached out not to caress, but to grip her shoulders, hard, almost bruising. Her skin was warm beneath the silk. "They will pay for every bullet fired," I hissed, my face close to hers, my breath hot against her cheek. "They will pay for every minute I thought I might lose you." Her breath hitched, her eyes flickered from fury to something softer, more vulnerable. Fear. And, to my dark satisfaction, a flicker of that unwanted arousal that always pulsed between us. "You're insane," she whispered, but her voice was trembling. "Maybe," I snarled, my thumb tracing the curve of her jaw, then digging into the tender skin beneath her ear. "But you're insane. And you are mine. I pulled her harder against me, crushing her soft body against the rigid planes of my own. The thin silk robe was no barrier. I could feel the heat of her, the racing beat of her heart. My mouth crashed down on hers, a brutal, desperate kiss that stole her breath. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't a plea. It was a claim. A declaration. My tongue plunged into her mouth, hot and ravenous, demanding, dominating. I tasted fear, defiance, and a sweet underlying current of passion that always flared between us, no matter how much she fought it. Her hands came up, not to push me away, but to claw at my shoulders, clutching the expensive fabric of my suit jacket. She gasped into the kiss, a soft strangled sound, as I deepened the assault, devouring her mouth, her essence. I broke the kiss, dragging my mouth to her neck, biting down, not hard enough to draw blood, but enough to leave a mark, a dark bruise against her pale skin. Mine, I growled into her skin, my hand ripping the silk robe open, sending the fabric pooling to the floor. Her body was exposed, pale and trembling in the dim light of the bedroom. Her breasts rose and fell rapidly, her nipples already tight, engorged. My eyes devoured her curves, the soft swell of her belly, the dark tangle between her legs. My cock, already throbbing, hardened even more, pressing against her. You make me furious, I rasped, my voice thick with lust and rage. You challenge me. You dig for my secrets. And then they come for you. And I want to kill them all. I lifted her effortlessly, her legs instinctively wrapping around my waist, her arms circling my neck. She cried out, a small, startled sound, as I carried her to the bed, throwing her onto the soft mattress. The silk sheets tangled around her, a delicious contrast to the raw heat of her skin. I climbed over her, trapping her beneath me, my weight pressing her into the mattress. My hands ripped at my clothes, tearing off my jacket, unbuttoning my shirt, my eyes never leaving hers. Her gaze was wide, a mix of fear and desperate anticipation. Look at me, Rose, I commanded, my voice hoarse, raw. Look at what you do to me. Look at what they almost took from me. I pulled her legs apart, not gently, my hand shoving her panties aside, ripping the flimsy lace. My fingers found her, hot and wet, already swollen with desire. I plunged 2 fingers inside her, stretching her, eliciting a sharp gasp from her lips. You're so fucking wet, I snarled, moving my fingers, rubbing her clit with my thumb. She bucked beneath me, a soft moan escaping her throat. You want this? You want me? Even after all this? Liam, please, she whimpered, her head tossing from side to side, her hands gripping the sheets. Beg for it, kitten, I whispered, leaning down, my lips grazing her ear. Beg for my protection. Beg for my cock. Fuck me, she cried out, her voice ragged, desperate. Please just fuck me. A triumphant growl tore from my chest. I pulled my fingers out, then slammed my throbbing cock into her. She cried out, a sharp, piercing sound, as I filled her completely, stretching her, owning her. Her tightness was exquisite, a hot, wet glove that squeezed me, demanding release. I began to thrust, slowly at first, then harder, faster, my hips slamming into hers, the bed creaking with the force of our impact. She screamed, her nails digging into my back, her legs clamping around my waist, pulling me deeper. Nobody touches you, I snarled, thrusting, burying myself to the hilt. Nobody even looks at you, Rose. You're mine. My woman. My property. And those bastards who came tonight, they'll wish they were never born. My words were harsh, guttural, mingling with her cries, with the desperate sounds of our coupling. Each thrust was a declaration of ownership, a promise of violent retribution, a desperate act of claiming. I watched her face, contorted in pleasure and pain, her eyes squeezed shut, tears mixing with sweat on her temples. You belong to me, I growled, pulling out almost completely, then slamming back in, making her arch her back, her hips rising to meet mine. Say it, Rose. Tell me who you belong to. You, she choked out, her voice broken, desperate, on the verge of tears. I'm yours, Liam. Yours. A raw, animalistic roar tore from my throat as I pumped into her, harder and faster, pushing her past her limits, past her control. Her body convulsed around mine, a shattering climax ripping through her, her screams echoing in the room. I followed moments later, a guttural groan tearing from my chest as I spilled my seed deep inside her, hot and pulsing, filling her with my claim, my essence. I collapsed on top of her, my body heavy, sweat slicking our skin together. Our ragged breaths were the only sound in the room. My heart hammered against her back, slowly returning to a calmer rhythm. My cock, still buried inside her, pulsed with the lingering aftershocks of our brutal union. I held her close, her scent filling my nostrils, mixing with the metallic tang of arousal. She was mine. She had been threatened. And I had responded. With violence. With possessiveness. With a raw, unadulterated need that shook me to my core. I knew this wasn't just Petrov. This was a test. A message from Volkov. He was no longer content to merely whisper in the shadows. He was actively moving against me, against my empire, against everything I held dear. And he had used her, my precious infuriating Rose, as his leverage. A colder, more calculating resolve settled over me. This was war. And I would unleash hell on anyone who dared to come between me and what was mine. Rose. My empire. My control. They would all learn. And Volkov, the Viper, would soon find out what it truly meant to be in a Morozov garden. I would protect her, yes. But I would also use her. Her mind, her cunning, her fire. She was mine, and together we would burn them all. The game had escalated. And I was ready to play.
Chapter 13. Rose POV. The metallic tang of Liam's rage still coated my tongue, a phantom sensation lingering from his brutal claiming hours ago. My body felt ravaged, tender in places I didn't want to acknowledge, a burning testament to his possessive fury. He had slammed me against the bed, ripped my clothes, and filled me with his dominance, leaving no doubt who was in control, who owned me. Mine, he'd growled, each thrust a declaration, each word a brand. And I had broken, whimpering his name, admitting I was his. The humiliation was a hot, bitter bile in my throat. He thought that had sealed my fate, that his violence combined with the desperate, unwelcome heat that always flared between us, would crush my spirit. He was wrong. It only fueled a colder, more determined fire. The recent attack on his penthouse, our penthouse as he'd brutally reminded me, had solidified my resolve. The danger was real, pervasive, and I was a pawn. No longer a willing pawn, but a captive piece he would use until I was broken or discarded. He wanted me to feel like property? Fine. But property could be stolen. Or more fittingly, property could escape. My previous attempts at flight had been impulsive, born of raw fear and desperation. They had been childish, easily thwarted. This time, I needed a plan. Something more elaborate, more befitting a historian who understood intricate patterns and hidden passages. My mind, a relentless engine, had been working overtime since Liam's last brutal lesson, sifting through every detail, every guarded word, every nuance of this opulent prison. The key, I realized, lay in the same access he had so carelessly granted me, my work. He allowed me freedom within my studio, within his vast art collection. He expected me to be engrossed in ancient tapestries and religious icons. He expected me to be distracted. And that precisely was my advantage. I started small, mapping the movements of the rotating guard shifts, noting the blind spots in the security cameras, tiny, almost imperceptible flickers that a casual observer would miss, but my eye, trained on centuries of hidden details, could spot. I observed the various service entrances, the delivery schedules, the frequency of personnel entering and exiting the less trafficked areas of the penthouse. The kitchen staff, the cleaners, the maintenance crews. They all had specific routes, specific times, specific access points. Liam's empire ran with terrifying efficiency, but even the most impenetrable fortress had its vulnerabilities, its necessary functions. My studio, located in the West Wing, had a rarely used service corridor connecting it to the larger ventilation system of the building. I'd noticed it weeks ago, a small, unassuming door disguised as part of the wall paneling, similar to the secret passage I'd found to Volkov's documents. It was where the cleaning staff occasionally accessed to deal with spills or dust accumulation in the larger ducts. It was also, crucially, rarely monitored by Ivan, my silent, ever-present shadow, whose primary focus was the main doors and windows. Over the next few days, I became a phantom myself, moving with a new purpose. While Natalia assumed I was restoring some obscure Roman sculpture, I was slowly, meticulously tampering with the locking mechanism of that service door. A tiny bit of rust, a strategically placed sliver of a broken tool, a loosened screw. Imperceptible damage, but enough to jam the archaic lock, preventing it from fully engaging. It wouldn't open freely, but with enough force, it could be pushed open. My heart hammered against my ribs with a frantic rhythm as the designated night approached. Liam had been absent from the penthouse for the past 2 days, dealing with the fallout from the attack. He was punishing Petrov, tearing his world apart piece by piece as he'd promised. But his absence didn't mean my freedom. It only meant I had a window of opportunity, a brief reprieve from his overwhelming presence. A chance. I dressed in simple dark clothing, a pair of Liam's forgotten sweatpants I'd found in the laundry room, far too big but practical, and a dark t-shirt I'd confiscated from a cleaning cart. I tied my hair back tightly, securing it with a discarded elastic band. No jewelry. No distinguishing features. I was a ghost. Midnight. The penthouse was silent, save for the distant hum of the ventilation system, and the occasional soft click of the automatic locks cycling through their routine. My nerves were strung tight, a violin string about to snap. I waited until Ivan's patrol shifted to the other end of the West Wing, a 10-minute window I had meticulously timed. I moved silently to the service door, my hands clammy, my breath catching in my throat. I pressed against it. The lock groaned resisting, but it held. My heart sank, a cold wave of despair washing over me. Had he known? Had he anticipated this? No. Not yet. I had to try harder. I braced myself, took a deep breath, and slammed my shoulder into the door. Once. Twice. The old wood splintered slightly, but the metal bolt still held. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I pushed it down. Think, Rose. Use your head. My eyes darted around the small, cramped space. A small, rusty crowbar, left by the maintenance crew, lay discarded in a corner. A godsend. I grabbed it, the cold metal heavy in my hand. With renewed determination, I wedged the crowbar into the narrow gap between the door and the frame, just above the lock. I heaved, straining every muscle in my body. The wood groaned, protesting, then with a sharp, echoing crack, the bolt gave way. The door flew open, revealing a dark, dust-choked service tunnel. The air was stale, metallic, but it was outside. Outside Liam's immediate grasp. A desperate, exhilarating surge of triumph ripped through me. I was doing it. I was actually doing it. I scrambled inside the tunnel, pulling the door shut behind me, not caring if it clicked back into place or not. The darkness was absolute, pressing in on me, but I welcomed it. It was freedom. I fumbled for the small, cheap flashlight I'd pilfered from Natalia's utility drawer, flicking it on. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a narrow, claustrophobic passageway lined with thick cables and pipes. It smelled of dust, old metal, and the faint, unsettling scent of something organic. My heart hammered, a drumbeat of pure adrenaline. I knew this tunnel led to an emergency exit stairwell, rarely used, that opened onto a discreet alleyway 3 blocks from the main Morozov compound. It was my best bet. My only bet. I moved, not caring about the dust, the cobwebs, the fear of what lurked in the shadows. Each step was a defiance, a frantic race against the clock. My hands brushed against rough concrete, my shoes scraped against loose debris. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in the confined space. Almost there. I saw a faint glimmer of light ahead, a promise of escape. My pace quickened, my lungs burning. I was going to make it. I was going to be free. And then a shadow. A silent, unmoving presence directly in my path, blotting out the faint light ahead. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, the flashlight beam trembling in my suddenly weak hand. Ivan. He stood there, a monolithic figure, his dark suit blending seamlessly with the shadows of the tunnel. His face was impassive, unreadable, his eyes like chips of obsidian. He held no weapon, made no aggressive movement. He simply was. A wall. An insurmountable barrier. My blood ran cold. He hadn't needed to chase me. He had simply known. Anticipated. Waited. Ms. Collins, his voice was deep, devoid of emotion, a low rumble in the confined space. Mr. Morozov will be displeased. The words were a death knell. My entire body went numb. Displeased. An understatement so vast it bordered on cruel. Liam would be beyond displeased. He would be furious. And I, in my pathetic attempt at freedom, had just given him another reason to remind me of my place. Move, Ivan, I choked out, my voice raw, desperate, trying to find a flicker of defiance even now. Let me go. He didn't move. Didn't even flinch. His dark eyes remained fixed on mine, unwavering. I cannot do that, Ms. Collins. Your safety is paramount. My safety. His code for my imprisonment. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. I had underestimated Liam's reach, his insidious foresight. Even when he was away, his control was absolute, his men his silent extensions. Ivan wasn't just a guard, he was a manifestation of Liam's power, a constant chilling reminder that I was never truly alone, never truly unsupervised. A sob clawed at my throat, but I swallowed it down, refusing to break. Not here. Not in front of him. The adrenaline that had propelled me forward now drained away, leaving me weak, hollow. The escape had been a futile fantasy, a desperate dream. Let's go, Miss Collins, Ivan said, his voice unchanging, his hand reaching out not to grab me, but to gesture back the way I had come. A silent command, an unyielding authority. Defeated, humiliated, I turned around, my shoulders slumped. Each step back into the penthouse, back into my gilded cage, felt heavier than the last. The service door, now gaping slightly from my desperate attempt, looked less like a gateway to freedom and more like a wound, an open maw of my own failure. Ivan didn't push. He simply followed, a silent, imposing shadow, ensuring I retraced my steps. He led me not back to my studio, but directly to Liam's private suite. My stomach clenched. He was back. And he knew. The door to the suite was already open, casting a rectangle of warm light onto the cold marble floor of the corridor. I stepped inside, my eyes immediately locking onto him. Liam stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a glass of whiskey in one hand, his back to me, gazing out at the glittering cityscape. He wore a dark silk robe, its expensive fabric a stark contrast to the raw, untamed power that emanated from him. He hadn't turned at my entrance, didn't need to. He knew I was there. He always knew. Ivan stopped behind me a respectful distance, then spoke, his voice low. She tried to exit through the service tunnel, boss. Section C, the lock was compromised. Liam took a slow sip of his whiskey. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, heavier than any physical blow. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic hummingbird trapped in a cage. I watched the rigid set of his shoulders, waiting for the explosion, the cold fury I knew would come. He finally turned, his steel-gray eyes, dark and fathomless, fixing on mine. There was no anger, no visible rage. Only a chilling, predatory stillness that made my blood run cold. His gaze swept over my disheveled clothing, my dust-stained face, my trembling hands. A faint, humorless smile touched his lips. So, he drawled, his voice dangerously soft, barely above a whisper, my little historian decided to conduct another field experiment, did she? Testing the structural integrity of my property? Or perhaps, he took a step closer, his eyes burning into mine, testing the strength of your chains, Moya Rosa? I stood frozen, unable to speak, unable to move. My breath hitched in my throat. Ivan, Liam said, his gaze never leaving mine, you are dismissed. Secure the perimeter. No one disturbs us. Ivan nodded once, silently, and the door clicked shut, sealing us inside. Alone. Liam advanced slowly, each step a deliberate threat. The faint scent of whiskey, expensive cologne, and something inherently dangerous drifted towards me. I squeezed my eyes shut for a brief second, bracing myself. You are a defiant little thing, aren't you, Rose? he rasped, his hand reaching out not to strike but to cut my jaw, his thumb tracing the curve of my cheekbone. The contact was electric, sending a shiver of terror and an unwelcome jolt of heat through me. I warned you. I claimed you. I showed you what happens when you test my limits. His eyes dropped to my lips, then to my throat, lingering on the spot where he had bitten me last time. And still, you try to run. Like a wild animal. Do you truly believe you can escape me? Do you truly believe there's a corner of this city, this world, where my reach does not extend? I just want to be free, I whispered, the words barely audible, a desperate plea. A dark, predatory laugh rumbled in his chest, a chilling sound devoid of mirth. Free? You are as free as the air you breathe, Rose. As long as I allow it. And your freedom ends where my patience runs out. He pulled me closer, his fingers digging into the tender skin of my jaw, forcing my head up. His eyes burned into mine, filled with a possessive fire that both terrified and fascinated me. You dug up Volkov. You understood the viper in the garden. You understand betrayal. And yet you betray me. You try to abandon your rightful place. I am not a thing, I cried out, a fresh surge of defiance breaking through my fear. I am not yours to own. His grip tightened, almost bruising. Oh, but you are. Every inch of you. Every rebellious thought. Every traitorous desire. He dragged his thumb across my lower lip, then pushed a finger into my mouth, forcing my lips apart. And I will remind you. Again and again, if necessary. He released my jaw, his hand dropping to the sash of his silk robe, untying it with a deliberate, slow movement. The dark fabric parted, revealing his powerful, muscular body. His chest was broad, covered in dark, fine hair, rippling with defined muscle. His stomach was flat, hard, leading down to the dark V of his hips, where his erection, thick and throbbing, stood rigid against the silk of his boxers. My breath hitched. My eyes were drawn to him, a horrified fascination battling with the searing, unwanted heat that bloomed low in my belly. He was a monster, but a beautiful, terrifying one. You want to run, he growled, his voice a low, dangerous purr. Then run from this. He shed his robe, letting it pool to the floor, then his boxers, revealing himself fully. His cock was magnificent, thick and long, throbbing with a dark primal need. Run from the man who owns your body, Rose. Run from the man who makes you ache, even as you hate him. He took another step, closing the distance, trapping me against the wall. His hand shot out not to touch me, but to slam flat against the wall beside my head, effectively caging me. The impact vibrated through the plaster, through my skull. You will not leave this place, he commanded, his eyes burning into mine, unless it is by my command. And tonight, he lowered his head, his lips brushing my ear, tonight you will learn the true meaning of obedience. You will learn what it means to be mine. In every single, excruciating way. His mouth crashed down on mine, a brutal, desperate kiss that left no room for air, for thought. His tongue plunged, dominating, demanding, sweeping away any lingering protest. My hands came up, not to push him away, but to grasp his shoulders, clinging to him as the kiss deepened, becoming a savage, possessive claiming. He tasted of whiskey and raw hunger, and I despised myself for the way my body arched into his, for the wet heat that blossomed between my legs. He tore at my makeshift clothes, ripping the t-shirt, then the two big sweatpants, exposing my naked flesh to the cool air, then to the searing heat of his hands. He lifted me effortlessly, my legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, my arms circling his neck. I cried out, a muffled sound against his mouth, as he slammed my back against the wall, holding me suspended, impaled against his hard body. Look at me, he commanded, breaking the kiss, his lips hot against mine, his breath ragged. Look at the man you tried to defy. Look at the man who will remind you of your fucking place. He pulled my hair back, exposing my throat, then bit down, not hard enough to break the skin, but enough to send a jolt of pain and pleasure through me. His hand reached down, finding the slick wetness between my legs, plunging a finger inside. I gasped, my body arching into his touch, a soft moan escaping my lips. So wet for me, he growled, his eyes burning into mine. Even now? Even after your brave little escape attempt? Your body knows, Rose. Your body remembers who owns it. He pulled his finger out, then, with a guttural growl, slammed his throbbing cock into me. I screamed, a sharp, piercing sound as he filled me completely, stretching me, owning me, burying himself to the hilt. My tightness was exquisite, a hot, wet glove that squeezed him, demanding release. He began to thrust, slowly at first, then harder, faster, his hips slamming into mine, the walls shaking with the force of our impact. My legs clamped around his waist, pulling him deeper, desperately. Nobody leaves my empire, he snarled, thrusting, burying himself deeper with each word. Nobody escapes my claim. You are mine, Rose. My woman. My property. And you will fucking obey. His words were harsh, guttural, mingling with my cries, with the desperate sounds of our coupling. Each thrust was a declaration of ownership, a brutal reminder of my captivity, a desperate act of claiming. My head fell back, hitting the wall with a dull thud, my eyes squeezed shut, tears mixing with sweat on my temples. Say it, he commanded, pulling out almost completely, then slamming back in, making me arch my back, my hips rising to meet his. Tell me who you belong to, you stubborn, defiant slut. You, I choked out, my voice broken, desperate, on the verge of tears. I'm yours, Liam. Yours. A raw, animalistic roar tore from his throat as he pumped into me, harder and faster, pushing me past my limits, past my control. My body convulsed around his, a shattering climax ripping through me, my screams echoing in the room. He followed moments later, a guttural groan tearing from his chest as he spilled his seed deep inside me, hot and pulsing, filling me with his claim, his essence. He held me there, impaled on him, his body heavy against mine, his breath ragged against my neck. Our ragged breaths were the only sound in the room. My heart hammered against his chest, slowly returning to a calmer rhythm. My cock, still buried inside me, pulsed with the lingering aftershocks of our brutal union. He lowered me to my feet, my legs buckling beneath me. I stood swaying, my body aching, my head spinning, the lingering wetness between my legs a stark, humiliating reminder of what had just happened. He held me against the wall, his arms around my waist, keeping me upright. My eyes burned, but I refused to meet his gaze. He tipped my chin up, forcing me to look at him. His eyes were dark, unreadable, but a faint, chilling satisfaction glimmered within their depths. Remember this, Rose, he rasped, his voice calm now, but laced with an undeniable, chilling authority. Remember how futile your struggle is. Remember who always wins. You tried to run. You failed. And you will always fail. You are mine. Now and forever. He released me, and I slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor, naked and broken. He stood over me for a moment, then turned, walking back to the window, his back to me once more, leaving me a crumpled mess of humiliation and raw desire. I had tried. I had failed. And Liam had, once again, brutally reminded me of his absolute control. The physical pain would fade, the marks on my body would heal. But the deeper wound, the understanding of my utter helplessness, the futility of my fight against his all-encompassing power, that would fester. He had closed a door, slammed it shut with his body and his words. But even in the depths of my despair, a small, stubborn ember of defiance still flickered. I couldn't run. But perhaps there were other ways to fight. Other ways to break free. The game had indeed escalated. And I, Rose Collins, was still a player, even if I was a captive queen.
Chapter 14. Liam POV. The taste of her defiance, mixed with the sweat and sex that still clung to my skin hours later, was a poison and a tonic. Rose. My fucking Rose. She was more resilient than I'd anticipated, more stubborn than any woman I'd ever encountered. Even after the brutal claiming in my suite last night, after I'd pinned her to the wall and fucked her into submission, she'd stared at me with those burning blue-green eyes, a spark of pure, untamed rebellion still flickering in their depths. It infuriated me. And it made my cock ache with a possessive hunger that was becoming a dangerous addiction. She thought she was a player, uncovering my family's secrets, exposing Volkov's hidden hand. She was. A damn good one. But she was my player, on my board. And her attempts to escape, her desperate flights were not merely an inconvenience. They were a challenge to my authority, a direct insult to my ownership. Each foiled attempt, each time Ivan had to intercept her like a runaway stray, chipped away at the thin veneer of my control. She made me feel exasperated, a feeling I rarely experienced. And it only fed the fire. I stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of my office, the city below, a glittering tapestry of lives and lies all under my thumb. My empire was vast, my reach insidious, yet a single woman, my forced bride, continued to test its limits. The attack from Petrov's men, orchestrated by Volkov no doubt, had been dealt with. Their bodies were already being processed, their families already feeling the ripple effects of Morozov's wrath. But the underlying threat, Volkov's escalating audacity, coiled in my gut like a venomous snake. He was striking at my foundations, subtly at first, through my father's legacy, then overtly through the attack. And in doing so, he had dared to threaten what was mine. Her. The memory of her fear when I'd found her in the panic room, quickly followed by her fiery rage, was etched into my mind. I'd seen the terror in her eyes, seen her body tremble, yet she'd faced me, challenging, demanding answers. It wasn't a fragile fear, but a battle cry. That was the crack in her armor, the vulnerability that made my beast roar to life, the possessive need to protect her consuming me. And it was also a crack in my armor, a realization that her safety was becoming paramount, a weakness I couldn't afford. But her stubbornness, her inability to grasp the finality of her situation, grated on my nerves. I needed to reinforce the lesson. She needed to understand deep in her bones that there was no escape, no corner of this world where I wouldn't find her. Not with threats. Not with explanations. With action. With my body branding her, breaking her, making her crave the very chains she fought against. My gaze drifted to the closed door of her studio, the one adjacent to my office. She was likely in there, licking her wounds, plotting her next move. The thought brought a low growl to my chest. Let her plot. Let her think she had agency. It only made the inevitable surrender sweeter. I drained the last of my whiskey, the amber liquid burning a path down my throat. The clock on my desk ticked relentlessly, each second amplifying the hunger, the need that festered beneath my carefully constructed calm. I had meetings, decisions to make, power moves to orchestrate. But none of it felt as pressing as the raw, visceral need to quell the storm that was Rose Collins. I tossed the empty glass onto the desk with a soft clink, then pushed off the desk, my strides long and silent as I moved toward the studio door. I didn't knock. I never did. This was my home, my territory, and she was in it. The door swung open silently, revealing the controlled chaos of her artistic sanctuary. She was there, just as I'd suspected, bent over her easel, the damn icon she'd uncovered still propped on it. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, was pulled back in a messy bun, a few strands escaping to frame her pale, delicate face. She wore a simple white shirt stained with paint, and loose-fitting trousers. She looked like an artist, completely engrossed, completely oblivious to the predator who had just entered her space. My eyes swept over her, taking in the curve of her back, the way her fingers moved delicately over the canvas. She was a contradiction, a woman of art and beauty, trapped in a world of blood and violence, and yet thriving in her own defiant way. It was captivating and maddening. Still playing with your paints, Moya Rosa? I rumbled, my voice low, making her jump, her hand instinctively reaching for a small sharp tool on her table. She spun around, her eyes wide, a flicker of fear quickly masked by that familiar defiance flashing in their depths. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, betraying her calm facade. Morozov, she spat, her voice tight, a hint of steel in it. Don't you ever knock. I ignored her, letting the door swing shut behind me with a soft thud that echoed in the silent studio. I advanced slowly, my gaze never leaving hers, savoring the way her body tensed, the way her eyes tracked my every move. What? Are you planning another escape, Rose? I drawled, my voice laced with a dangerous amusement. Perhaps another daring foray into the ventilation shafts. I assure you, my security has been upgraded. Her cheeks flushed, a furious red that made my gut clench. You think this is a game? She seethed, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. You think I enjoy being your prisoner? Being handled? The last word was spat out, raw with humiliation. I stopped a foot from her, looming over her, my height and presence designed to overwhelm. You are not a prisoner, Rose, I corrected, my voice dropping, dangerous. You are mine. My property. And you will learn to obey. Or I will break you. Her chin lifted stubbornly. You can't break me, Liam. You can hurt me. You can scare me. But you can't break my spirit. A low growl tore from my chest. Her spirit. That was the problem, wasn't it? The fire that blazed in her eyes, the defiance that fueled her every move. It was what made her so maddeningly desirable, so uniquely hers. And it was what I needed to tame. Not extinguish. Tame. Is that so? I rasped, my hand shooting out not to hurt, but to grab her arm, pulling her roughly against my chest. Her body was stiff, resisting, but the subtle tremor beneath my fingers betrayed her. You think I haven't seen stronger men than you beg for mercy? You think your little spirit is immune to my touch? I saw the question in her eyes, a flicker of genuine fear mixed with confusion. She didn't understand. She saw only the brute, the captor. She didn't see the man who was becoming dangerously obsessed, dangerously addicted to the fire she brought to his cold, dark world. You're just a bully, Liam, she whispered, her breath catching in her throat, her eyes fixed on mine. A dark, humorless laugh escaped my lips. A bully? Perhaps. But I am your bully, Rose. And you, my little historian, are going to learn what true obedience tastes like. I released her arm, then grabbed her around the waist, lifting her effortlessly, throwing her over my shoulder like a sack of grain. She cried out, a sharp, startled sound, her hands flailing, hitting my back. Liam! Put me down, you bastard, she shrieked, her voice raw with indignation. I ignored her protests, walking out of the studio, through the silent hallway, toward my private suite. Her thrashing was futile, her struggles like a kitten against a beast. The rage, the defiance, the desperate fire that burned within her, it was all a challenge, a promise of a battle I was ready to win. I kicked open the door to my suite, striding across the plush carpet, and tossed her onto the center of my massive bed. The impact made her gasp, and she scrambled back, pushing herself against the carved headboard, her eyes wide like a cornered animal. I stood over her, my chest heaving, my eyes devouring her. Her white shirt was rumpled, her hair disheveled, her lips slightly swollen from her protests. She looked wild, untamed, absolutely captivating. You want to fight me, Rose? I growled, my voice low, dangerous. You want to defy me? Fine. But you will do it on my terms. And you will learn to submit. You will learn to enjoy submitting. I reached into the dresser beside the bed, pulling out a handful of my expensive silk ties, black charcoal, deep navy. They were soft, luxurious, harmless. But in my hands, they would become instruments of control. Her eyes widened, fixing on the ties, then on me. What are you doing? She whispered, her voice trembling, the defiance finally giving way to a flicker of raw fear. I'm teaching you a lesson, Moya Rosa, I rasped, my lips curving into a predatory smile. A lesson in obedience. A lesson in pleasure. I lunged, pinning her wrists to the headboard, quickly securing them with two of the ties. Her skin was soft beneath the silk, a stark contrast to the unyielding wood. She struggled, her breath catching in her throat, but the ties held firm. Liam, no, she cried, her voice cracking. Please don't. I ignored her pleas, my gaze burning into hers. Her legs were kicking, her body writhing, a desperate struggle that only fueled my possessive need. I grabbed her ankles, pulling them apart, tying them to the footboard with two more ties. She was spread-eagled, vulnerable, exposed. The silk restrained her, but didn't hurt her. Not yet. This isn't to harm you, Rose, I whispered, leaning close, my breath hot against her ear. This is to free you. To free you from your own stubbornness. To free you to feel. Her eyes squeezed shut, a single tear escaping, tracking a path down her temple. You're sick, she choked out. Perhaps, I conceded, my voice low, devoid of emotion. But I'm your sick. And you, my little historian, are about to become very, very familiar with my particular brand of madness. I ripped open her paint-stained shirt, the buttons scattering across the duvet. Her breasts, pale and full, rose and fell rapidly with her ragged breaths, her nipples already tight, engorged. My eyes devoured them. "Beautiful," I rasped, my hand reaching out, not to touch her, but to trace the line of her ribcage, then lower along the delicate curve of her hip. She shivered, a visceral reaction that made my cock throb. I knelt between her spread legs, stripping off my clothes with brutal efficiency. My erection, thick and throbbing, sprung free, rigid and eager. Her eyes flickered open, fixing on my cock, a flash of fear, but also that undeniable, unwanted spark of arousal. She couldn't hide it from me. Her body betrayed her, even when her mind screamed defiance. "Look at me, Rose," I commanded, my voice raw. "Look at what you do to me. Look at what you belong to." I leaned down, my lips grazing her inner thigh, sending a jolt through her. She gasped, her head thrashing against the headboard. I worked my way up, tasting her skin, smelling her, a mixture of paint and her unique intoxicating scent. My tongue flicked over her trembling labia, eliciting a sharp gasp from her. "You're so wet," I growled, my voice thick with lust. "So fucking wet for me, even when you hate me." I plunged my tongue into her, tasting her, devouring her, my fingers spreading her wider, giving my tongue full access to her swollen, aching clit. She arched her back, a guttural moan tearing from her throat, her body convulsing. Her hands tied above her head, fumbled uselessly, desperately. "Liam! Oh God, Liam!" she cried out, her voice broken, pleading. I kept going, relentless, torturing her with my tongue and my fingers, driving her closer and closer to the edge. Her hips bucked against my mouth, a frantic dance of desperation and pleasure. The room filled with her gasps, her pleas, her broken moans. This was about control. About breaking her spirit, yes, but also about making her crave it, making her surrender to the pure, unadulterated pleasure that only I could give her. Her climax ripped through her, a shattering scream that echoed in the room, her body convulsing, her hips slamming against the bed. I pulled back, watching her, her chest heaving, her eyes squeezed shut, tears mixing with sweat. "That's just the beginning, kitten," I whispered, my voice rough with satisfaction. "Now you'll feel me. All of me." I moved over her, positioning my throbbing cock at her entrance. Her legs were still spread wide, tied, vulnerable. I grabbed her hips, pulling her up, then slammed into her, burying myself to the hilt. She cried out, a sharp, piercing sound, as I filled her completely, stretching her, owning her. Her tightness was exquisite, a hot, wet glove that squeezed me, demanding release. I began to thrust, slowly at first, then harder, faster, my hips slamming into hers, the bed creaking with the force of our impact. She screamed, her tied hands fumbling useless, her legs clamped around my waist, pulling me deeper. "Mine," I snarled, thrusting, burying myself deeper with each word. "You are mine, Rose. My woman. My property. And you will fucking obey." My words were harsh, guttural, mingling with her cries, with the desperate sounds of our coupling. Each thrust was a declaration of ownership, a brutal reminder of her captivity, a desperate act of claiming. Her head fell back, hitting the headboard with a dull thud, her eyes squeezed shut, tears mixing with sweat on her temples. "Tell me," I commanded, pulling out almost completely, then slamming back in, making her arch her back, her hips rising to meet mine. "Tell me who you belong to, you stubborn, defiant slut. Say it." "You," she choked out, her voice broken, desperate, on the verge of tears. "I'm yours, Liam. Yours." A raw, animalistic roar tore from my throat as I pumped into her, harder and faster, pushing her past her limits, past her control. Her body convulsed around mine, a shattering climax ripping through her, her screams echoing in the room. I followed moments later, a guttural groan tearing from my chest as I spilled my seed deep inside her, hot and pulsing, filling her with my claim, my essence. I collapsed on top of her, my body heavy, sweat slicking our skin together. Our ragged breaths were the only sound in the room. My heart hammered against her back, slowly returning to a calmer rhythm. My cock, still buried inside her, pulsed with the lingering aftershocks of our brutal union. She lay beneath me, tied, spent, tears still tracking down her temples. I knew she hated me, hated this. But I also knew, with a certainty that thrilled me, that a part of her, a primal, instinctive part, had surrendered. She might still fight me with her mind, with her words. But her body, my exquisite Rose, her body was mine. It would always be mine. I shifted, pulling out of her, then untied her wrists and ankles, carefully, deliberately. Her limbs were limp, bruised with the faint marks of the silk. She didn't move, didn't speak. Just lay there, breathing heavily, staring blankly at the ceiling. I stood up, pulling a silk sheet over her trembling body, then walked to the ensuite bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. The taste of her, the smell of our coupling, still clung to me. My body felt sated, but my mind was already turning, planning. She was not broken. Not yet. The flicker of defiance was still there, a tiny stubborn ember. But now she understood. She understood the power I held. She understood the limits of her freedom. And she understood, I hoped, that I would always come for her. I would always claim her. This wasn't just about punishment. It was about possession. About addiction. About a volatile, dangerous dance where I led, and she eventually always followed. She was the thorn in my crown, but she was also the precious jewel, the one thing that truly fascinated me. And I would keep her close. Keep her safe. Keep her mine. The exasperation remained, but it was now laced with a colder, more determined resolve. The game would continue, and she, my Rose, would play her part, whether she liked it or not.
Chapter 15. Rose POV. The raw, agonizing shame of Liam's brutal claim still clung to me like a shroud. Every inch of my body throbbed, a dull, pervasive ache that hummed beneath my skin, an echo of his force, his dominance. My wrists, where the silk ties had bitten into my flesh, bore faint red marks, a silent, humiliating testament to his power. My inner thighs still burned, remembering the rough brush of his stubble, the wet heat of his mouth, the excruciating, exquisite torture of his tongue. He had left me on that bed, broken and weeping, a crumpled mess of violated flesh and shattered defiance. And then he had simply pulled a sheet over me, as if I were a toy he was done playing with, and walked away. That cold, dismissive act had ripped through the last vestiges of my hope, my belief in a way out. My escape attempt had been pathetic, easily thwarted. Ivan, that silent, monolithic shadow, had simply known. And Liam, that bastard, had known too. He always knew. He had seen my rebellion, felt my fight, and had responded with a calculated cruelty that went beyond mere punishment. He had branded me inside and out. Mine? His words still resonated in my ears, a guttural growl that ignited both fear and a sickening, unwanted spark of arousal low in my belly. My body, that traitorous vessel, had betrayed me, crying out his name, begging for his touch even as my mind screamed in protest. I pushed myself up from the bed, the silk sheet pooling around my naked ankles. My muscles protested, stiff and sore. The opulent suite, Liam's domain, felt like a cage fashioned from gilded chains and velvet-lined walls. Every surface, every heavy piece of furniture seemed to mock my helplessness. He wanted me to understand. He wanted me to break. He wanted me to accept my place. And for a long, agonizing moment, staring at my own reflection in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, disheveled hair, swollen lips, eyes red-rimmed and hollow, I almost believed him. I was a puppet dancing on his strings, my spirit slowly eroding under the weight of his absolute control. But then the shame curdled into something else. A colder, more insidious fire. Not the fiery defiance that had fueled my futile escape, but a slow-burning rage, a quiet resolve. I couldn't run. He was right. His reach was too vast, his men too loyal, his knowledge too deep. He owned this city, this world, and every corner within it. But that didn't mean I was defenseless. My mind, my intellect, my historian's eye for detail, these were things he hadn't fully conquered, hadn't fully understood. He saw a spirited woman to be tamed. I saw a puzzle to be solved. And the solution, I knew, lay buried somewhere within the very secrets I had been so desperately trying to uncover. The debt. The nebulous, unforgivable debt that had tethered my family to the Morozov syndicate, that had led me into this gilded cage. My family, who I had always believed to be harmless, quiet art scholars. How could they have accumulated a debt so profound, so blood-stained, that I was the collateral? It had never made sense. Not with what I knew of my father, his dusty books, his quiet life. But Liam's world wasn't quiet. It was brutal, ancient, and steeped in tradition. And if my family was involved, then there had to be a deeper story, a more complex thread woven into the violent tapestry of his empire. I dressed in the first clean clothes I found, a simple oversized t-shirt and loose-fitting leggings. My skin still felt sensitive, exposed. My head throbbed. I needed coffee. Strong, black, and devoid of any lingering sweetness. I needed to think. The penthouse was eerily silent, the morning light streaming through the massive windows, washing the marble and polished wood in a deceptive calm. The battle from 2 nights ago felt like a distant nightmare, even though the memory of Liam's rage, his possessive fury in the panic room, was still fresh. His men had secured the perimeter, cleaned the blood, erased the signs of violence. But the air still hummed with the residual tension, a latent threat. I made my way to the kitchen, avoiding eye contact with the few staff members I encountered. Their faces were impassive, well-trained. They saw nothing. They heard nothing. They were ghosts in his machine. As I poured myself a cup of bitter coffee, my mind drifted back to the icon, the one Liam had dismissed as insignificant, the one I had discovered held Volkov's hidden marks. The icon that had been linked to my family's obscure art collection. My family. My father. What had he been involved in? He was a scholar, not a criminal. A man who spent his days poring over ancient texts, deciphering forgotten languages. Unless the debt wasn't financial. What if it was something older? A debt of knowledge? A debt of silence? A debt of blood? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, even as a flicker of excitement, of intellectual curiosity, ignited within me. This was it. This was the opening. This was how I fought back. Not with futile escape attempts, but with information. With understanding. With the very skills he had inadvertently unleashed by trapping me in this world. I carried my coffee to my studio, the familiar scent of oil paint and old paper a comforting balm to my frayed nerves. The easel stood as I had left it, the icon still propped against it, a silent witness to my captivity. I ran a hand over its cool, smooth surface, my fingers tracing the faded gold leaf. Volkov's mark. A viper coiled around a stylized V. It was subtle, almost invisible to the untrained eye, but I had seen it. And I had recognized it from the documents I had found in that secret compartment. Documents related to Liam's family history, to the Bratva. This was no coincidence. I pulled out my restoration tools, not to work on the icon itself, but to systematically examine it, piece by piece, as if it were a coded message. I needed to see beyond the religious imagery, beyond the artistic style. I needed to see the history embedded within it, the whispers of an old conflict. I spent hours poring over the icon, using specialized lamps, magnifiers, even a small endoscope I used for internal examinations of fragile pieces. I looked for hidden compartments, for faint inscriptions beneath layers of paint, for anything that might link it directly to my family's legacy or to Liam's father. Nothing. Not on the icon itself. My frustration mounted, a knot tightening in my chest. Had I been wrong? Was it just a coincidence? Was I grasping at straws, trying to find meaning where there was none, simply to maintain a shred of control in this chaotic existence? I pushed away from the easel, my eyes sweeping around the studio. My gaze fell upon a stack of boxes in the corner, filled with books and personal effects that Natalia had brought from my old apartment. I had dismissed them as sentimental clutter, too painful to sort through. But now a new thought sparked. My father's journals. He had a meticulous habit of keeping research journals, filled with notes, sketches, and obscure historical references. What if the link wasn't in the art itself, but in his interpretation of it? What if he had stumbled upon something dangerous, something that linked the Morozovs to my family without even realizing the full implications? I dug through the boxes, my hands tearing through packing paper, ignoring the dust and the sentimental ache of familiar objects. I pulled out old textbooks, half-finished canvases, a collection of worn paintbrushes. And then there it was. A leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age, filled with my father's precise, elegant script. I flipped it open, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was dangerous territory. This was poking at the very heart of Liam's world. But I didn't care. I needed answers. I needed to understand the chains that bound me. The first few pages were mundane, detailed observations on Byzantine art, a scholarly analysis of iconography. I skimmed through them, impatience gnawing at me. Until I reached a section dated roughly 10 years ago. It was an entry about a specific collection of Russian Orthodox artifacts that had mysteriously surfaced on the black market. My father had been fascinated by their provenance, noting their unusual craftsmanship, their hidden symbolism. And then a name. Scrawled in the margin, underlined twice, almost faded, Morozov. My breath hitched. The name, Liam's name, my captor's name, stared back at me from my father's meticulous notes. Not just a Morozov, but the Morozov. The family crest, a stylized double-headed eagle, was sketched next to the name, identical to one I had seen on an old ring Liam sometimes wore. Beneath the name, another phrase in Russian translated by my father's neat hand, Kravny dolg. Blood debt. My blood ran cold. This wasn't some simple financial ledger. This was something deeper, something ancient and violent. My father hadn't understood what he was dealing with. He had treated it as an academic mystery, a historical curiosity. But the Morozovs didn't deal in curiosities. They dealt in power, in loyalty, in blood. I read on, my eyes scanning the dense script, pulling out key phrases, piecing together the horrifying truth. My father had been researching a specific period of Bratva history, a bloody internal conflict that had erupted decades ago. A conflict that had involved Liam's grandfather, a ruthless man named Viktor Morozov, and his rival, a shadowy figure my father had referred to only as the Serpent. Volkov. My hands trembled as I connected the dots. The Kravny dolg wasn't a fresh debt. It was an old one. A generational debt, born from a brutal conflict that had shaped the Morozov Empire. My family somehow, unknowingly, had become entangled in the fallout. Perhaps they had acquired a piece of art that held a secret, a claim, a historical record that Viktor Morozov had wanted buried. Or perhaps they had unwittingly provided a service, a restoration, a validation of authenticity that had brought an ancient dormant debt back to life. My father's notes hinted at a specific artifact, a small, heavily jeweled reliquary that had gone missing during the initial conflict. He believed it held clues, possibly even proof of a lineage, a hidden claim to power within the Bratva. The reliquary had been considered lost, scattered during the purge of Volkov's initial uprising. He noted how the Morozov family had been hunting for it for years, believing it contained something vital to their claim, their legitimacy. Was that it? Was that the real debt? Had my father, in his naive academic pursuit, stumbled upon this missing reliquary, or information about its whereabouts? Had he, in his innocence, become a pawn in a game far older and deadlier than he could have ever imagined? And had I, by association, inherited that debt, that precarious position? Liam hadn't just taken me as a guarantee. He had taken me because my family, or rather the knowledge my family possessed, was a key to something he needed. A piece of his past, a solution to a current threat, a way to solidify his power. Volkov. The Serpent. He wasn't just a new rival. He was an old enemy, a shadow from Liam's family history still pulling strings. My father's journal was proof. A cold hard knot formed in my stomach. The humiliation, the rage, the fear, they hadn't disappeared. But now they were sharpened, focused. I was no longer just a captive bride, a pawn to be handled. I was a weapon. An unwitting weapon in an ancient war. And Liam, the man who claimed to own me, who brutalized me, was just as much a prisoner of this legacy as I was. I closed the journal, my fingers tracing the faded leather. The silence in the studio felt heavier, charged with the weight of this newfound knowledge. The world Liam inhabited was far more complex, far more dangerous than I had initially imagined. And my role in it was far more significant. He wanted to break me? He wanted to control me? Fine. Let him try. But now, I had a secret. A secret that linked us not just by a forced marriage, but by generations of blood and vengeance. A secret that would give me a new kind of power. The game had indeed escalated. But now, I had a clearer understanding of the rules. And I was ready to play. Chapter 16. Rose POV. The phrase Krovny Dolg echoed in my skull, a guttural whisper from the pages of my father's journal, each syllable a fresh bruise on my soul. Blood debt. Not a vague, convenient excuse for my captivity, but an ancient, festering wound in the Morozov Empire, a war Liam had been born into, and into which I had been savagely dragged. My father, the quiet scholar, had stumbled into a hornet's nest of generations-old Bratva conflict, and in his innocence, he'd unknowingly signed my life away. The reliquary. The missing artifact. A key to power, to legitimacy, to a hidden claim within the brutal hierarchy. Liam didn't just want me. He wanted what my family knew, or what we unwittingly possessed. The realization didn't lessen the sting of his brutality, but it sharpened my focus, giving my existence here a terrifying, urgent purpose. My body still ached from Liam's lesson the night before, a dull throb in my wrists and between my legs, a constant, humiliating reminder of his absolute control. But the shame was now a cold fire, hardening my resolve. He thought he'd broken me, reduced me to a pliant tool. He was wrong. He had merely given me a new kind of weapon, knowledge. And I intended to wield it. I closed the leather-bound journal, placing it carefully back into the box of my father's effects. This wasn't a battle for physical escape, it was a war of information, a brutal chess match where every secret was a potential pawn. Liam might command legions of armed men, but I commanded the forgotten languages, the hidden symbols, the intricate patterns of history. And somewhere within his sprawling, blood-soaked empire, among the artifacts and documents he'd so carelessly entrusted to my care, lay the next piece of the puzzle. My gaze swept over the meticulously organized shelves of Liam's private art collection. This wasn't just a gallery, it was a historical archive, a physical manifestation of his family's legacy, their triumphs and their brutal past. He had scoffed at my pretty pictures, yet here I was, an unwilling curator of his dark heritage. And within that heritage, my father's notes suggested, lay the clues to Volkov, the serpent, the true mastermind of this generational vendetta. I needed to move, to act. The coffee I'd swallowed hours ago had done little to sharpen my senses, but the intellectual hunger now coursed through my veins, a far more potent stimulant. I dressed quickly, practical jeans and a thick sweater shielding my still tender skin. Ivan, my ever-present shadow, was undoubtedly watching, reporting my every move. Let Liam think I was merely engaging in my academic pursuits, trying to find some semblance of normalcy. This was my camouflage. The Morozov archives were not a separate building, but a fortified wing beneath the penthouse, accessed by a discreet elevator hidden behind a rotating bookshelf in Liam's private study. He had given me an access card weeks ago, dismissing its contents as old family bullshit he rarely bothered with. That dismissal was his mistake. This bullshit was my battlefield. The elevator descended with a soft hum, carrying me deeper into the belly of his empire. The air in the archives was cool, dry, meticulously climate-controlled. Floor-to-ceiling shelves stretched in every direction, filled with ancient tomes, rolled maps, sealed wooden crates, and rows upon rows of leather-bound ledgers. The scent of old paper, leather, and something metallic, almost like dried blood, hung heavy in the air. This was the true vault of the Morozovs, a repository of their power, their secrets, and their sins. My father's journal had made specific mention of a period roughly 70 years ago, a brutal internal conflict within the Bratva, that had cemented Viktor Morozov's rise to power and the initial clash with Volkov's faction. It was during this period that the jeweled reliquary had gone missing, and with it, he believed, crucial evidence. I wasn't looking for the reliquary itself, not yet. I was looking for any document that would shed light on who benefited from its disappearance, who was still playing the long game. I started systematically, pulling out old property deeds, shipping manifests, financial ledgers from that specific era. My fingers brushed against brittle parchment, delicate seals, and faded ink. I scanned the pages, not for explicit confessions, but for anomalies. A missing signature, a sudden change in ownership, an unusually large transfer of funds. Liam's empire ran on brutal efficiency, but even the most ruthless organizations left paper trails. Hours bled into one another. My eyes ached, my head throbbed, and the oppressive silence of the archives began to hum with the weight of unseen history. Ivan, I knew, was somewhere nearby, a silent guardian in the labyrinth of Morozov's past. I felt his presence like a cold draft, a constant reminder that I was still a prisoner, even in this intellectual freedom. Then I found it. Tucked away in a ledger labeled Morozov Holdings, 1948 to 1952, among entries for forgotten warehouses and shipping routes, was a series of small, almost imperceptible symbols. They weren't Volkov's viper. They were a variant, a stylized crescent moon pierced by a single star, hidden within the flourishes of official stamp marks. So small, so unassuming, only a trained eye, specifically looking for discrepancies, would have caught it. My father's journal had briefly mentioned this symbol as a possible secondary cipher, used by a minor faction allied with Volkov during that era, a symbol for discreet communication, almost overlooked by modern historians. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was it. This was a direct link, a thread pulled from the past, still vibrating with meaning in the present. I carefully cross-referenced the pages where the symbol appeared. Each page detailed transactions or property transfers related to a specific set of warehouses and abandoned factories on the industrial waterfront, locations my father's notes had identified as key strategic points during Volkov's initial uprising. But the real gut punch came when I saw the dates. These transactions, marked with the hidden crescent moon cipher, were recent. Not from the 1940s, but from the last 6 months. They were interspersed, almost camouflaged, among legitimate recent Morozov dealings. Someone was using an old cipher, a forgotten language of betrayal, to communicate now. My hands trembled as I transcribed the sequence of coded numbers and dates into my small, discreet notebook. The old document wasn't just old. It was a living record of ongoing treachery. I remembered a similar numerical sequence from Liam's encrypted financial reports I'd glimpsed on his desk. He taught me enough about his world, about his empire, to recognize the patterns. I worked meticulously, cross-referencing the symbols and dates with internal Morozov security reports that occasionally crossed my desk. Reports about minor disruptions, unusual movements of goods, or unexpected patrols in those specific waterfront areas. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The symbol wasn't just a message, it was a plan. A plan to divert Morozov resources, to establish new clandestine routes, to weaken Liam's supply lines in preparation for something bigger. And then the name. Not explicitly stated, but hinted at in a series of coded initials that appeared alongside the recent entries marked with the crescent moon, VA. My mind raced, sifting through the limited number of high-ranking individuals in Liam's inner circle who would have access to these specific ledgers, who would be involved in these types of logistical operations. Only one man came to mind, a man Liam trusted implicitly, a man whose loyalty he never questioned, his consigliere, the quiet and efficient Valentin. My blood ran cold. Valentin. The man who had been a ghost in the shadows of the Morozov Empire for decades. A man who had advised Liam's own father, the architect of countless brutal victories. He was the epitome of loyalty, the silent enforcer, Liam's right hand. If this was true, if Valentin was VA, then the betrayal was not just deep, it was cancerous, threatening to rot Liam's empire from the inside out. He wouldn't just be undermining Liam, he would be actively working with Volkov, using old family secrets, old Bratva tactics, to tear down everything Liam had built. I clutched the ledger, my knuckles white, my entire body rigid with a chilling mix of fear and intellectual triumph. I had the proof. Irrefutable proof of a betrayal that struck at the very heart of Liam's trusted circle, connecting it to the ancient conflict with Volkov. This wasn't just a threat to Liam's empire, it was a threat to us. To my precarious, brutal existence here. The weight of the information was immense, almost crushing. It was a bomb ticking silently in my hands, ready to explode. I had found the viper in the garden, and its name, or at least its initial, was shockingly familiar. The consequences of this discovery would be catastrophic. For Liam, for his empire, and most terrifyingly, for me. I stood there, surrounded by the ghosts of Morozov's past, the faded ink and brittle paper now screaming a warning in a language only I could understand. I had played the game, and I had won a round. But the prize was a burden, a terrifying knowledge that could either save me or condemn me. Liam had wanted me to break, to submit. He had wanted me to understand my helplessness. But now, I held the key to his Achilles heel. What the fuck was I going to do with it? My heart hammered, a frantic, desperate rhythm against the silence. The game had not just escalated. It had become a war. And I was standing on the precipice of its next, bloody chapter. Chapter 17. Rose POV. The taste of Liam's brutal claiming still fouled my mouth, a metallic tang of humiliation that lingered like a ghost. My body, a canvas of subtle aches and phantom touches, reminded me of his absolute ownership, his terrifying ability to bend me to his will. But his victory was hollow. He thought he'd broken me, reduced me to a cowering pet. He was wrong. He had merely ignited a colder, more dangerous fire within me, a fire fueled by the Krovny Dolg, the blood debt that tied my innocent family to his ancient savage empire. Valentine. The name scraped against my nerves like broken glass. Liam's loyal consigliere, the quiet shadow, the viper in his closest circle. The proof, gleaned from my father's journal and Liam's own dusty archives, hummed in my veins, a terrifying secret that could unravel everything. Confronting Liam now was an act of suicidal folly. He wouldn't believe me, not without concrete, undeniable proof he couldn't dismiss as my rebellious machinations. He'd see it as a desperate ploy, another attempt at defiance, another excuse to punish me. I needed to solidify the evidence, to gather information that he, the ruthless mob boss, couldn't ignore. And I needed to do it without him ever suspecting I was playing a game far deadlier than he could imagine. My supervised outings, usually a monotonous exercise in futility, a parade through predetermined secure locations with Ivan's silent bulk looming behind me, suddenly became an opportunity. Liam allowed me a semblance of normalcy, a patronizing bone thrown to his captive muse. He indulged my artistic inclinations, my need for specialized materials, my interest in obscure historical pieces. It was a pretense I now intended to exploit. The next morning, I approached Liam in his study, where he sat hunched over a laptop, his face a mask of granite, the ever-present scent of expensive whiskey and raw power clinging to him. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs, but my voice was steady, carefully modulated. I need to visit the Voronov Gallery, I stated, keeping my tone crisp, academic. They have a new acquisition, a series of pre-revolutionary icons from the northern monasteries. My father's research mentioned them. It might provide context for the pieces in your collection. He didn't look up, his fingers still flying across the keyboard. Ivan can bring you whatever you need. It's not the same, I countered, stepping closer, allowing a hint of my usual defiance, tempered with a calculated vulnerability, to creep into my voice. The texture, the brushwork, the subtle variations in light, it's a tactile experience. A historian needs to see, to feel, to be immersed. It's how I understand the past, Liam. It's how I'm understanding yours. That last phrase hung in the air, a silent challenge. He paused, his fingers still, then slowly lifted his head, his steel-gray eyes locking onto mine. A predatory glint shimmered in their depths, assessing, dissecting. He knew I was pushing. He always knew. But the appeal of a deeper understanding of his own legacy, the tantalizing thought of me, his captive, unraveling the mysteries of his past, was a lure he couldn't entirely resist. He leaned back, a low growl rumbling in his chest. "Don't try anything foolish, Rose. My patience is wearing thin." "I won't," I promised, my voice barely a whisper, a subtle tremor in it that wasn't entirely faked. "But I can't promise not to ask questions. It's what I do." A corner of his mouth quirked, a flicker of something almost amused, almost dangerous. "Very well. But not Ivan. I have him on a sensitive assignment." His gaze swept over me, a possessive heat that made my skin prickle. "Nikolai will escort you. He's discreet. And quite capable of keeping you in line." Nikolai. My stomach twisted. The summary mentioned a lieutenant. It was perfect. Nikolai Volkovich, a tall, burly man with a surprisingly gentle smile that always seemed at odds with his cold eyes, was one of Liam's most trusted enforcers. He was often deployed for sensitive negotiations, known for his calm demeanor and his brutal efficiency. He was also, I suspected, not immune to the charms of a woman, a weakness I intended to exploit. "As you wish," I said, dipping my head, a demure acquiescence that tasted like ash in my mouth. Later that afternoon, Nikolai was waiting in the sleek black SUV outside the penthouse. He was impeccably dressed, a dark suit tailored to his muscular frame, a hint of expensive cologne clinging to him. His movements were fluid, graceful, a dangerous predator in a silk cage. He opened the door for me, his expression unreadable. "Good afternoon, Rosalina," he said, his voice a smooth baritone tinged with a faint Russian accent. He always used the full, romanticized version of my name, a subtle form of familiarity that I usually found irritating. Today, I saw it as an opening. "Nikolai," I replied, allowing a small, hesitant smile, trying to project a delicate, somewhat overwhelmed aura. "Thank you for taking me. Liam is rather insistent." He nodded, his eyes sweeping over my simple dress, a conservative, dark-colored shift Liam preferred I wear on these outings. "He cares for your studies. And your safety." There was an unspoken emphasis on the latter, a reminder of my captive status. The drive to the gallery was tense, the silence in the car punctuated by the low hum of the engine. I spent the time mentally rehearsing, envisioning scenarios, preparing my emotional defenses. This wasn't about sex for pleasure. This was about survival. This was about cracking a code, exposing a traitor, and staying alive in a world that saw me as little more than a bargaining chip. The Voronov Gallery was a stark, modern space in Chelsea, a stark contrast to the opulent gilded cages of Liam's penthouse. The new collection was displayed in a dimly lit, secluded room at the back, where only a few serious patrons browsed. It was perfect. Enough public to feel safe, but secluded enough for a private conversation to unfold. I walked among the icons, feigning deep concentration, running my gloved fingers over the cool wood, pretending to decipher their artistic nuances. Nikolai lingered a polite distance away, his presence a constant, watchful pressure. I could feel his eyes on me, assessing, waiting. I had to make the first move. I paused before a particularly exquisite icon of the Archangel Michael, its silver basma glinting in the soft light. I turned to Nikolai, a thoughtful frown on my face. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary, isn't it?" I began, my voice soft, almost conversational. "But the provenance, it's always the provenance that tells the true story, isn't it? Who owned it, who commissioned it, who it was passed down to. Sometimes the history is more fascinating than the art itself." He stepped closer, his shadow falling over me. "Indeed. Especially with pieces from older collections. Like the Morozovs." I smiled, a slow knowing curve of my lips. "Exactly. Take this one, for example." I gestured to the icon. "The symbolism is intriguing. The crescent moon pierced by a star. It's a very old cipher, isn't it? Used by certain factions during the internal conflicts decades ago. My father's journals mentioned it. A mark of discreet communication, he called it. I watched him closely, every minute shift in his posture, every flicker in his eyes. He stiffened imperceptibly, his gaze narrowing. The polite mask remained, but a tension, a subtle rigidity settled around his shoulders. Your father was a very learned man, Rosalina, he said, his voice lower now, almost a murmur. He knew much about old things. Too much, perhaps, I agreed, letting my gaze drift from the icon to his face, letting my eyes linger, a slow, deliberate sweep that took in his strong jaw, the faint stubble, the curve of his lips. Some secrets are best left buried, wouldn't you agree, Nikolai? Especially those that involve old loyalties. Old debts. His eyes, dark and piercing, locked onto mine. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. He knew I wasn't just talking about art. Some debts never die, Rosalina, he returned, his voice a low growl now, a dangerous edge to it. They merely change hands. Or find new ways to be paid. I met his gaze, holding it, allowing a spark of curiosity, of innocent flirtation, to mix with the steel in my own eyes. My hand, seemingly accidentally, brushed against his arm. His muscles tensed beneath my fingers. And sometimes, I purred, leaning closer, my breath ghosting against his ear. The price for those old debts isn't just blood or money, is it? Sometimes it's a secret. A secret that can destroy everything. Or a secret that can give you everything you desire. I could feel the shift in him, the raw male response to my proximity, to my words. His eyes dropped to my lips, then to my chest, a palpable heat radiating from him. He was intrigued. He was tempted. And he was, crucially, vulnerable. What kind of secrets are you talking about, Rosalina? He murmured, his voice thick, rough. He reached out, his fingers brushing a stray strand of hair from my face, a touch that was both intimate and possessive. I didn't flinch. I let him touch me. I let my own body sway subtly toward his, a silent invitation. Secrets that powerful men keep. Secrets that could shift the balance of power. Secrets that Liam, for all his strength, might be blind to. His thumb stroked my cheek, his gaze burning into mine. Liam is not blind to anything. Perhaps not to anything, I conceded, my voice dropping to a seductive whisper. But trust, Nikolai, can be a blindfold. Especially when it's placed by someone you've known your whole life. Someone you'd never suspect. I watched the flicker in his eyes, the almost imperceptible twitch of his jaw. I had hit a nerve. Valentine. He knew. Or he suspected. His hand slid from my cheek to the nape of my neck, pulling me closer, his scent, cologne and something musky primal filling my senses. What makes you think you can speak so freely, Rosalina? So dangerously? Because I'm not as naive as I appear, I whispered, my lips almost brushing his. And because I see things. I connect dots. Just like my father did. I let my eyes widen, a hint of false fear, real danger. And because I think you're a man who understands loyalty. And opportunity. His other hand went to my waist, pulling me fully against his hard body. I felt the undeniable proof of his arousal, pressing against my thigh. His lips were inches from mine, his breath warm, inviting. And what do you see, little historian? He rasped, his eyes dark with lust and something else, a dangerous curiosity. I see a man who could be powerful, I breathed, forcing myself to meet his gaze, to play the role. More powerful than he is now. If he knew the right secrets. If he made the right alliances. My hand, slowly, deliberately, found its way to his chest, tracing the crisp fabric of his suit jacket, then settling over his heart. What if Liam is being played, Nikolai? What if his empire is crumbling from within, by someone he trusts implicitly? And what if I know how to stop it? His lips finally found mine. A desperate, hungry kiss that tasted of unspoken desires and calculated risks. His tongue plunged into my mouth, mimicking Liam's possessive ferocity, but lacking the same brutal conviction. I returned the kiss, my body yielding, pressing against his, allowing him to deepen the connection, to explore. My hand snaked around his neck, pulling him closer, my hips swaying against his. It was a performance, a dangerous dance, but my body, traitor that it was, still responded with a low hum of unwanted arousal. The memory of Liam's touch, his words, his ultimate control still echoed through me, a phantom sensation that both repulsed and excited. He broke the kiss, breathless, his eyes burning into mine. "What do you know?" he demanded, his voice rough, urgent. "Tell me, Rosalina. Tell me your secrets. And I will give you anything you want." His fingers, strong and possessive, slid beneath my dress, grazing my bare skin, moving upward towards my inner thigh. A shiver ran through me, a mix of disgust and a thrill of dangerous control. He was ready to betray Liam, not for loyalty to Volkov, but for me. For a chance at power, fueled by lust. That was the leverage. "Anything?" I whispered, letting my eyes drift to his mouth, then back to his eyes, a challenge, a promise. "Prove it. Tell me about the Crescent Moon cipher. Tell me about the waterfront properties. Tell me what Valentin is planning with Volkov. And then, maybe I'll tell you everything." His fingers froze on my thigh. The raw lust in his eyes faltered, replaced by a sudden stark realization. His body stiffened, a coldness replacing the heat. I had pushed too far, too fast. I had revealed my hand, or at least enough of it. He understood now. I wasn't flirting. I was investigating. I was dangerous. He pulled back abruptly, his hands dropping from my body as if burned. The sudden distance was like a slap. His face hardened, the polite mask returning, colder, more impenetrable than before. "You have a vivid imagination, Rosalina," he said, his voice flat, devoid of the previous warmth. He took another step back, creating a definitive space between us. "And you confuse art with reality." My heart hammered, a frantic beat. He was pulling away. He wouldn't confirm it. But the flicker of fear, the immediate withdrawal, was confirmation enough. He was involved. Or he knew. And he was now a threat. "Perhaps," I murmured, allowing my gaze to fall, feigning disappointment. "Or perhaps, Nikolai, you're just very good at keeping secrets." I straightened my dress, smoothing out the fabric, regaining my composure. My hands, however, were trembling slightly. He didn't respond, his face a stone mask. The moment, the dangerous, seductive game, was over. He simply turned, his broad back to me, and walked toward the gallery entrance, signaling to the attendant that we were leaving. I followed him, my mind racing, a cold satisfaction warring with the rising tide of fear. He hadn't confessed, hadn't explicitly confirmed Valentin's betrayal. But his reaction, the abrupt shift from lust to suspicion, the mention of old debts and opportunity, spoke volumes. He knew. Or he was involved. Either way, he was now aware of my dangerous knowledge. And Liam, the unpredictable, possessive beast, would undoubtedly be informed of my flirtation. I had gambled, and I had gained a piece of the puzzle. But I had also created a new enemy. And very likely, reaffirmed Liam's belief that I was a defiant, manipulative creature who needed to be constantly reminded of her place. The game had not just escalated. I had just thrown a match into a powder keg, and I was standing right next to it.
Chapter 18. Liam POV. The taste of good bourbon usually soothed the gnawing edge of my anxiety, a familiar burn that settled deep in my gut. Tonight it felt like fire, stoking the rage already simmering beneath my skin. Nikolai's report had just landed on my desk, a neatly typed summary of Rose's outing to the Voronov gallery. And every word was a goddamn match, igniting a powder keg. I stared at the black and white text, but all I could see was Rose. Rose, leaning close to Nikolai. Rose, her lips brushing his ear, her body swaying against his. The image burned, a red-hot brand across my vision, twisting my guts into knots of pure, unadulterated fury. My woman. My fucking captive. Daring to play games, daring to flirt, daring to touch one of my men. Nikolai, that quiet, efficient son of a bitch, had followed my orders to the letter. He'd reported everything. The subtle seduction, the insinuations, the direct questions. And those questions, those were what truly ripped through my carefully constructed composure. Crescent Moon Cipher. Waterfront Properties. Valentine's plans with Volkov. The words hammered in my skull, a brutal rhythm. My hand clenched, crushing the crystal glass in my grip. Shards bit into my palm, but I barely registered the pain. Valentine. My consigliere. My father's right hand, then mine. A man who had seen me grow from a scared boy into the head of the Morozov bratva. A man I trusted with my fucking life, with the lives of my men, with the very foundation of my empire. It was an impossibility. A sick, twisted joke. But the anger swirling inside me wasn't just about betrayal. It was about her. Rose. My little historian. My unwilling bride. She had poked and prodded, digging into my secrets, defying my every command, pushing my boundaries with a reckless abandon that was both infuriating and, goddammit, utterly intoxicating. I'd told her not to try anything foolish. I'd warned her. And she had, in her own stubborn, infuriating way, gone straight to the fucking heart of the beast. Nikolai's report didn't just detail her flirtation, it detailed her intelligence. The way she had used her academic knowledge, her understanding of history and ciphers, to extract information to test his loyalty. He hadn't given her explicit confirmation, of course. Nikolai was too disciplined for that. But his abrupt withdrawal, his sudden shift from lust to suspicion, that was a confirmation in itself. Rose had seen it. And I, reading between the lines of his carefully worded report, saw it now too. Valentine. It couldn't be. The thought was a poison, seeping into every corner of my mind, threatening to corrode the very bedrock of my trust. If Valentine, my most loyal and oldest advisor, was working with Volkov, then my empire wasn't just facing a threat, it was already bleeding out from the inside. And Rose. The woman I had dragged into this world, the woman I had brutalized and claimed as mine, the woman whose defiant spirit I had sworn to break. She was the one who had stumbled upon this cancerous truth. She had put herself in danger, exposing herself to one of my most dangerous men, risking everything to dig into secrets that were not hers to uncover. My anger flared, hot and volatile. She was mine. My property. My responsibility. And she had dared to endanger herself. She had dared to play with fire. I needed to see her. I needed to see the truth in her eyes. And I needed to make her understand, once and for all, that there were limits to her defiance. Limits to her curiosity. Limits to the games she could play. I pushed away from the desk, my chair scraping loudly against the polished marble floor. The jagged glass shards in my hand dug deeper, a dull throb now blooming into a sharp, insistent sting. I ignored it. Pain was a familiar companion. The betrayal of a trusted man, the reckless defiance of the woman who had somehow gotten under my skin, those were the wounds that cut deepest. My footsteps echoed hollowly in the expansive penthouse as I stalked towards her studio. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart, a drum of impending violence. I knew where she would be. Lost in her art, in her books, in her carefully constructed world of historical facts and logical deductions. A world so utterly different from mine, and yet she was now firmly embedded in its darkest corners. The studio door was ajar, a sliver of soft light spilling into the hallway. The scent of turpentine and old paper, usually a calming presence, now felt like a taunt. I pushed the door open, the sound barely audible over the rush of blood in my ears. She was there, just as I expected. Hunched over a large table, surrounded by scattered papers, open books, and what looked like a collection of old documents. Her red-brown hair was pulled back loosely, a few strands escaping to frame her delicate face. She was wearing one of her oversized sweaters, the soft fabric doing little to hide the subtle curves of her body. My eyes, hard and possessive, traced the line of her back, the curve of her ass. Mine. Every goddamn inch of her. What the fuck are you doing, Rose? My voice was a low growl, rough with barely contained fury. She flinched, her shoulders tightening, and slowly turned. Her blue-green eyes, usually so defiant, were wide with a sudden, dawning fear. She knew. She understood the unspoken threat in my tone, the dangerous glint in my eyes. Her gaze flickered to my bloodied hand, then back to my face, a silent question. "Liam?" she breathed, her voice a little shaky, a tremor running through her. She pushed herself up from the table, her hands flat against the worn wood, a defensive posture. I was working. Working. I snarled, taking a step closer, my eyes never leaving hers. Working on what, Moya Rosa? How to fuck one of my men? How to tear down my empire from the inside? Her cheeks flushed, a flush of anger, not shame. I wasn't. Don't you dare lie to me. I cut her off, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, each word a lash. I was right in front of her now, towering over her, my shadow engulfing her smaller frame. The scent of her, vanilla and something uniquely hers, something fresh and clean, filled my nostrils, a potent counterpoint to my rage. Nikolai's report is on my desk. Every word. Every fucking subtle provocation. Every touch. You think I'm a fool, Rosé? You think I don't know when my woman is trying to play games with my men? Her chin lifted, a flicker of that stubborn defiance returning. I was investigating, she said, her voice stronger now, though still a little breathy. I was trying to find answers. For us. Answers. For us. I scoffed, the sound harsh, brutal. You think risking your neck, seducing my men, is the way to find answers? You think you can waltz into my world, poke at my oldest loyalties, and expect no consequences? My hand shot out, grabbing her arm, my fingers digging into the soft flesh. I pulled her towards me, hard, until her body slammed against mine. Her breath hitched. You are mine, Rose. And you will learn to obey. Her eyes flashed, a storm of defiance and fear. I found something, Liam. Something important. Something that links my family to yours, to Volkov. To a betrayal you wouldn't believe. You found something? I mocked, my face inches from hers. Or did you just get yourself into more trouble, trying to prove how clever you are? My gaze dropped to her lips, swollen and red, a constant reminder of my own brutal claims. The memories of her gasps, her cries, her reluctant submission flooded my mind, mixing with the current surge of possessive rage. I wanted to silence her, to claim her again, to brand her so deeply that she would never again dare to look at another man, let alone attempt to extract information from him. Valentine, she whispered, her eyes wide, her voice barely audible. He's involved. With the Crescent Moon cipher. With Volkov. He's planning something, Liam. Something against you. The name hit me like a physical blow, colder than any shard of glass. My grip on her arm tightened, my fingers pressing against bone. You're lying, I ground out, but the certainty in her voice, the terror in her eyes, resonated with Nikolai's cryptic report. Valentine. It couldn't be. But the pieces were falling into place, painting a horrifying picture. I'm not, she insisted, her voice breaking. My father's journals. The archives. The old cipher, used in new transactions. Waterfront properties, diversion of resources. It's all there, Liam. He's been working against you for months, maybe years. My mind reeled, a storm of disbelief and cold, hard logic. Valentine. The quiet man. The loyal shadow. It was an impossibility. But if Rose, my infuriating, intelligent captive, had put this together, had found proof, then the foundations of my world were truly crumbling. My fury, already simmering, exploded. Not just at Valentine, but at Rose, for forcing me to see it, for daring to expose such a cancerous truth. For placing herself in the crosshairs of this ancient, bloody game. I hauled her against me, twisting my hand in her hair, pulling her head back until her neck arched. Her cry was muffled as my mouth descended on hers. A brutal, punishing kiss that was pure rage and desperate possessiveness. I wanted to consume her, to silence her, to possess her so completely that no other thought, no other man, no other secret could ever penetrate her mind. My tongue plunged into her mouth, tasting her fear, her defiance, her reluctant arousal. I plundered, devoured, tearing at her lips with my teeth. She struggled, her small hands pushing against my chest, but I was stronger, fueled by a primal need to dominate, to claim. My other hand ripped at her sweater, tearing the soft fabric, exposing the delicate skin beneath. Her nipples beaded instantly hard, a traitorous response that only fueled my rage. "You want to play games, kitten?" I snarled against her mouth, my breath hot and ragged. "You want to dig into my secrets? You want to risk your pretty little neck trying to uncover my traitors? Fine. You want to know what my world is truly like? I'll show you." I swept her up, throwing her over my shoulder like a sack of grain. Her muffled protests were lost against my shoulder as I stalked out of the studio, through the silent hallway, and into the master bedroom. My fury was a living thing, pulsing through my veins, demanding release. And she, my fierce, defiant Rose, was the only thing that could satiate it. I threw her onto the massive bed, the plush mattress swallowing her small form. She scrambled back, her eyes wide with terror, her torn sweater barely covering her breasts. But there was nowhere to run. I was already over her, my body a dark, imposing shadow, caging her against the sheets. "Get on your knees, Rose," I commanded, my voice raw, laced with venom. "And tell me everything. Every single fucking detail." Her eyes flashed with a fresh wave of defiance, even as a tremor ran through her body. "I won't," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You will," I countered, my hand reaching out, grabbing her hair again, pulling her head back. "Or I will make you beg." My gaze swept over her, taking in her exposed skin, the fear in her eyes, the subtle tremor of her lips. The sight only intensified the knot of desire and rage in my gut. I leaned down, my lips brushing her ear, my voice a low, dangerous growl. "You put yourself in danger today, Moya Rosa. You flirted with my men. You poked at secrets that could get you killed. You think I'm going to let that go unpunished? You think I'm going to let you hide things from me, when your very existence is tied to my fucking empire?" My hand ripped at the remnants of her sweater, tearing it completely, then tearing through her leggings, leaving her naked, vulnerable, exposed beneath me. She gasped, a small choked sound. The sight of her naked, trembling body, her pale skin against the dark sheets, ignited a fresh wave of possessiveness. This was mine. All mine. I moved between her legs, pressing my hard cock against her wet heat, a silent promise of what was to come. Her eyes fluttered shut, a whimper escaping her lips. "Tell me, Rose," I demanded, my voice rough, urgent. "Tell me everything. Who are you talking about? What proof do you have? Don't hide a single thing from me, you defiant little whore." She shook her head, tears starting to fall from her tightly shut eyes. "I can't." My hand slapped her ass, a sharp, stinging crack that echoed in the silent room. She cried out, her body arching. "You will, Suka," I hissed, pressing deeper into her, tormenting her with my proximity. "You will tell me every single thing. And you will like it. You will learn that my pleasure and my answers are intertwined. You will learn that your body is a conduit for my control, for my truth." I drove into her then, a hard, brutal thrust that stole the air from her lungs. She cried out, her back arching, her nails digging into the sheets. My own grunt was savage, raw. This wasn't gentle. This wasn't tenderness. This was a claiming, a punishment, an interrogation fueled by betrayal and fear. I moved, a relentless, punishing rhythm, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand, her hips beneath me, grinding into her. Her cries mixed with my growls, a symphony of rage and desperate pleasure. "Speak," I commanded, each thrust punctuating my words. "Tell me about Valentin. Tell me the fucking proof. Tell me the cipher. Tell me about Volkov." Her head thrashed against the pillows, tears streaming down her face, but her lips were tight, her eyes shut. She was still fighting. Still defying me. The stubborn bitch. I leaned down, biting her neck, sucking hard until I heard her whimper. My teeth scraped her sensitive skin, sending shivers through her. "You think you can keep secrets from me? You think you can withhold information when my empire is at stake? When your life is at stake?" My words were cold, brutal, even as my body plunged deeper, faster, harder. She was tight, so incredibly tight, gripping me with an intensity that threatened to unravel my control. The anger and the raw lust were a potent, volatile mix, blurring the lines between punishment and desperate need. "The ledger," she finally gasped, her voice broken, desperate. "Morozov Holdings, 1948 to 1952. The Crescent Moon cipher, it's a secondary cipher, old but new dates. Waterfront properties, it's Valentin Liam. He's been diverting resources. He's been in contact with Volkov. My father's journal, it mentioned him, the Serpent, an old faction allied with him. Valentin is VA." The words tumbled out of her, broken, desperate, amidst her gasps and whimpers. Each revelation was a fresh knife twisting in my gut. Valentin. My stomach churned, a mix of disbelief, fury, and a terrifying cold certainty. She wasn't lying. The details, the ledger, the cipher, the dates, the waterfront properties. It all clicked into place, pieces of a puzzle I had been too blind, too trusting to see. My world was indeed crumbling, and the betrayer was at my right hand. My pace quickened, each thrust a desperate attempt to process the information, to drown out the bitter taste of betrayal. I felt her tense, her body arching again, her muscles clenching around me. She was close. I heard her breath catch, her whimpers turning into short, sharp cries. "And you kept this from me?" I hissed, even as pleasure, dark and brutal, began to coil in my own core. "You let me trust a traitor while you played your dangerous games, waiting for the right moment?" I needed more proof, she sobbed, her body convulsing beneath me. I didn't want to expose myself, or you, without concrete evidence. A lie. A half-truth. She had wanted leverage. She had wanted power. And she had gotten it. But at what cost? I felt my own release building, a wave of dark pleasure mixed with the acidic taste of betrayal. I buried myself deep inside her, groaning her name, the sound guttural, possessive, desperate. Her body shattered beneath me, a series of gasps and cries, her nails digging into my shoulders, leaving crescent-shaped marks on my skin. I pulsed inside her, emptying myself, my body shuddering, collapsing onto hers, heavy and spent. The silence that followed was thick, heavy with the weight of her tears, my ragged breathing, and the horrifying truth she had just laid bare. I lay there, still buried inside her, my head resting on her shoulder, feeling the rapid beat of her heart against my chest. My anger hadn't dissipated. It had merely been momentarily sated, transformed into a cold, hard resolve. Valentin. The name tasted like ash. How could I have been so blind? My father's old mentor, his most trusted advisor. The man who had been a constant presence in my life, guiding me, advising me. He had been playing the long game, a viper in my garden, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And Rose, my fiery, defiant captive, had been the one to expose him. I pushed myself up, withdrawing from her body with a soft, wet sound. She lay there, trembling, her eyes still shut, tears tracing paths down her temples. Her body was a mess of red marks, her lips swollen, her hair tangled. She looked broken. But there was still a spark there, a faint flicker of that defiant fire. I reached out, my fingers tracing the line of her jaw. She flinched, but didn't pull away. "You have given me a gift, Moya Rosa," I said, my voice low, hoarse, devoid of emotion. "A bloody, bitter gift. And for that, you will be rewarded. But never again do you keep secrets from me. Never again do you risk yourself like that. Do you understand?" Her eyes slowly opened, meeting mine. There was still fear there, but also a flicker of something else. Understanding. Acceptance. And a strange, unsettling connection. "I understand," she whispered, her voice raw, barely audible. I nodded, a grim determined set to my jaw. The anger at her recklessness still simmered, but it was overshadowed by a new, colder fury. The game had indeed escalated. But now, I had a clearer picture of the enemy. An enemy who was closer than I could have ever imagined. And I had Rose. My defiant, clever, dangerous Rose. A weapon I hadn't known I possessed, now fully loaded and aimed at the heart of my empire's betrayal. I stood from the bed, my muscles protesting. The shards of glass still dug into my palm, but the pain was a distant hum compared to the cold steel forming in my resolve. Valentin. He wouldn't know what hit him. But first, I had to secure my new, unwilling weapon. "Get dressed," I commanded, my voice flat. We have work to do. And you, Rose, are going to help me dismantle this betrayal. She looked at me, her eyes unreadable, then slowly, painstakingly began to push herself up. Her body was bruised, violated, but her spirit, I realized, was not yet broken. Not entirely. And that, in my twisted world, was both a blessing and a curse. The night was far from over. The real war, the war against a hidden enemy within my own ranks, was just beginning. And Rose, my blood debt, my unwilling bride, was now irrevocably bound to its brutal unfolding. My empire might be bleeding, but I would make damn sure it didn't die. And anyone who dared to stand in my way, anyone who had conspired against me, would pay with their blood. Valentine. He was first. Chapter 19. Liam POV. The silence after I withdrew from Rose was a deafening roar in my ears. Her body, still trembling, was a raw landscape of my recent fury and desperate need. Tears tracked down her temples, disappearing into the dark waves of her hair against the white pillows. Her lips were swollen, a testament to my punishing kisses. My marks, fresh and angry, bloomed on her pale skin. She was a beautiful, broken mess, and she was mine. Every fucking inch of her. My own breath was ragged, my muscles protesting the abrupt shift from primal rage to cold, calculating resolve. The phantom ache of her tightness still clung to me, a ghost of the brutal release. But the raw, physical exhaustion was nothing compared to the seismic shift in my world. Valentine. The name was a brand on my mind, burning hotter than the shards of glass that still dug into my palm. I pushed off the bed, ignoring the tremor in my legs, ignoring the dull throb in my hand. Pain was a distraction I couldn't afford. My gaze swept over Rose. She hadn't moved, her eyes still squeezed shut, her body curled inward, a small defensive ball. She was fragile, yes, but that damn defiance still flickered under the surface, a stubborn flame I both loathed and, goddammit, respected. She had faced my rage, faced my brutality, and she had given me the truth. A truth that was tearing my empire apart from the inside. Get dressed, Rose. My voice was flat, devoid of the earlier heat, rough with a new kind of coldness. The command hung in the air, a stark reminder of her continued captivity, her forced obedience. Her eyes fluttered open, wide and bloodshot, meeting mine. Fear was still there, a deep animal terror, but beneath it I saw that flicker of something else. Resignation. Understanding. And perhaps, a terrifying, unwilling acceptance of her new role. She pushed herself up slowly, her movements stiff, wobbly, as if every muscle screamed in protest. Her torn sweater lay in shreds on the floor, her leggings ripped. There was nothing to cover her. My eyes, hard and assessing, tracked her every move. Her breasts, full and pale, rose and fell with each shaky breath. Her nipples, still pert and aroused from my assault, were a silent taunt. The dark tangle between her legs, still slick from my seed, was an open invitation. She was a goddamn goddess of defiance and lust, even now, in her most vulnerable state. And I wanted to take her again, right here, right now, to bury myself deep inside her and forget the poisonous truth she'd just handed me. But there was no time. Not now. I turned away, heading to the master closet, pulling out a plain dark silk robe I sometimes wore after my morning showers. I tossed it onto the bed, landing it near her trembling hand. Put it on. We're moving. She fumbled with the silk, her fingers clumsy as she tried to gather the luxurious fabric around her nakedness. I watched her from the periphery of my vision, a primal satisfaction curdling in my gut. She was mine. Every fucking inch. And now, she was irrevocably entwined in my war. While she dressed, I pulled out my phone, a secure encrypted device no one outside my inner circle could trace. My thumb hovered over a contact. Not Ivan. Ivan was loyal, efficient, but too close to Valentine, too trusting. I needed an outside source, someone with no ties to the existing hierarchy, someone I occasionally used for the dirtiest, most discreet jobs. Vlad. My mind raced, cold logic overriding the lingering heat of my rage. Valentine. The name still felt alien, a betrayal too profound to comprehend. He had been a fixture in my life, a rock. A snake hiding in plain sight. How many years? How many secrets had I unknowingly shared? How many times had he smiled, his eyes glinting with false loyalty while plotting my downfall? The thought was a festering wound. "Liam?" Rose's voice was soft, barely a whisper, pulling me from my dark thoughts. I turned. She was standing by the bed, the heavy silk robe draped around her, hiding the bruises, concealing the truth of our recent encounter. But her eyes, those beautiful blue-green eyes, still held a raw, exposed vulnerability. And a haunting question. "What now?" she asked, her voice stronger this time, a hint of that stubborn curiosity returning. "What about Valentine?" My gaze hardened. Now we move. Before he realizes his game is up. My fingers clenched around my phone. He's too ingrained, too strategic. He wouldn't have made a move unless he had contingencies. Unless he had a plan to neutralize me, to take over. He was working with Volkov, she reminded me, her voice trembling slightly. My father's journal mentioned the serpent, in connection with the crescent moon cipher. That was 70 years ago. This has been a generational war. "I know," I growled, the bitter taste of Volkov's name on my tongue. My father hated him. And he hated my father. It seems the old grudges run deeper than blood. The irony was a punch to the gut. Valentine, the man who was supposed to uphold my father's legacy, was the one dismantling it. "What will you do?" she pressed, stepping closer, her hand clutching the silk robe around her. I met her gaze, allowing her to see the cold, brutal truth in my eyes. "I will make him pay. With every drop of blood in his body. And everyone who aided him. But I need to be sure. I need concrete evidence. Evidence that even the Bratva Council can't deny. Otherwise, it will look like an internal purge, a sign of weakness. And I cannot afford weakness." "The ledgers," she said, her eyes gleaming with an unexpected spark of intelligence, of purpose. "The ones with the cipher. And the shipping manifests. The security reports for the waterfront properties. I can cross-reference everything. I know how to find the anomalies, the patterns. My father's journal has more clues if we dig deeper." A corner of my mouth quirked, a grim, humorless smile. "So, my little historian wants to play detective, eh? You want to dig into my dirty laundry, expose my traitors?" "I want to survive," she countered, her chin lifting, that stubborn fire flaring. "And if surviving means dismantling the man who tried to destroy you, who tried to destroy my family by extension, then yes. I want to play." My gaze lingered on her, a mix of possessive pride and residual rage. She was infuriating. Reckless. But she was also brilliant. A weapon I hadn't known I possessed. A vital asset in a war one was now truly fighting on two fronts, externally against Volkov, and internally against the cancer of betrayal. "Good," I said, my voice low and dangerous. "Because we start now." I made the call to Vlad, speaking in quick, clipped Russian, giving him specific instructions, discreet surveillance on a list of secondary contacts, a background check on any recent large financial transfers linked to Valentine's shell companies, a full sweep of his known safe houses. The words flowed, cold and efficient, painting a picture of a man moving to dismantle an invisible enemy. As I spoke, I walked toward the hidden elevator behind the rotating bookshelf in my study, the one that led to the archives. Rose followed, her footsteps soft on the polished marble. The anger still simmered, a low hum beneath my skin, but it was now channeled, focused. My mind was a steel trap, processing, planning. "We need to secure all physical evidence," I explained, my voice echoing in the quiet hallway. "Before Valentine realizes, his loose ends are unraveling. He'll move fast once he suspects I'm onto him." "What about him?" Rose asked, her voice barely audible. Will he be warned?" I glanced at her over my shoulder, my eyes narrowed. "Not by me. And not yet. I need to know the full extent of his network. Who else is compromised? Who else Volkov has bought?" The elevator descended with a soft hum, carrying us deeper into the belly of my empire, into the cold, dry air of the archives. The scent of old paper and dust, mingled with the metallic tang that always seemed to cling to this place, filled my nostrils. The true vault of the Morozovs, a repository of their power, their secrets, and their sins. And now, The battlefield where I would dismantle a cancerous betrayal. Your father's journal, I began, turning to her as the elevator doors opened onto the vast, dimly lit expanse of shelves. Where is it? Every note, every scrap of paper he ever touched. Bring it all. She nodded, her eyes wide, taking in the daunting task ahead. It's in the study, in the hidden compartment. I can retrieve it. Good. My gaze swept over the meticulously organized shelves, already envisioning the chaos I would unleash, the layers of deception I would peel back. You will start with the Morozov Holdings ledger, 1948 to 1952. Cross-reference every transaction with the crescent moon cipher. Look for new dates, new patterns. Any unusual activity that links to the waterfront properties. I already did that, she said, a hint of pride in her voice despite her fear. That's how I found Valentine. The VA, in the coded initials. The subtle diversions of resources. I stared at her, a strange mix of exasperation and grudging admiration. She had been busy. Very busy. Then you will redo it. Every single page. Every transaction. And this time, you'll show me everything. Every anomaly. Every suspicious detail. You will teach me to see what you see. Her eyes met mine, a challenge and a reluctant surrender. And if I find more? More names? More proof? You bring it directly to me, I commanded, stepping closer, until our bodies were almost touching in the narrow aisle between shelves. My voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl. And you tell no one else. No one. Not even Ivan. Especially not Ivan. Is that understood, Rose? She nodded, her throat working. Understood. My hand reached out, cupping her chin, my thumb tracing the swollen curve of her lip. Her breath hitched, her body tensing beneath my touch. The lingering anger still pulsed, a dark current between us, but it was now laced with a potent, unsettling possessiveness. She was invaluable. She was mine. And she was going to help me destroy my enemy. You are my eyes now, Rose, I whispered, my gaze dropping to her mouth, the taste of her still on my tongue. My ears. My weapon. You will navigate these shadows, expose these betrayals. And in return, my thumb brushed her lower lip, a deliberate, sensual provocation. You will be protected. You will be kept. And you will be punished severely if you ever lie to me again. Or if you ever again try to use your clever little mind to play games with my men. Her eyes, wide and terrified, flickered with an unwanted desire. I felt the familiar pull, the raw, primal urge to claim her, to remind her of her absolute subservience even as she became my co-conspirator. The scent of her, vanilla and something uniquely hers, filled my senses, a potent counterpoint to the dust and history of the archives. I understand, Liam, she whispered, her voice barely audible, her body swaying subtly toward mine, a silent, unwilling acquiescence. Good. I leaned in, my lips brushing hers, a soft, brutal kiss that was more a seal than a lover's embrace. My tongue darted out, tracing the outline of her swollen lips, tasting the faint remnants of our earlier encounter. It was a reminder, a promise, and a threat. Now get to work. I want answers, and I want them fast. I pulled back, turning away, my mind already calculating the next moves, the dominoes that needed to fall. I left her standing there, surrounded by the weight of generations of Morozov's secrets, a delicate figure shrouded in my dark silk, now irrevocably bound to the brutal unfolding of my war. My empire might be bleeding, but I would make damn sure it didn't die. And Valentine, that snake in my garden, would learn the true meaning of Krovny Dolg. He wouldn't know what hit him. But Rose would. And she would be right by my side. I moved through the archives, pulling out more ledgers, old maps, ancient land deeds, anything that could shed light on Volkov's historical movements, anything that could have been compromised. My men, the few I could truly trust, would be put on high alert. Ivan, despite his apparent loyalty, would be discreetly watched. No one was above suspicion now. The weight of the betrayal was a cold, hard stone in my chest, but the fury fueled me, sharpened my focus. Rose was right. This wasn't just a recent attack. It was a generational vendetta, a festering wound that had finally erupted. And I would cauterize it with fire and blood. I looked at Rose, now hunched over a large table, already poring over a faded ledger, her brow furrowed in concentration. She was still terrified, still violated, but she was working. She was using her mind, her skills to fight my war. My unwilling weapon. My dangerous Rose. This alliance, born of brutal necessity and raw power, would either destroy us both, or forge something unbreakable. I just didn't know which. And right now, I didn't care. All I cared about was crushing Valentin, and anyone else who dared to conspire against the Morozov name. The hunt had begun. And this time, I wouldn't stop until every last serpent was decapitated. The chill in the archives seemed to deepen, mirroring the cold resolve in my soul. I was ready.
Chapter 20. Rose POV. The frigid air of the archives was a stark contrast to the burning heat that still pulsed beneath my skin, a phantom echo of Liam's brutal claiming. Every muscle in my body ached, a testament to his rage, his possessiveness, and my own unwilling submission. My lips were still swollen, tender reminders of his punishing kisses, and the silk robe he tossed at me felt like a cage, obscuring the bruises that mapped my recent violation. But here, in this vast dust-choked tomb of Morozov's secrets, a different kind of fire ignited within me. Not one of terror or submission, but of cold, sharp purpose. He called me his weapon. His eyes. His ears. His horror. And in that twisted reality, I found a terrifying kind of power. If I was to survive this gilded cage, if I was to protect the shredded remnants of my family from the Krovny dolg that tethered us to this monster, I had to understand his world. And the only way to understand was to dive headfirst into the very heart of its darkness. Liam had gone. After his brutal pronouncements, after sealing his demands with a kiss that was both promise and threat, he'd vanished deeper into the labyrinthine shelves, a restless shadow seeking his own answers. I could still hear the faint rustle of old paper, the low guttural murmur of his voice on the secure line, the predatory hum of his presence. He was dismantling his empire from within, piece by bloody piece, and I was his unwilling accomplice. My fingers, still trembling slightly, traced the faded script of the Morozov Holdings ledger, circa 1948. The Crescent Moon cipher. My father's journal. Valentin. The serpent. All the pieces, scattered like shards of broken glass, were slowly coming together, forming a horrifying tapestry of betrayal. The cold certainty settled in my gut. Liam was right. This wasn't a recent skirmish. This was a war decades in the making, a festering wound passed down through generations. My family, innocent as they were, had merely been the latest pawns in a game far older and bloodier than I could have imagined. The archives were oppressive, a mausoleum of forgotten grudges and accumulated power. The air, heavy with the scent of aging paper and metallic dust, pressed in on me, suffocating. I hunched over the massive table, a solitary figure dwarfed by the towering shelves. The sheer volume of ledgers, maps, and land deeds was staggering. Each page I turned was a whisper from the past, each figure a potential clue. Liam wanted me to find the anomalies, to teach him to see what I saw. He wanted my historian's mind, my eye for detail, my ability to connect the seemingly disparate threads of history. And I, in my desperate need to survive, to understand, to somehow gain a measure of control, would give it to him. Hours bled into one another. My eyes burned, my head throbbed, but I couldn't stop. The numbers danced before my eyes, a dizzying array of figures, dates, and cryptic notations. I cross-referenced the Morozov Holdings ledger with other documents, old shipping manifests, bills of sale for waterfront properties that seemed to change hands with suspicious frequency. The Crescent Moon cipher, a delicate symbol of deceit, appeared again and again, subtly woven into the margins, a secret language only those initiated could truly understand. VA. I whispered the initials, tracing them with a trembling finger. Valentin Arkadievich. The loyal consigliere. The quiet shadow. The viper. The betrayal was so profound, so audacious, it almost defied belief. He had been there since Liam was a child, a trusted figure, a mentor. And all this time he had been playing a long, patient game, slowly siphoning off resources, building alliances, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. My stomach twisted. Liam's father, the ruthless head of the Bratva, had trusted him. And now, Liam himself had been blinded by a loyalty that was nothing but a carefully constructed facade. It was a terrifying thought, how easily trust could be weaponized, how deeply betrayal could run. A sudden sharp clang echoed from somewhere above, a metallic shriek that ripped through the quiet of the archives. I stiffened, my head snapping up. The sound was unusual, out of place in the sterile silence of the Morozov vault. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. "Liam?" I called out, my voice a thin thread in the vast space. No answer. Only the unnerving silence, now amplified by the lingering echo of the clang. A prickle of unease crawled up my spine. Liam had mentioned an imminent attack, a swift retaliation once Valentine realized his game was up. Had he moved already? Was this clash a part of his plan, or something far more sinister? I scrambled to my feet, the silk robe tangling around my legs. My eyes darted around the archive, searching for any sign of Liam, any hint of what was happening. The shelves seemed to stretch endlessly into the gloom, a maze of shadows and forgotten secrets. Another sound, closer this time. A dull thud, followed by a muffled shout, quickly silenced. My breath hitched. This wasn't Liam's controlled, brutal efficiency. This felt chaotic, violent, unplanned. "Liam?" I screamed his name, a desperate raw cry. My mind raced. The hidden elevator. It was our only way out. But it was in his study, far from here. And he had sent his most loyal men, Ivan, away on sensitive assignments. He was exposed. We were exposed. A cold dread seeped into my bones. He had thought he was preparing for a counterattack, but what if Valentine had moved first? What if this was the ambush he hadn't seen coming? I ran, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete floor, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I had to warn him. I had to. Even if it meant facing his wrath, his disdain, his brutal possessiveness. I couldn't let him fall. Not after everything. Not after he had ripped open my world, only to show me the true enemy. The archives led into a series of long, dimly lit corridors, each one feeling longer, more labyrinthine than the last. The air grew heavier, the metallic tang stronger. I could hear distant shouts now, muffled by the thick walls, but undeniably present. Gunshots. A burst of automatic fire, then a sickeningly familiar silence. My blood ran cold. I burst out of the archives, through a series of inconspicuous doors, and into the main corridor that led to the penthouse's private wing. The opulence that usually grated on me now felt like a cruel joke, a facade shattered by the encroaching chaos. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and something else, something metallic and raw that made my stomach churn. Blood. "Liam?" I screamed, my voice raw, breaking. I saw it then. The scene was pure pandemonium. Two of Liam's guards lay sprawled on the polished marble, dark pools spreading beneath them. One of them, a man I recognized from Liam's inner circle, twitched, a gruesome gargle escaping his lips before he fell still. My breath hitched. This wasn't a minor skirmish. This was a full-blown assault. And then I saw him. Liam? He was near the entrance to his study, a smoking pistol in his hand, his dark suit already marred with a fresh crimson stain blooming on his shoulder. His jaw was clenched, his steel-gray eyes blazing with a feral rage. He was fighting, a blur of lethal grace, against three men, their faces obscured by ski masks. One was already down, a crumpled heap at his feet. But the other two were relentless, pressing him, their own weapons spitting fire. My mind screamed. He was outnumbered. He was wounded. "Liam, behind you!" I shrieked, my voice cracking, a desperate, useless plea. He turned, his eyes briefly locking onto mine, a flash of pure, unadulterated fury and something else. Surprise? Alarm, before his gaze snapped back to the fight. He registered my presence, my stupid, reckless emergence from the safety of the archives, and I knew in that split second that he was furious. He would have dragged me back, punished me, but there was no time. As if on cue, a dark, hulking figure detached itself from the shadows near the service elevator. Not one of Liam's men. This one was different. Taller. Broader. And in his hand he held not a gun, but a heavy, blunt object, glinting ominously under the emergency lights. My blood ran cold. It wasn't Valentine. This was someone else. Someone unexpected. Liam was locked in a brutal dance, his movements powerful but clearly hampered by his shoulder wound. He dodged a wild swing from one masked assailant, firing a shot that grazed the man's arm. But the distraction was fatal. The hulking figure moved with terrifying speed, a silent, deadly shadow. I watched, frozen in horror, as the blunt object swung, connecting with Liam's head with a sickening crack. The sound echoed through the hall, a death knell. Liam's body stiffened, his eyes widening in shock, then slowly, agonizingly he crumpled. His pistol clattered to the marble floor, spinning away, out of his reach. He fell, a heavy, lifeless heap, his dark hair fanning out around his head, a grotesque halo. A new, larger stain bloomed on his immaculate white shirt near his temple. Liam? The scream tore from my throat, raw and animalistic, ripping through the chaos, a desperate cry for the man I hated, the man I loved, the man who was now bleeding out before my eyes. The world seemed to spin, colors blurring, sounds distorting. The acrid smell of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, the sickening thud of Liam's fall. It all rushed at me, overwhelming my senses. My legs gave out. I stumbled, falling to my knees on the cold, hard floor, my eyes fixated on Liam's still form, his unmoving body, the deepening crimson pool beneath his head. My scream had drawn attention. I felt a brutal hand seize my arm, dragging me up, pulling me roughly away from the scene. Another hand clamped over my mouth, suffocating my cries, pressing so hard I tasted blood. The silk robe tore, ripping from my shoulder, exposing my naked skin to the harsh, cold air. I thrashed, fighting with a ferocity I didn't know I possessed, my nails clawing at the hand on my mouth, my bare feet kicking at my captors. But they were too strong. Too many. 2 men, their faces masked, their eyes cold and unfeeling, pulled me backward, away from Liam, away from the carnage. My vision blurred, tears streaming down my face, mixing with the dust and fear. I fought, desperate to get back to him, to reach him, to somehow save him. But his body lay still, so terribly still, amidst the fallen guards and the lingering scent of smoke. As they dragged me towards the service elevator, pulling me into the shadows, a final, horrifying image seared itself into my mind. Liam's eyes, wide and unseeing, staring up at the opulent ceiling, his face pale, his dark hair soaked in his own blood. Liam? The name was a choked whisper, lost beneath the hand covering my mouth, lost to the rising tide of fear and darkness that threatened to consume me. The elevator doors hissed open, a gaping maw swallowing me whole. I was dragged inside, thrown into the cramped space, my body hitting the cold metal floor with a painful thud. The doors began to close, sealing me in, separating me from the brutal reality I had just witnessed. Through the narrowing gap, my last glimpse was of the chaotic scene, more men entering, moving swiftly, efficiently. And Liam. Still unmoving. Still bleeding. The darkness enveloped me as the doors clicked shut, plunging me into a terrifying, suffocating blackness. I was alone. Utterly, terribly alone. Liam was gone. And I was at the mercy of his enemies. To be continued. Next book, The Cruelest War. Available now. Rose. They thought breaking my body would make me betray him. They were wrong. I survived the dark, the pain, the cages meant to erase me. I learned how to bleed without screaming, how to turn fear into a weapon. And through it all, one truth kept me alive. Liam Morozov is coming. When we reunite, love isn't soft. It's scarred. It's violent. It's forged in betrayal and blood. And the man who saves me is not the same man I left behind. A war is rising. A ghost from his past wants his crown. And loving him might cost me my soul. Liam. They took her from me and left me for dead. That was their first mistake. Rose Collins survived hell, and I will drown the world to bring her home. Every enemy will fall. Every traitor will bleed. And the brother I thought I lost may be the one who destroys us both. She sees the darkness in me now. She knows what I am. But if this war demands a monster, I will become something far worse, because she is mine, and I do not lose what belongs to me. This is the second book in the Gilded Brutality series. Reading order. The Deadliest Debt. The Cruelest War. The Final Claim. Did you love The Deadliest Debt, Dark Mafia Romance? Then you should read The Cruelest War, Dark Mafia Romance by Daisy Fox. Rose. They thought breaking my body would make me betray him. They were wrong. I survived the dark, the pain, the cages meant to erase me. I learned how to bleed without screaming, how to turn fear into a weapon. And through it all, one truth kept me alive. Liam Morozov is coming. When we reunite, love isn't soft. It's scarred. It's violent. It's forged in betrayal and blood. And the man who saves me is not the same man I left behind. A war is rising. A ghost from his past wants his crown. And loving him might cost me my soul.
Liam. They took her from me and left me for dead. That was their first mistake. Rose Collins survived hell, and I will drown the world to bring her home. Every enemy will fall. Every traitor will bleed. And the brother I thought I lost may be the one who destroys us both. She sees the darkness in me now. She knows what I am. But if this war demands a monster, I will become something far worse, because she is mine, and I do not lose what belongs to me. This is the second book in the Gilded Brutality series. Reading order. The Deadliest Debt, the Cruelest War, the Final Claim.
Also by Daisy Fox. Crown of Sin series. King of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. King of Vice, Dark Mafia Romance. King of Wrath, Dark Mafia Romance. Dark Oath series. Dark Oath, Dark Mafia Romance series, 3 books in 1. Crave the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Fear the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Own the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Gilded Brutality series. The Deadliest Debt, Dark Mafia Romance. He Billionaire's Game series. The Billionaire Bet, a Billionaire Romance. Rule of Blood series. His Witness, Dark Mafia Romance. His Captive, Dark Mafia Romance. His Queen, Dark Mafia Romance. The Billionaire's Game series. The Billionaire Lie, a Billionaire Romance. The Billionaire Vow, a Billionaire Romance. The Safe with You Duet. Vow of Honor, Dark Mafia Romance. Vow of Desire, Dark Mafia Romance. The Safe with You Duet, Deutsche Ausgabe. Vow of Honor, Eine Dunkel Mafia Romanze. Vow of Desire, Eine Dunkel Mafia Romanze. Rose. I was never meant to belong to him. I was art, history, quiet resistance, until my family's debt turned me into collateral. Liam Morozov doesn't negotiate. He takes. His world is violence wrapped in power, a throne built from blood and silence. He cages me in luxury and calls it protection. He touches me like I'm already his and dares me to deny it. I fight him. I burn for him. And somewhere between defiance and desire, I uncover a secret that could destroy his empire. I was meant to be the payment. Instead, I became the weakness that could get us both killed.
Liam. She was supposed to be leverage. A debt settled. A problem contained. Rose Collins walked into my world with fire in her spine and rebellion in her eyes, and suddenly the rules no longer applied. She defied me, tempted me, challenged every monster I worked to become. I own cities. I command men. I break enemies. But her, she makes me hesitate. And hesitation is deadly in my world. If anyone touches what's mine, I will burn the city to the ground to get her back. This is the first book in the Gilded Brutality series. Reading order. The Deadliest Debt. The Cruelest War. The Final Claim. Prologue. Liam POV. The taste of stale bread and weak tea was a familiar comfort in the Morozov safe house, a stark contrast to the saccharine sweetness of the kasha my mother insisted on for breakfast at our Brooklyn home. I was 10, small for my age, but already carrying the weight of a name that hummed with a dangerous undercurrent whenever the older men spoke it. Today it was just me and Boris, a hulking brute with a kind smile and a shotgun always within reach. My father, a shadow of a man even then, was working. He was always working, always absent, leaving my mother to fill the silence with her nervous laughter and the scent of expensive perfume. Boris had just finished a story about a bear, a silly tale about a bear who lost his honey, when the first crack echoed. Not a clap of thunder, not a car backfiring, but a sound that ripped through the quiet like fabric tearing. Boris's smile vanished, replaced by a grim set to his jaw. He shoved me behind a worn armchair, the scratchy wool digging into my cheek. "Stay here, Mally. Don't move. Don't make a sound." His voice, usually a deep rumble, was a raw whisper. Another crack, closer this time, followed by the shattering of glass. The bear story, the stale bread, the weak tea, it all evaporated, replaced by the icy grip of fear that coiled in my gut. I pressed myself deeper into the chair, my small body trembling, trying to be as invisible as Boris had commanded. Footsteps, heavy and numerous, stomped through the house. Shouts in a language I recognized as our own, but laced with a venom I'd never heard. Then the screams started. My mother's. High-pitched, desperate, tearing through the flimsy walls of the safe house, through the very fabric of my fragile childhood. They were not the screams of a woman angry or frustrated, but of a creature in agony, pleading for something that would never come. A primal sound that would forever be etched into the deepest, darkest corners of my memory. I wanted to run. Wanted to call out, to rip through the thin veil of the armchair and find her, to pull her away from whatever horrors were unfolding. But Boris's words, "Don't move, don't make a sound," held me captive. My muscles were locked, frozen in a terror so profound, it felt like my blood had turned to ice. The screams intensified, then choked, then silence. An even more terrifying silence than the screams themselves. A silence that hummed with death. The smell came next. Coppery and metallic, thick and cloying, it permeated the air, sticking to the back of my throat. Blood. So much blood. I didn't need to see it, to know. My nose, young and inexperienced with such horrors, instinctively recoiled, but the smell clung, refusing to dissipate. It was the smell of broken things, of life extinguished. More shouts, closer now. The heavy thud of Boris's shotgun hitting the floor, just outside my hiding spot. A guttural cry, then a sickening wet sound like fruit being crushed underfoot. A different voice, one I didn't recognize, spoke Russian with a harsh accent, cold and triumphant. Footsteps approached the armchair, slow and deliberate, each one echoing the pounding of my heart. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying, begging to whatever god my grandmother used to whisper to that they wouldn't find me. A heavy boot scraped against the floor, inches from my head. I could feel the vibrations through the threadbare carpet, through the very bones of my skull. The air thickened, heavy with the stench of cheap cologne and the lingering metallic tang. I heard a grunt, a sigh, then the footsteps retreated. They were leaving. They were really leaving. I stayed hidden for what felt like an eternity, my breath caught in my lungs, the muscles in my diaphragm screaming for air. Only when the distant roar of a car engine faded into the hum of the city did I dare to move. My limbs were stiff, my body aching from the unnatural position. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself up, my eyes still scanning, searching for any lingering threat. The living room was a battlefield. Glass shards glinted like malevolent stars on the floor, mixing with splinters of wood from furniture that had been brutalized. The walls were splattered with dark, angry stains that told a gruesome story. And Boris. Boris was slumped against the wall, his kind eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, a gaping wound where his chest used to be. The shotgun lay beside him, useless. But it was the hallway that drew me, a terrifying magnet pulling me toward the inevitable. My small feet crunched on debris as I stumbled forward, my heart hammering against my ribs, a drumbeat of dread. The sight in the hallway made me gag, the sour bile rising in my throat. My mother lay twisted on the floor, her beautiful auburn hair fanned around her head in a macabre halo, her eyes wide and unseeing. Her dress, the one she wore for special occasions, was soaked crimson. A pool of it spread beneath her, dark and sticky, reflecting the shattered ceiling light. "Mama." The word was a bare whisper, a fragile thread snapped by the sheer impossibility of what lay before me. I knelt beside her, my hands hovering, not daring to touch. She was cold. So terribly cold. Her face, usually so full of life, was a mask of terror. And then I saw it, a small silver locket clutched in her hand, a locket I knew contained a faded photo of my father and her from happier times. It was bent, crushed, a symbol of everything that had just been destroyed. The silence in the house pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. The screams were gone, but their echoes reverberated in my head, joined now by the absolute gut-wrenching finality of her stillness. My mother, my protective doting mother, was gone. And I had done nothing. I was too small, too weak, too scared. A wave of shame, hot and bitter, washed over me, mingling with the grief. I don't know how long I stayed there, crouched beside her, the coppery scent burning my nostrils, the image of her lifeless eyes searing itself into my brain. Time ceased to exist. Only the cold, the silence, and the overwhelming emptiness remained. Then the front door creaked open. My head snapped up, my body tensing, expecting more monsters. But it wasn't. It was him. My father. He stood in the doorway, a tall, imposing figure silhouetted against the fading light of the late afternoon. His eyes, usually guarded and unreadable, were wide with a terror that mirrored my own. But it was fleeting. In a fraction of a second, that terror morphed into something else entirely. Something cold, hard, and utterly ruthless. His gaze swept over Boris, then to my mother, then finally to me, still kneeling in the crimson puddle. He didn't cry out. He didn't drop to his knees. He didn't offer a single word of comfort. Instead, his jaw clenched, a muscle ticking in his cheek. His hand went to the small, ornate pistol tucked into his waistband, his fingers caressing the cold steel. A grim, predatory calm settled over him, replacing the flicker of human emotion. It was as if he'd shed the skin of a husband and donned the armor of a monster. He moved then, not to console, but to assess. He checked Boris, a curt nod confirming the inevitable. Then he moved to my mother, his eyes lingering on the locket. He reached down, his fingers surprisingly gentle as he closed her eyelids, erasing the terror from her gaze. He didn't cry. He didn't shed a single tear. His face was a mask of stone. He turned to me, his steel-gray eyes so much like my own, piercing through the haze of my shock. There was no pity there, no soft words. Only a brutal, unwavering resolve. "This is our world, Mally," he said, his voice a low growl, devoid of any warmth. "This is what happens when you are weak. When you let others take what is yours." His gaze hardened, fixing me with an intensity that burned. "They will pay. Every last one of them. You understand?" I nodded, unable to speak, the word weak echoing in my ears, scorching its way into my soul. I understood. In that moment, surrounded by the wreckage of my family, bathed in my mother's blood, I understood everything. The screams, the silence, the cold, the fear, the shame of my helplessness, it coalesced into a single burning purpose. My father, the man I barely knew, had just been forged into a chieftain of the Bratva, a force of brutal, unyielding power. And in that same fire, watching him, listening to him, I was forged too. The soft, scared boy died there on the blood-soaked floor, replaced by a cold, calculating resolve. A promise whispered on the breath of a dying memory. No one would ever take what was mine again. I would never be weak. I would never allow myself, or those I claimed, to be vulnerable. Vengeance would be a cold dish, served with precision. Power would be my shield, my crown, and my cross. The screams and the smell of blood never left me. They became the fuel, the constant burning reminder of what I was and what I was destined to become. A Morozov. A shadow forged in the ashes of a family.
Chapter 1. Rose POV. The familiar scent of linseed oil and turpentine was usually my sanctuary. Here, in the heart of my Manhattan studio, surrounded by the ghosts of centuries past, faded canvases, brittle parchments, and the intricate lacework of decaying wood, I found my peace. My hands, calloused and stained with pigment, worked with a delicate precision born of years. Today it was a fragment of a Baroque altarpiece, a cherub's wing barely clinging to its gilded frame. Each brushstroke, each careful application of solution, was a meditation, a silent conversation with the artisans who came before me. The hum of the city, usually a distant murmur, felt miles away, drowned out by the quiet reverence of my work. I traced the curve of the cherub's cheekbone, imagining the ancient craftsman's hand, his devotion poured into every detail. This wasn't just a job, it was a calling. To breathe life back into forgotten beauty, to mend what time and neglect had ravaged. It was my identity, the core of who Rose Collins was. An independent woman, fiercely dedicated to art, living a life of quiet purpose. My phone, a jarringly modern rectangle against the rustic wood of my workbench, buzzed. I ignored it. It could wait. Deadlines were fluid in my world, dictated by the fragility of the past, not the urgency of the present. But it buzzed again, then again. A persistent, insistent vibration that felt less like a notification and more like an alarm bell. Finally, with a sigh, I wiped my hands on a rag and picked it up. My sister, Clara. Her name glowed on the screen, usually a source of pleasant distraction, a quick chat about our mother's latest eccentricities, or a gossip about a gallery opening. But this time, her picture, usually beaming, looked frantic. Clara? Everything okay? My voice was calm, a habit from years of dealing with delicate objects. Rose? Oh God, Rose, you have to help us. Her voice was a ragged whisper, laced with a fear that instantly tightened my chest. It wasn't Clara's usual dramatics. This was raw terror. My blood ran cold. Help you? Help with what? What's going on? I abandoned the cherub, the brush falling with a soft clatter against the table. My world was suddenly rushing back in, the distant city roar closing in. It's Dad, she choked out, a sob tearing through her words. He made a mistake. A really big mistake. A mistake? My father, Arthur Collins, was a mild-mannered man, a college professor. His biggest mistakes usually involved burning dinner or misplacing his glasses. Clara, what are you talking about? What kind of mistake? The gambling Rose. He got in over his head. Way over. And now they're here. The they hung in the air, heavy and menacing, conjuring images from bad movies. But this wasn't a movie. Clara's breath hitched, a desperate gasp. The Morozovs. They're here. At the house. The Morozovs. The name hit me like a physical blow, colder and sharper than any winter wind off the Hudson. Even in my sheltered world of art and history, the name Morozov wasn't entirely unknown. Whispers of a Russian syndicate, brutal and unforgiving, occasionally filtered through the city's undercurrents. Snippets from news reports about unexplained disappearances or sudden violent ends for those who crossed them. They were a myth, a boogeyman, certainly not a reality that could touch my family. My family was normal. Academic. Boring even. Morozov? Clara, that's impossible. Dad doesn't deal with people like that. He just plays poker with his old college buddies. My voice was thin, bordering on disbelief, but a knot of dread was already twisting in my stomach. Not just poker, Rose. He borrowed money, a lot of money. For his research, for his investments. He thought he could pay it back, he swore he would. But he couldn't. And now it's a blood debt, they said. A family debt. She dissolved into choked sobs. They said they want you. The phone felt heavy, suddenly too hot against my ear. My hand started to shake. Want me? What do you mean they want me? My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. This was a nightmare. This couldn't be real. As payment, Clara whimpered, the word twisting in her mouth like something rotten. A guarantee. A bride. For their leader. Liam Morozov. The world tilted. My sanctuary, my quiet studio, suddenly felt like a fragile glass bubble about to shatter. The cherub on my workbench blurred. A bride. Forced. The words were a grotesque parody of everything I understood about love, about choice, about life. My life? No, I whispered, the word barely audible. No, Clara, you have to be wrong. This is insane. I'm not some object to be traded. This isn't the 18th century. They said if you don't come, if you don't agree, they'll make Dad disappear. And Mom. And me. They'll take everything, Rose. And then they'll take our lives. They showed us what they do. Her voice was a broken testament to something unspeakable she'd witnessed. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. My stomach churned, bile rising in my throat. I pictured my gentle, absent-minded father, my perpetually worried mother, my always a mess sister. Innocent. Defenseless. They wouldn't stand a chance against people like the Morozovs. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a bad debt collector. This was something ancient, primal, terrifying. Where do I go? The words were torn from my throat, raw and agonizing. The question itself was a surrender, a painful acknowledgement that I had no choice. My fiercely guarded independence, my carefully built life, crumbling into dust around me. They'll send someone to pick you up. They said to be ready by sundown. At your studio. Don't call anyone. Don't try anything, Rose. Please. Just go with them. For us. Clara's plea was desperate, a final soul-crushing burden placed upon my shoulders. The line went dead, leaving me in a terrifying silence, broken only by the frantic thump of my own heart. Sundown. That was in a few hours. A few hours until my life, as I knew it, was obliterated. I stared at the cherub, its innocent smiling face seeming to mock my impending doom. Art, beauty, history, they suddenly felt utterly meaningless. What good was preserving the past when my present was being brutally dismantled? My hands clenched, nails digging into my palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks on my skin. This wasn't just fear, it was a burgeoning rage. Rage at my father's reckless stupidity, at Clara's terrified helplessness, at the unseen faceless men who thought they could simply take me. A cold, hard defiance began to simmer beneath the terror. I wouldn't go willingly. I might be forced, but I wouldn't break. Not yet. I would fight. But how? Against whom? Against what? My eyes scanned the room, once a haven, now feeling like a trap. The security system I'd installed myself felt useless. The sturdy lock on the door, a joke. They were coming for me. And I had nowhere to run. I walked to my small, cramped bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. My reflection stared back, pale and wide-eyed, a stranger. My usually vibrant auburn hair, now damp, clung to my temples. My blue-green eyes, usually full of curiosity, were clouded with a fear I'd never known. My lips, normally full and inviting, were pressed into a thin, grim line. This wasn't me. Not the Rose I knew. But this was who I was now, a pawn, a piece of property. The thought made me sick to my stomach, but also ignited a spark of something dangerous. My body, a vessel I'd always taken for granted, suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. It was no longer just mine. It was currency. Payment. And the man who would claim it, Liam Morozov, was a phantom of brute force and cold calculation. The thought of his touch, his claim, sent a shiver down my spine that was equal parts dread and a perverse, sickening curiosity. How could someone take another person as payment? What kind of monster did that? What kind of monster would I become to survive it? I forced myself to pack a small bag. Not much. Some clothes, a worn leather-bound sketchbook, a small set of my favorite pencils. The bare essentials of my former life, a desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of myself. Each item felt like a betrayal of the life I was leaving behind, a surrender. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and bruised purple, the shadows in my studio grew longer, more sinister. The city outside, usually a symphony of honking taxis and distant sirens, seemed to hold its breath. I stood by the large arched window, watching the last slivers of daylight disappear, plunging the familiar cityscape into the inky blackness of night. And then, a black SUV, sleek and impossibly dark, pulled up silently to the curb below. No flashing lights, no blaring horn. Just a silent, predatory presence. Its tinted windows reflected the last vestiges of twilight, opaque and unyielding, hiding whatever or whoever was inside. My breath hitched. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. This was it. The end of Rose Collins, independent art restorer. The beginning of what? A knock, sharp and authoritative, echoed through the quiet studio. Not a hesitant tap, but a firm, unyielding strike, announcing arrival and demanding immediate attention. No polite ring of the doorbell, no gentle inquiry. This was an intrusion, a declaration. I didn't answer right away. I couldn't. My feet felt cemented to the floor. My throat was dry, my mouth suddenly tasting like ash. My eyes darted around my studio one last time, trying to imprint every detail of my sanctuary into my memory. The unfinished cherub, the scent of solvents, the dust motes dancing in the last artificial light from my task lamp. A life gone. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. And then a deep, gravelly voice, muffled but unmistakable, cut through the door. Rose Collins. It's time. No question. Just a statement. A command. My stomach dropped. Time. Time to face the monster. Time to become payment. Time to walk into the dark. My hand reached for the doorknob, cold and metallic beneath my trembling fingers. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to summon a courage I didn't know I possessed. This wasn't about surviving, it was about not breaking. About not letting them see the fear. Not yet. My vision was still fixed on the door, the only barrier between my old life and whatever hell awaited me. The silence in the studio was oppressive, heavy with unspoken threats. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to fight. But the image of my family, terrified and vulnerable, flashed behind my eyes. I had no choice. With a final, desperate resolve, I twisted the doorknob. The click echoed like a death knell in the stillness. My hand slipped from the cool metal, leaving me exposed, trembling. The door swung open slowly, revealing the encroaching darkness and the looming silhouette of a man who would drag me into it. My new life had begun, not with a bang, but with the terrifying, suffocating silence of a cage door closing. Chapter 2. Rose POV. The doorknob was still cold against my palm, the click of the latch echoing in the sudden, cavernous silence of my studio. My hand slipped, leaving me exposed, trembling, as the door swung open slowly, a gaping maw into the encroaching night. Two hulking figures filled the frame, eclipsing the weak hallway light, their silhouettes like monoliths of impending doom. They weren't men in suits, not exactly. One was a mountain of muscle, a shaved head glinting under the sparse light, eyes like chips of granite. The other, leaner but no less dangerous, had a scar that snaked from his temple down to his jaw, giving his face a permanent, unsettling sneer. Both wore dark, expensive clothes that seemed to cling to their formidable frames, and the air around them hummed with a quiet, lethal efficiency. No pleasantries, no gentle introductions. They were simply there. Rose Collins? The mountain of a man spoke, his voice surprisingly deep but devoid of inflection, like a programmed response. My throat was dry, my mouth a wasteland. I swallowed, a painful scraping sound. Yes, I managed, a single word, a mere breath. My gaze darted past them, to the black SUV idling silently below, its engine a low thrum against the city's muted drone. It wasn't waiting, it was watching. Bag, the Scarface man grunted, his hand out, a silent demand. My small duffel, packed with the meager remnants of my former life, felt heavy, a pathetic symbol of surrender. I clutched it tighter, a last flicker of defiance. The granite eyes narrowed. Now? His tone was flat, but the unspoken threat in it was as clear as a bell. These weren't men to argue with. These weren't men to test. They were the physical embodiment of the Morozov syndicate, and they had come for me. My fingers, numb and clumsy, finally released the bag. Scarface snatched it, his movement swift and economical, tossing it into the back of the studio. No, not tossing. Placing it with a controlled force that still made my heart jump. He didn't care about my belongings. He cared about me. Let's go, Krasavitsa, the bigger man said. A term I didn't recognize but sensed was not a compliment, not from him. He didn't touch me, but his presence was a physical force, hurting me forward. I stumbled, my legs suddenly foreign, unresponsive. My meticulously organized studio, my haven, now felt like a stage set, hastily abandoned. The unfinished cherub on the workbench seemed to weep for me, its painted smile a mockery. Outside, the cool evening air hit me, a shock to my heated skin. The black SUV sat at the curb, a predator patiently waiting. I was guided into the back seat, the door opening and closing with a heavy final thud that felt like the clang of a prison gate. The leather seats were cool, expensive, smelling faintly of new car and something else, something metallic like a faint ghost of blood. Or maybe that was just my imagination, my fear manifesting. The windows were tinted, absolute black from the inside out. I couldn't see anything, not the familiar streets, not the reassuring lights of my city. The world outside ceased to exist. I was in a box, a cage on wheels, hurtling towards an unknown fate. The two men sat in the front silent, their backs unyielding. They might as well have been made of stone. My breath hitched, a silent sob catching in my throat. This wasn't happening. This isn't real. But the cold leather beneath my hands, the steady hum of the engine, the suffocating silence, it was all too real. My life, my carefully constructed, independent life, was dissolving into ash around me. Who was Rose Collins now? A debt. A payment. A bride. The word tasted like poison. My mind raced, scrambling for an escape route, a plan, anything. But there was nothing. No phone, no allies, no way out. The sheer, overwhelming power of these men, of the Morozovs, was a crushing weight. My father, my mother, Clara, their faces flashed behind my eyes, pale and terrified. I had done this for them. I had surrendered for them. The thought was a bitter pill, mixing with the hot, burgeoning rage that simmered beneath my terror. Rage at my father for his incomprehensible stupidity, rage at the world for its brutal unfairness, rage at the unseen monster who was claiming me as his property. The drive was long, silent, punctuated only by the subtle shifts of the car. We left the familiar hum of Manhattan, the city's pulse gradually fading into a more desolate quiet. The air in the car grew heavy, suffocating. I gripped my knees, knuckles white, forcing myself to breathe, to not break. I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. I might be terrified, but I wasn't broken. Not yet. Eventually the car slowed, a subtle change in momentum. Then it stopped. A jarring click signaled the unlocking of the doors, and the mountain man opened mine. The air that rushed in was damp and cold, carrying a faint metallic tang, a hint of something industrial and stale. I looked out. We were in what appeared to be an abandoned lot, surrounded by skeletal trees and crumbling concrete walls. Ahead, a massive, windowless building loomed, a concrete monstrosity swallowed by the encroaching night. No lights, no signs. Just a dark, oppressive presence. A warehouse. My stomach clenched. This wasn't an opulent penthouse. This was a prelude. Out, the man ordered, his hand gesturing, not touching, but the command was absolute. I stepped out onto uneven gravel, my heels sinking slightly, making me unsteady. The silence was deafening here, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft crunch of our shoes on the gravel. The warehouse itself was a hulking shadow, its sheer size intimidating, its darkness absolute. It exuded an aura of forgotten industry, but also a more primal, dangerous power. They led me to a side door, a heavy rusted steel slab that groaned as it opened, revealing an interior that was even darker than the outside. A single bare bulb hung high above, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters as we entered. The air inside was colder, heavy with the scent of dust, damp concrete, and something vaguely acrid, metallic. The space was vast, cavernous, filled with the ghostly outlines of forgotten machinery, draped in white sheets like slumbering giants. My footsteps echoed, each one a sharp, alien sound in the immense quiet. My eyes strained in the gloom, trying to make sense of my surroundings, my senses on high alert. This place felt like a tomb or a cage. They led me past rows of obscured forms, their shapes vague and unsettling, until we reached a more open area. In the center, a single polished mahogany table stood, stark against the grime. A single chair, high-backed and imposing, was pulled up to it. And in that chair, silhouetted against a slightly brighter patch of distant filtered light, sat a man. My breath caught. He was a shadow, but even in the gloom, his presence was undeniable, a palpable force that seemed to suck the oxygen from the air. He was utterly still, like a hunter waiting for its prey. The two men who brought me here fell back, melting into the shadows, leaving me alone, exposed, bathed in the dim, unforgiving light of the single bulb. He slowly, deliberately moved his hand, reaching for something on the table. A lighter flared, casting his face in sharp relief for a fleeting second. Dark hair, impeccably cut. A strong jaw, a neatly trimmed beard. And eyes, even from a distance they were a penetrating, chilling gray. Steel. Like his character description had warned. This was Liam Morozov. He lit a cigar, the sweet earthy scent a strange counterpoint to the industrial decay around us. He took a slow drag, the tip glowing red, then exhaled a plume of thick white smoke that curled lazily into the stagnant air. His movements were fluid, controlled, predatory. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge my presence, not directly. It was a power play, a deliberate act of dehumanization. I was nothing more than an object to be appraised, owned. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against my bones. Fear, hot and cold, washed over me, mingling with a perverse, sickening curiosity. This was the monster. This was the man who now owned my life. Finally, he lifted his head. His eyes, those steel-gray eyes, fixed on me. They were cold, merciless, assessing every inch of my being, stripping away my layers of defiance, leaving me raw and vulnerable. I felt like a bug under a microscope, utterly powerless. "Rose Collins," he said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the cavernous space, a deep, gravelly tone that was rich with authority yet strangely alluring despite its menace. It was the voice of a man who was used to being obeyed, whose words were law. "Welcome to my world." I didn't answer. I couldn't. My tongue felt thick, useless. I just stared, trying to project an ounce of the defiance that still burned in my gut, even as my knees trembled. He took another slow drag from his cigar, his gaze never leaving mine. It felt invasive, violating, as if he could see straight into my soul, read every frightened, rebellious thought. "Your father? Arthur Collins. A fool but persistent. He gambled with things he shouldn't have. He lost." His words were measured, precise, each one a hammer blow. "The debt is considerable. Far more than he could ever hope to repay. His life and the lives of your family were forfeit." He paused, letting the weight of that sink in. "But I am a man of consideration." The word was a twist of irony, a cruel joke. "A deal was made. Their lives for yours." My stomach churned, bile rising in my throat. I knew this, Clara had told me, but hearing it from him from the source of the nightmare made it brutally real. "You are the payment, Rose. The collateral. My property." His eyes lingered on my body, a possessive, predatory gleam entering their depths. My skin crawled, but also inexplicably, a shiver of something else, something electric, dark and thrilling, raced down my spine. It horrified me, this involuntary response. "I am not property," I whispered, the words barely audible, but I forced them out, my voice raspy with a defiance that surprised even myself. He chuckled then, a low, humorless sound that sent a chill through me. "Oh, but you are Moya Rosa." He stood up slowly, fluidly, rising to his full imposing height. He was taller than I'd imagined, his musculature defined even beneath his expensive suit. He moved with a grace that was both elegant and lethally efficient. He was a predator, through and through. He walked around the table, his steps deliberate, unhurried, each one echoing the growing tension in the room. He stopped just a few feet from me, close enough for me to feel the heat radiating from his body, to smell the rich tobacco and something else, something uniquely masculine and dangerous. I had to tilt my head back to meet his gaze, and the proximity was suffocating, overwhelming. "You will learn, little flower," he murmured, his voice now lower, more intimate, yet infinitely more menacing. His eyes dropped to my lips, then to my chest, a slow, deliberate appraisal that made me feel utterly naked, exposed. "You will learn your place." He reached out, his large hand slowly, deliberately, lifting a strand of my auburn hair that had escaped its confines. His fingers brushed against my cheek, a feather-light touch that sent a jolt of alarm and something akin to reluctant desire through me. My breath hitched. He wasn't rough, not yet, but the implied threat, the absolute certainty of his claim, was more potent than any physical assault. "Your fire," he continued, his thumb now gently tracing the curve of my jaw. "It is interesting. I enjoy a challenge." His eyes met mine again, a dark, dangerous promise in their depths. "But even the wildest roses can be tamed. And you, Krasavaya, will be mine. Completely." He leaned in, his face impossibly close, his scent filling my nostrils, overwhelming my senses. My eyes widened, caught in his steel gaze. I could feel his breath on my lips, hot and heavy. He was going to kiss me. I instinctively recoiled, a small, pathetic whimper escaping my throat. He paused, a dark, knowing smile playing on his lips. "Good," he whispered, his voice a low growl that vibrated through my chest. "Fear is a useful emotion. It teaches obedience." He didn't kiss me. Not then. Instead, his hand slid from my jaw down my neck and then firmly gripped my wrist. Not painfully, but with an iron grip that left no doubt of his strength or his control. "We have much to discuss, little flower," he said, his voice hardening, pulling me back from the precipice of my internal confusion. "But not here. This is merely where you learn your new reality." He tugged, a subtle, irresistible pull that forced me to take a step forward. My small bag, forgotten in the shadows, seemed a world away. "You will come with me," he commanded, his eyes boring into mine, daring me to resist. "To your new home." My home? My jaw clenched, my teeth digging into my lower lip. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in my chest, but the spark of defiance, though flickering, refused to be extinguished. I might be his captive, his payment, his forced bride. But I wouldn't go quietly. I would make him pay for every inch of my stolen freedom. He turned, still holding my wrist, and began to walk, leading me back towards the heavy steel door. I stumbled to keep up, my eyes darting back to the looming empty chair, the remnants of his cigar smoke still clinging to the air. The monster had claimed his prize. And the real nightmare was just beginning. My new life, not with a bang, but with a terrifying, suffocating grip, pulling me into the darkest depths. Chapter 3. Rose POV. His grip on my wrist was an iron band, pulling me along in his wake. My legs, still unsteady from the shock of his presence, scrambled to keep pace as he steered me towards the heavy steel door of the warehouse. The monster had claimed his prize, and there was no pretense, no gentle transition. Just a terrifying, suffocating grip pulling me into the darkest depths. The stale metallic scent of the warehouse clung to us, a grim perfume for my new reality. We stepped back out into the cool night air. The black SUV was still idling, a silent predatory beast. One of his hulking guards opened the door for us. A silent gesture that felt more like a cage being opened than an invitation. Liam didn't release my wrist until I was already halfway inside, shoving me onto the plush leather seat with a force that wasn't brutal, but left no doubt of his superior strength. His presence alone was enough to pin me against the expensive upholstery, my breath catching in my throat. He slid in beside me, closing the door himself. The click was final, echoing in the confined space, sealing us in. The other two brutes took their places in the front, the divider between us and them opaque, absolute. Suddenly, the cavernous warehouse felt like a distant memory, replaced by the suffocating intimacy of the back seat. Here there was no space to breathe, no escape from him. His scent, rich tobacco and something powerfully masculine, filled my nostrils, overwhelming me. "You can't do this," I gasped, the words tumbling out before I could censor them, a desperate, pathetic attempt at defiance. "You can't just take me. This isn't right. It's not legal." He didn't even look at me. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, his jaw tight, muscles rippling under his skin. "Legal?" His voice was a low growl, laced with a chilling amusement. "You think legality has any bearing on my world, Moya Rosa?" He finally turned his head, those steel-gray eyes boring into mine, merciless. "Your father incurred a debt. A blood debt." He understood the terms. "My father is a professor, not a criminal." My voice rose, a raw, desperate cry. "He was tricked. He wouldn't knowingly make a deal with people like you." A slow, humorless smile played on his lips. "Foolishness is not innocence, Rose. It is merely ignorance. And ignorance has a price. You are that price." He shifted, turning his body fully towards me, effectively trapping me against the door. His thigh brushed against mine, a searing heat that sent a jolt of alarm through my core, mingling with that perverse, unwanted spark of dark fascination. His eyes dropped to my lips, lingering there, making me acutely aware of their fullness, of the soft vulnerability of my mouth. "I won't be your payment," I whispered, my voice trembling but still holding a sliver of my shattered resolve. "I won't be your bride. I won't let you do this." His hand, large and calloused, moved with deliberate slowness. He didn't touch my face, didn't grab my arm. Instead, his fingers brushed the hair from my collarbone, his thumb tracing the delicate curve of my neck just beneath my ear. A shiver, involuntary and unwelcome, ripped through me. It wasn't pain, it was an invading intimacy. A silent promise of ownership that made my skin prickle with both fear and a sickening awareness. "You have no say in the matter, little flower," he murmured, his voice a low, dangerous caress that vibrated through me. "Your defiance, it is charming. For now. But it will break. And when it does, you will learn to obey." His thumb pressed lightly against the pulse point in my neck, a silent, stark reminder of the power he held over my life, my very heartbeat. "You will learn to take pleasure in your obedience." My breath hitched. The implied threat, the crude certainty in his tone, was far more potent than any shouted command. He wasn't just claiming my body as payment, he was claiming my will, my spirit. My throat tightened and I wanted to scream, to rail against him, but the words died in my throat, choked by the suffocating weight of his presence, his raw, unapologetic dominance. "Who are you to decide that?" I managed, my voice thin, a mere whisper against the roar of my fear. He leaned in closer, his head tilting, those steel eyes piercing through me. His lips, full and firm, were mere inches from mine, and I could feel the heat radiating from him, the subtle shift of the car beneath us, the only thing keeping our bodies from completely touching. "I am Liam Morozov," he said, his voice a low guttural rumble that vibrated through my chest. "And I decide everything. Especially when it comes to what is mine." He didn't kiss me, not this time. He didn't need to. The sheer force of his will, the undeniable claim in his eyes, was a far more invasive kiss. He held me there, suspended in the agonizing tension of his proximity, until the car slowed, a subtle change in momentum signaling our arrival. He finally pulled back, the warmth of his thigh leaving a cold void against mine. But his gaze never left me, a silent promise that the reprieve was temporary. The car stopped with a soft sigh. The door opened, revealing a brightly lit, elegant underground garage. Not the dank industrial decay of the warehouse, but polished concrete, gleaming chrome, and the faint clean scent of expensive car wax. The guards in front were already out, holding the doors open, their faces impassive. "Out," Liam commanded, his voice back to its usual gravitas, dismissing the intimate, violating encounter in the car as if it had never happened. But the lingering phantom touch on my neck, the imprint of his gaze, told me it was very real. I stepped out, my legs still trembling, into a world of polished marble and hushed opulence. We were in the heart of the city again, but a part of it I'd never seen, never imagined. This wasn't a bohemian studio or a professor's suburban home. This was a fortress of wealth and power. He led me towards a private elevator, its doors a gleaming expanse of brushed steel. Inside, the cabin was silently luxurious, ascending with a speed that made my ears pop. As we climbed, I glimpsed flashes of the city lights through the panoramic window, a dazzling tapestry of glittering buildings, winding rivers of traffic, and distant constellations of streetlights. My city. But seen from a height that emphasized its vastness, and my own minuscule, insignificant place within it now. The elevator chimed softly, opening directly into a vast, sprawling penthouse. My jaw went slack. The space was breathtaking, stretching out endlessly, framed by floor-to-ceiling windows that offered an uninterrupted, glittering vista of Manhattan. The decor was modern, stark, and undeniably expensive: dark wood, cool metals, minimalist art, and plush, oversized furniture in muted tones. It exuded an aura of controlled power, of a ruthless aesthetic. It was beautiful. And it was a cage. A gilded cage, indeed. "Your new home, Rose," Liam's voice rumbled from beside me, breaking through my stunned silence. He walked further into the living area, his movements fluid, possessive, as if the entire sprawling space bent to his will. "Make yourself comfortable. Or don't. It makes no difference to me." My gaze swept across the room. There was no warmth here, no personal touches, no cherished clutter of a life lived. It was magnificent but cold, sterile, reflecting the man who owned it. A marble bar gleamed in one corner. A state-of-the-art entertainment system dominated another wall. And everywhere, art. Not the peeling, ancient canvases I dedicated my life to, but stark, contemporary pieces, bold and often unsettling. My eyes found him again. He had moved to one of the panoramic windows, his back to me, gazing out at the city he controlled. He was a king in his castle, and I was merely a captive jewel in his crown. The reality of it hit me with the force of a physical blow. My independence, my spirit, my very choice in life, all ripped away, brutally, mercilessly. A wave of nausea washed over me, a bitter taste rising in my throat. This wasn't a temporary inconvenience. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was it. This was my life now. Owned. Controlled. Trapped. I had been dragged from my sanctuary, stripped of my identity, and deposited into an opulent prison. The rage that had simmered beneath my terror now coalesced into a cold, hard knot in my gut. He thought he could break me. He thought he could tame me. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms, the sharp pain a welcome distraction from the overwhelming despair. I might be his prisoner, but I would not be his pet. I would not break. Not yet. I would find a way to make him regret the day he ever laid claim to Rose Collins. He turned from the window, his steel gaze finding mine across the vast expanse of the penthouse. He walked towards me, slowly, deliberately, each step echoing the impending doom. He stopped just inches away, his shadow falling over me, consuming me. "Your room is through there," he gestured with a tilt of his head towards a dark hallway. "Don't try anything foolish. This penthouse is a fortress. And my men are everywhere." His eyes dropped to my lips again, a possessive, almost hungry gleam in their depths. "We will discuss your duties in the morning. For tonight, simply exist. In my world. As my property." He reached out, his hand sliding to the nape of my neck, his thumb pressing into the sensitive skin beneath my hairline. It was a gesture of ownership, of a master claiming his chattel. My body stiffened, a silent scream of protest echoing in my mind, even as a strange, unwelcome warmth spread through me. The audacity of him, the sheer raw power was terrifying, but also in a way I couldn't comprehend, utterly electrifying. "Sleep well, moja krasovetsa," he whispered, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. And then he squeezed gently, just enough to make me whimper, just enough to stamp his claim, before he released me. He turned, leaving me standing alone in the vast cold space, the glittering city lights mocking my imprisonment. My hand instinctively went to my neck, feeling the phantom imprint of his touch. My world had not just been shattered, it had been twisted, reshaped into something dark and dangerous. My life was no longer mine. It was his. And the fight, I knew, had only just begun. Chapter 4. Rose POV. The heavy door to my new prison room clicked shut, the sound echoing with a chilling finality. Liam's retreating footsteps, measured and powerful, faded down the long hallway, leaving me in a silence that felt heavier, colder than any tomb. This wasn't just a room, it was a mausoleum for my freedom. I stood there trembling, my hand still pressed to the nape of my neck where his fingers had squeezed, branding me with his touch. The phantom warmth lingered, a sickening reminder of his claim, his absolute dominion. My eyes scanned the opulent space. It was a bedroom beyond anything I'd ever known, a massive king-size bed with crisp, dark sheets, a sleek chaise lounge, a walk-in closet whose mirrored doors reflected my own pale, terrified face. The private bathroom, glimpsed through an open doorway, was a study in marble and polished chrome. Yet, no matter how luxurious, it was still a cell. My bag, the paltry collection of my old life, had been placed neatly on a mahogany dresser. I walked over, my movements stiff, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. I opened it, running my fingers over the worn leather of my sketchbook, the familiar coolness of my pencils. They felt alien here, out of place in this stark, controlled environment. A wave of despair, thick and suffocating, washed over me. This wasn't a temporary nightmare. This was my life now. The raw terror that had gripped me in the car and the warehouse had begun to morph, twisting into a hot, poisonous knot of anger. Anger at my father, at Clara, at the universe, but most intensely at Liam Morozov. He thought he could break me? Turn me into some obedient toy? My jaw clenched, my teeth digging into the soft flesh of my inner cheek. He didn't know me. He didn't know the fire that burned beneath the quiet exterior of Rose Collins. I wouldn't break. I wouldn't. My eyes landed on the floor-to-ceiling windows that comprised an entire wall of the room. They offered the same breathtaking, glittering vista of Manhattan as the living area, an endless tapestry of light and shadow, but from this height the city felt impossibly distant, unreachable. A cruel joke. I walked towards them, pressing my palm against the cool glass. The penthouse was dozens of stories high, the streets below a dizzying blur. No escape there. I turned, searching. There had to be a way out. This wasn't some ancient ruin I was restoring, it was a modern building. There were always emergency exits, service stairwells, something. My heart began to pound with a renewed, desperate energy. I wasn't just going to exist in his world. I was going to fight my way out of it. I checked the door, twisting the ornate handle. It was unlocked. Too easy. Liam Morozov wasn't a fool. I pushed it open slowly, peering out into the darkened hallway. The main living area, vast and still, was to my left. To my right the hall stretched, lined with other closed doors. I listened. Nothing. Just the faint hum of the building, a low mechanical thrum that vibrated through the floorboards. My pulse throbbed in my ears. This was it. The first attempt. I pulled the door gently shut, leaving it ajar just a crack, a silent promise of my return. My bare feet made no sound on the plush carpet as I crept into the hallway, my senses on high alert. The air was cool, faintly scented with expensive cologne and a hint of the cigar smoke that clung to Liam. I moved like a shadow, my eyes darting, searching for anything that looked like an exit. Each closed door was a mystery, each shadow a potential threat. I was a rat in a maze, but a rat with a desperate burning will to survive. I found a service panel flush with the wall, but it was locked tight. Further down, an innocuous door, almost invisible against the dark wood paneling. I tried the handle. Locked. Of course. Where were the guards? Liam had said his men were everywhere. Were they ghosts? Or were they just that good, watching from unseen cameras, waiting for me to make a move. The thought made my skin crawl, the feeling of being watched, constantly observed. It was a violation far more insidious than a physical touch. I continued my silent patrol, my frustration growing with each dead end. This place was a fortress, just as he had boasted. Designed to keep people out, yes, but also terrifyingly to keep people in. There were no windows in the hallway, no fire escape, nothing that hinted at a path to freedom. Only closed doors, impenetrable walls, and the suffocating sense of being utterly alone. My despair was starting to claw at my throat, but my rage pushed back. I wouldn't give up. Not yet. I had to find something. Then I saw it. A faint red light, barely visible, blinking rhythmically above what looked like a small service elevator door, tucked away in a shadowed alcove. My heart leapt. An elevator. It wouldn't lead directly outside, but it might lead to a different floor, a different part of the building. A chance to get away from this penthouse. A chance to find an unsupervised exit, a stairwell, anything. Hope, fragile but fierce, surged through me. This was it. My chance. I crept closer, my movements careful, deliberate. The elevator door was plain, unadorned, industrial metal, a stark contrast to the opulence of the penthouse. I reached for the call button, my finger hovering, my breath held. This was a gamble, a desperate, foolish gamble, but I had to take it. For my family. For myself. My hand was about to press the button when a deep, cold voice cut through the silence, making me jump, my blood turning to ice. Going somewhere, Moya Rosa? My head whipped around. Liam? He stood at the end of the hallway, bathed in the soft, ambient glow of the city lights filtering through the main living area. He was leaning against the doorframe of what looked like his own bedroom, arms crossed over his formidable chest, his dark hair a little mussed as if he'd just woken. But his eyes, those steel-gray eyes, were wide awake, burning with a chilling intensity, watching me. He hadn't moved, but his presence filled the hallway, crushing the air from my lungs. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror and shame. He'd known. He'd been waiting. A mouse in his trap, and I had walked right into it. I was just looking for a glass of water, I stammered, the lie tasting like ash on my tongue, pathetically flimsy against the cold certainty in his gaze. My throat was dry, tighter than a vice. He pushed off the doorframe, his movement fluid, predatory, slowly stalking towards me. Each step resonated through the quiet, closing the distance between us, amplifying the suffocating power of his presence. Water? His voice was a low growl, laced with a dangerous amusement that sent a shiver down my spine. At 3 a.m? And you thought the service elevator was the quickest route to the kitchen? My pathetic excuse crumbled. There was no point in lying. He saw right through me. The rage that had fueled my escape attempt now flared, mingling with a fresh wave of defiant terror. I won't stay here. I hissed, the words a desperate whisper. You can't keep me here. He stopped just a few feet from me, his shadow falling over me, consuming me whole. He was wearing dark silk pajama bottoms that clung to his powerful thighs, his chest bare, a canvas of defined muscle and subtle, meaningful tattoos. The sight of his raw masculine power, so close, so uninhibited, was a visceral assault on my senses, terrifying and, to my horror, undeniably magnetic. A spark of that dark, unwanted fascination ignited deep within me. His eyes narrowed, hardening to granite. I can and I will. His hand shot out, not touching me, but slamming against the wall beside my head, his forearm caging me against the cold metal of the elevator door. The sudden impact made me flinch, a terrified gasp escaping my lips. His body was impossibly close, pressing against mine, the heat radiating from his bare skin searing through my thin nightshirt. The scent of him, that powerful masculine tobacco and cologne, was overwhelming, filling my lungs, intoxicating and suffocating all at once. You like to test my patience, little flower, he murmured, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that vibrated through my chest, deep into my bones. His gaze was fixed on my eyes, but I felt the heat of his bare chest against my breasts, the hard press of his thigh against my hip. I could feel the frantic beat of my own heart, a hummingbird trapped in a cage. I warned you. This is my world. And you are mine. My breath hitched. I could feel the desperate tremble starting deep in my core, threatening to spread through my limbs. I pressed back against the cold metal, desperate for an inch of space, but there was nowhere to go. I am not yours. I spat, a last desperate flicker of defiance. I am Rose Collins. I belong to no one. A dark, humorless chuckle vibrated through him, and through me. His head dipped, his jaw shadowed by a faint stubble brushing against my temple. Oh, but you do, he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. You are the payment for your father's foolishness. My collateral. My property. His hand, the one not caging me, moved slowly, deliberately to my jaw, his thumb pressing into the sensitive skin beneath my ear, tilting my head back. My eyes widened, locked on his. They were pools of steel, merciless, cold, but with a predatory gleam that made my stomach clench. He was going to kiss me. And this time, there would be no pretense of a warning. His lips, full and firm, descended on mine with brutal, possessive force. It wasn't a kiss of passion, or even anger, but a raw, undeniable act of domination. His mouth crushed mine, stealing my breath, forcing my lips apart. His tongue, hot and insistent, invaded my mouth, a brazen trespass that left no room for resistance. I tasted tobacco, his lingering morning breath, and a primal, intoxicating masculinity that made my head swim. A moan, half fear, half something else, something sickeningly close to unwilling arousal, caught in my throat, swallowed by his deep, invasive kiss. My hands instinctively came up to push against his hard, bare chest, but my fingers merely splayed against the unyielding muscle, finding no purchase, no space to retreat. The sheer force of his mouth, the relentless pressure of his body pinning me, was overwhelming. My knees felt like water, threatening to buckle beneath me. His fingers, still on my jaw, tightened, holding me captive as his tongue plundered, claiming every corner of my mouth. I felt violated, utterly exposed, yet a perverse, humiliating current of heat began to spread through my veins, mixing with the terror. My body, against my will, responded to his crude dominance, a traitorous shiver of unwanted excitement dancing along my spine. He was punishing me, dominating me, and a part of me, the part one hated, was trembling on the edge of surrender to the raw, animalistic power of it. He broke the kiss abruptly, pulling back just enough for me to gasp for air, my lips swollen and tingling. His eyes, dark and heavy-lidded, stared down at me, triumphant. His breathing was ragged, mirroring my own. You are mine, Rose, he growled, his voice thick with a raw, primal possessiveness that sent another unwanted jolt through me. His eyes dropped to my swollen lips, then trailed slowly down my throat, to the rapid pulse beating frantically at its base, before settling on my chest, where my nipples had tightened under the thin fabric of my nightshirt, betraying my body's shameful response. Try to run again, he warned, his voice a low guttural menace, and the consequences will be far worse. This was merely a taste of what I will do to make you understand. To make you obey. His thumb, still on my jaw, moved, tracing the line of my lower lip, then dipped into my mouth, a quick, intimate stroke against my tongue that left me gasping. He tasted his own possession on me, a savage triumph. He leaned in, his lips brushing against my ear, his voice dropping to a rough whisper that sent shivers down my entire body. I will break you, Rose. Not your spirit, for that I find interesting. But your will. And when I am done, you will beg me to take you. You will crave my touch, my every command. You will learn that your freedom means nothing compared to the pleasure I can give you. He pulled back fully, his hand leaving my face, leaving me swaying, dizzy and disoriented. The wall suddenly felt cold against my back, the metal of the elevator door a harsh reality. He stepped away, creating a space between us, but the imprint of his body, his scent, the memory of his invasive kiss, clung to me like a second skin. He walked back down the hallway, his powerful stride unhurried, leaving me standing there, shaking, breathing heavily. He paused at the door of his room, turning his head slightly. His steel eyes met mine, a dark, dangerous promise in their depths. Go back to your room, Rose, he commanded, his voice back to its usual gravitas, but with an underlying threat that was unmistakable. And sleep? You will need your rest. We have much to discuss in the morning. I stood frozen, watching him. He didn't wait for me to obey. He simply turned and disappeared back into his room, the door clicking softly shut behind him, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence of the hallway. My legs finally gave out, and I slid down the cold metal of the elevator door, landing on the plush carpet with a soft thump. My hands went to my lips, touching them, still tingling, still swollen, still tasting him. The terror was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now laced with something far more insidious. A perverse, sickening awareness of my own body's betrayal, a terrifying acknowledgement of the dark, unwanted spark he had ignited within me. He wanted to break me. He wanted to make me crave him. And to my utter horror, a small, terrified part of me wondered if he might succeed. My fiercely guarded independence, my carefully constructed identity felt fragile, bruised. But the rage was still burning, a low, persistent ember beneath the ashes of my fear. This was just the beginning. And I wouldn't let him win. Not yet. Chapter 5. Rose POV. My legs finally gave out, and I slid down the cold metal of the service elevator door, landing on the plush carpet with a soft thump. My hands went to my lips, touching them, still tingling, still swollen, still tasting him. The lingering phantom touch on my neck, the brutal possessive press of his body, the invasive sweep of his tongue, it all burned under my skin. The terror was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now laced with something far more insidious. A perverse, sickening awareness of my own body's betrayal, a terrifying acknowledgement of the dark, unwanted spark he had ignited within me. He wanted to break me. He wanted to make me crave him. And to my utter horror, a small, terrified part of me wondered if he might succeed. My fiercely guarded independence, my carefully constructed identity felt fragile, bruised. But the rage was still burning, a low, persistent ember beneath the ashes of my fear. This was just the beginning. And I wouldn't let him win. Not yet. I lay there for a long time, curled into a ball on the floor, listening to the oppressive silence of the penthouse. The city lights outside, once a comforting blanket, now felt like mocking eyes, millions of them watching my humiliation. Eventually, the cold of the metal seeping through my thin nightshirt became too much. My muscles ached, a deep, bone-weary exhaustion settling over me. I pushed myself up slowly, stiffly, my legs still shaky. My room? My opulent prison. I stumbled back towards it, the short distance feeling like a marathon. The door, thankfully, was still ajar. I slipped inside, pulling it shut with a soft click. The sheer physical exhaustion was overwhelming. I needed to sleep, to escape, even if just for a few hours, from the suffocating reality of my situation. I peeled off my nightshirt, the fabric feeling scratchy against my raw skin. I didn't bother with anything else, just crawled into the massive bed, pulling the crisp, cool sheets up to my chin. The mattress swallowed me, soft and luxurious, a cruel comfort. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, Liam's steel-gray gaze, his lips pressing down on mine, his whispered threats flashed behind my eyelids. The image of his bare, powerful chest, the subtle tattoos hinting at stories I didn't know, haunted me. I tossed and turned, the scent of him still clinging to my skin, to the air in the room. It was everywhere. Suffocating. I wanted to scream, to lash out, to rip him from my mind, but he was embedded there, a dangerous, invasive presence. The hot shame of my body's reaction to him pulsed through me, a sickening counterpoint to my fury. How could I hate him so much and feel that? The thought made me want to gag. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in soft, bruised purples and grays, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. My eyes burned, my head throbbed. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the plush carpet feeling alien beneath my bare feet. I needed a shower, anything to wash away the feeling of him, the lingering scent, the memory of his violation. The bathroom was as opulent as the bedroom. A massive walk-in shower with multiple heads, a deep soaking tub, and a vanity laden with expensive, unopened toiletries. I stripped, turning the water to scalding hot, hoping to burn away the grime of the night. The water drummed against my skin, a relentless assault that did little to clear my head. I scrubbed hard until my skin was red and tender, but the feeling of being tainted persisted. Liam's touch, his mouth, his claim, it was tattooed onto my very soul. Dressed in a pair of simple black pants and a cream silk blouse from the meager clothes in my bag, I felt a flicker of my old self, a tiny spark of defiance. I might be his prisoner, but I would not look like one. I brushed my long auburn hair, pulled it back into a neat ponytail, and stared at my reflection. My eyes, usually a vibrant blue-green, were shadowed, but the stubborn glint was still there. Rose Collins. Not a piece of property. Not yet. Stepping out into the hallway felt like walking onto a stage. The penthouse was quiet, almost eerily so. The vast living area was bathed in the cool early morning light, revealing every stark line, every expensive impersonal detail. It was beautiful, yes, but it hummed with an unsettling emptiness, a sterile perfection that mirrored Liam himself. A soft clatter from what I assumed was the kitchen drew my attention. My stomach rumbled, a sharp reminder that I hadn't eaten since before the nightmare began. I followed the sound, finding a gleaming, state-of-the-art kitchen that looked like it belonged in a magazine. A woman stood at the counter, her back to me, pouring coffee. She was older, perhaps in her late 50s, with salt and pepper hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her frame was trim, her movements efficient. She wore a dark, neat uniform. A housekeeper. "Good morning," I said, my voice raspy, making her jump. She turned, her eyes, dark and intelligent, scanning me quickly. There was no warmth in her gaze, no pity, just a professional assessment. "Ms. Collins," she said, her accent thick Slavic. "Breakfast is ready." She gestured to a small, sleek breakfast bar where a single place was set, complete with fresh fruit, pastries, and a steaming cup of coffee. "Thank you," I murmured, my gaze lingering on her. She seemed as much a part of this cold, controlled environment as the expensive furniture. Who are you?" "Natalia," she replied, her tone clipped, returning to her tasks without further explanation. "And I am here to ensure your needs are met. Within reason." Within reason. The words hung in the air, a subtle reminder of my captivity. I sat at the breakfast bar, picking at a croissant. The food was delicious, but my appetite was gone, replaced by a churning anxiety. "Where is Liam?" I asked, hating the tremor in my voice. Natalia paused, wiping down a marble counter with a meticulous hand. "Mr. Morozov has already left for his morning engagements. He instructed me to inform you that he will return this evening. You are not to leave the penthouse. His men are observant." Observant. A chill went down my spine. So they weren't ghosts. They were watching. Always. My escape attempt last night had been a pathetic charade, and he had known it all along. He'd simply been toying with me, enjoying my futile efforts before he put me back in my place. The thought fueled my anger, hardening the knot in my gut. The day stretched out long and empty. I explored the penthouse, each room a testament to Liam's power and his preference for stark, impersonal luxury. The vast living room, the formal dining area, a large intimidating office with a massive desk and more contemporary art. Everything was impeccably clean, polished to a high sheen, but utterly devoid of any personal touch. No family photos, no comfortable worn books, no mementos. It was the lair of a king, but a lonely one. I found a small library, lined with dark leather-bound books that looked more for display than for reading. I pulled one out, a first edition beautifully preserved, its pages crisp and untouched. Liam Morozov didn't read for pleasure. He accumulated. Everything in this penthouse was an acquisition, a demonstration of wealth and power. I wondered if he saw me the same way. Just another valuable object to be displayed, to be owned. The thought infuriated me. I wasn't a thing. I was Rose Collins. A historian, an artist, a woman who valued freedom above all else. I would not let him strip me of that. I wouldn't. Natalia moved silently through the penthouse, a watchful shadow. She offered lunch, a light, exquisite meal I barely touched. She answered my questions with terse, factual replies, never giving more information than necessary. I tried to glean something, anything about Liam, about his world from her, but she was a wall. Immovable. As the afternoon wore on, a suffocating boredom set in, mingling with my fear and rage. I paced, restless like a caged animal. My hands itched to create, to draw, to restore, but my sketchbook felt useless here, a relic from a life that no longer existed. I missed my studio, the smell of turpentine and old paper, the quiet hum of my own thoughts. I missed my freedom. The sun began to set, painting the Manhattan skyline in fiery hues of orange and purple. The city from this height was breathtaking, a symphony of light and shadow. But it was also a reminder of my isolation, of the impenetrable glass separating me from the world I knew. Then I heard it. The faint click of the elevator doors opening in the living area. My heart lurched, a frantic drumbeat in my chest. He was back. I stood frozen in the middle of the living room, facing the elevator, waiting. Liam Morozov stepped out, his presence immediately dominating the vast space. He wasn't alone. 2 men, his guards, were with him, but they fell back, melting into the shadows as he advanced. He was dressed impeccably, a dark, expensive suit that hugged his broad shoulders, making his frame look even more formidable. His dark hair was perfect, his beard neatly trimmed. His steel-gray eyes, however, were the same as they had been last night, cold, assessing, dangerously intelligent. And possessive. They swept over me, a slow, deliberate appraisal that made my skin prickle with both fear and that familiar, sickening spark of unwanted awareness. "Rose," he said, his voice a low rumble, devoid of warmth, but with an underlying current of raw power that vibrated through the air. "I trust Natalia made you comfortable." It wasn't a question. "As comfortable as one can be in a gilded cage," I retorted, the words spilling out before I could stop them. My chin lifted, a defiant gesture even as my knees trembled slightly. A faint, humorless smile played on his lips, a flash of white against the dark stubble of his jaw. "Still playing the rebel, Moya Rosa? I find that commendable. For now." He walked towards me, his steps measured, predatory. The guards in the background remained impassive, silent statues. He stopped just a few feet from me, close enough for me to smell his expensive cologne, the lingering scent of his cigar. His eyes dropped to my lips, swollen and still tender from his brutal kiss, then back up to mine. "You met Natalia. You understand the rules. This penthouse is your domain for now. But you do not leave it. You do not speak to anyone outside this circle without my express permission. And you do not, under any circumstances, try to run again." His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it carried the weight of absolute authority, a threat thinly veiled beneath the calm facade. My breath hitched in my throat. I wanted to scream, to defy him again, but the memory of his body pressing against mine, his tongue invading my mouth, was too fresh, too potent. "What is my duty?" I asked, forcing the words out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Am I to be your captive ornament? Your trophy wife?" His eyes narrowed, a glint of something dangerous entering their depths. He reached out, his hand slowly, deliberately lifting a strand of my hair that had escaped my ponytail. His fingers brushed against my temple, sending a jolt of alarm through me. "You are my collateral, Rose. My payment. For now, yes, you will exist as I dictate." His thumb brushed against my earlobe, a feather-light touch that still made my skin prickle. "But you are also more than that. You are the woman who will bear my name. The woman who will stand by my side. And you will learn what that means in time." His eyes lingered on my mouth, a possessive, hungry gleam in their depths. The air between us was thick with unspoken tension, with the echoes of last night's brutal kiss. He was reminding me, without a single word, of his power, of his claim. He wanted to break me, yes, but he also wanted me to desire him, to submit to him willingly. And that, more than anything, fueled my defiance. "I will not break," I whispered, my voice raw but filled with a new quiet resolve. "You can try to cage me, Liam Morozov. You can try to control me. But you will never own my spirit." A dark chuckle rumbled deep in his chest. "We shall see, Moya Rosa." We shall certainly see. He leaned in, his mouth close to my ear, his breath warm against my skin. For now, understand this, you are a piece in my game. And if you attempt to move without my direction, I will remind you of your place in ways you will not forget. He pulled back, his steel gaze locking onto mine, a silent, deadly promise in their depths. He turned his back to me and walked towards his office, his powerful stride unhurried. The two guards, who had remained silent witnesses, followed him, disappearing into the dark wood and glass. I was left standing alone, trembling in the center of the vast, opulent living room. He thought I was a piece in his game. A pawn. But he underestimated me. He underestimated the fire that still burned, fiercely, stubbornly, beneath my fear. I might be isolated, a captive in his world, but I would not be a victim. I would watch. I would learn. And I would find a way to fight back. This was my new reality, dark and dangerous, but I would carve out my own space within it. My own identity. My own power. The game, I realized, had only just begun. Chapter 6. Rose POV. The heavy door to Liam's office had swallowed him, leaving me alone in the vast, echoing silence of the penthouse. My knees were still shaking, but my spine felt rigid, stiffened by a fresh surge of defiance. He thought he'd reminded me of my place. He thought he'd put me back in my gilded cage. But the bitter kiss, the blatant possessiveness, had only solidified my resolve. I wouldn't break. Not for him. Not for anyone. I walked slowly back to my room, the expensive carpet muffling my footsteps, each one a silent act of rebellion. The glittering city outside the panoramic windows no longer mocked me, it challenged me. This was New York. My city. And I wasn't some delicate flower to be plucked and confined. I was Rose Collins, a woman who had always found beauty in the broken and strength in the forgotten. If this monstrous man thought he could dim my light, he had another thing coming. Sleep didn't come. How could it? My mind raced, replaying every moment of the last 2 days, the warehouse, the car, the kiss. The horrifying reality of my situation was a heavy weight on my chest, but beneath it, the ember of my fury glowed hotter. I paced the luxurious expanse of my room, my bare feet sinking into the plush rug. I needed a plan. I needed information. Liam Morozov had dragged me into his dark world, and now I would learn its contours, its weaknesses. I would find a way out, or I would burn his kingdom to the ground from the inside. The first rays of dawn painted the sky in shades of bruised purple and angry orange when Natalia finally arrived, her usual stoic demeanor unchanged. She offered coffee and a plate of fresh fruit, which I accepted, needing the caffeine to sharpen my wits. Mr. Morozov requests your presence in his office in precisely 15 minutes, she stated, her Slavic accent crisp, her eyes unreadable. He expects punctuality. My jaw tightened. Of course. Anything else? He also instructed me to inform you that a selection of his personal wardrobe has been delivered to your closet. He prefers you wear something appropriate for our discussions. Her gaze flickered to my simple black pants and silk blouse. A fresh wave of indignation washed over me. He wasn't just dictating my life, he was dictating my damn clothes. Tell Mr. Morozov I am perfectly capable of dressing myself, I snapped, my voice laced with venom. Natalia merely inclined her head, a hint of something that might have been amusement or simply professional indifference in her dark eyes. I will relay your message, Miss Collins. 15 minutes. She turned and left, leaving me to seethe. The audacity. The sheer, unadulterated arrogance of the man. But despite my anger, a perverse curiosity tugged at me. What exactly did a Mafia boss consider appropriate? I stalked to the walk-in closet. Inside, nestled amongst my own meager possessions, was a new rail of clothes. My breath hitched. They were beautiful. Expensive. Silks, cashmeres, tailored dresses that hugged curves I didn't even know I had. Dark colors, mostly black, deep navy, rich emerald green. They were elegant, powerful, undeniably sensual. And every single piece screamed, Liam Morozov. He was branding me, even in the clothes I wore. My fingers brushed against a deep green silk dress, its fabric slithering against my skin. It was cut to cling, to reveal just enough while hinting at more. A dangerous dress. A dress that screamed I was his, but also a dress that made me feel powerful. Strong. A weapon. Fuck him. I would wear it. I would wear it and turn his own game against him. I stripped quickly, letting my few clothes fall forgotten to the floor. The cool silk slid over my skin, molding itself to my body. It felt illicit, seductive. It was unlike anything I had ever worn, far from the comfortable, paint-splattered jeans and oversized sweaters of my old life. But as I looked in the mirror, I saw not a victim, but a woman. A woman draped in his power, yes, but a woman who could wield it herself. My blue-green eyes, usually soft, now held a sharp, calculating glint. 15 minutes later, precisely, I stood before the imposing dark wood door of Liam's office. I took a deep breath, letting the anger fuel me, straighten my spine. This was a battle, and I wouldn't enter it trembling. I knocked once, sharply. Enter, his voice rumbled, low and dangerous from within. I pushed the door open, stepping into the cavernous space. The office was all dark wood, polished metal, and a severe, almost brutalist aesthetic. A massive desk, black marble, dominated the center, and behind it sat Liam, a king on his throne. He was dressed in a pristine black suit, perfectly tailored, his dark hair immaculate, his steel-gray eyes fixed on me the moment I entered. The room smelled of expensive leather, cigar smoke, and his potent masculine scent. His gaze swept over me, a slow, deliberate appraisal that started at my head, lingered on the curve of my breasts under the silk, trailed down my hips, and finally settled on my legs, visible through the subtle slit in the dress. A familiar, unwanted heat pricked my skin, mixing with my fury. He was looking at me like a piece of art, a valuable acquisition. And I hated it. And a traitorous part of me, deep inside, thrilled at the intensity of his gaze. "Good morning, Moya Rosa," he said, his voice a low, rough purr that made the hairs on my arm stand up. The corners of his mouth tilted in a faint, humorless smile. "I see you chose wisely." "You seem to have forgotten my name is Rose," I retorted, my chin lifting in defiance. "And I chose what was available. As your prisoner, I have little other option, do I?" His smile widened slightly, a flash of white teeth. "Clever. But you are not just my prisoner. You are my intended. And soon you will learn to enjoy the benefits of that position." His eyes, cold as ice, held a predatory gleam that made my stomach clench. "Sit." He gestured to one of the dark leather chairs opposite his desk. I didn't move immediately. I preferred to stand. His gaze sharpened, hardening. I said sit. His voice dropped, losing its purr, becoming an implacable command. It wasn't a request. It was an order, one that vibrated with an implicit threat. My jaw clenched, but I sat. Slowly, deliberately. Not out of obedience, but out of strategy. I would choose my battles. And this wasn't the hill to die on. Yet. He leaned back in his chair, his broad shoulders filling the expensive fabric of his suit. He picked up a solid gold pen, turning it in his fingers, his eyes never leaving mine. "Your father's debt. We discussed it. You are the payment. This is a fact you must accept." "And what happens after this payment is made?" I asked, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands, hidden in my lap. "Am I simply to be a decorative object in your fortress? A reminder of my father's foolishness?" He paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his steel eyes. "Initially, yes. But I have other plans for you." He leaned forward, placing the pen precisely on a leather-bound notebook. His gaze intensified, making me feel as though he could see right through my carefully constructed facade. "I am aware of your profession. Your passion for art. Restoration, history." My breath hitched. How did he know? Had he been investigating me? Of course he had. He was Liam Morozov. He knew everything. "What does that have to do with anything?" I asked, feigning indifference, though my heart was beginning to pound. This penthouse, he began, gesturing with a sweep of his hand encompassing the entire opulent space, is filled with art. Much of it, acquired. Some of it, however, is centuries old. Pieces that require a certain, delicate touch. An expert eye. A hand that understands their history, their value beyond mere price. His eyes fixed on me. I want you to manage my collection. Catalog it. Restore what needs restoring. Advise on new acquisitions. Make it yours, in a sense. My mind reeled. Manage his art collection? This was unexpected. A strange concession. It tapped into the very core of my being, my passion, my life's work. My first thought was a cynical one. It was another form of control, a way to keep me occupied, to give me the illusion of purpose while still being his prisoner. But then another thought, a more dangerous one, surfaced. A glimmer of opportunity. Why? I asked, suspicion lacing my voice. Why me? Why now? You are intelligent, Rose. Resourceful. You have a skill set I require. His gaze was unnervingly direct. And it keeps you busy. Less time for foolish endeavors. Like attempting to escape through service elevators. A ghost of a smirk touched his lips, a chilling reminder of last night's humiliation. And if I refuse? I challenged, testing the waters, pushing back against the sudden, dizzying possibility. You won't? His voice was flat, absolute. But if you did, your days here would be far less fulfilling. And far more tedious. You would spend them confined to your room. With no purpose. No outlet. Nothing but your own thoughts for company. He paused, letting the threat hang in the air. I believe that would break you faster than any physical constraint, wouldn't it, little historian? He was right. The thought of being confined, stripped of my work, my passion, was a torment worse than any physical pain he could inflict. My art was my identity. My lifeline. And what exactly does managing entail? I asked, my voice still guarded, but a spark of something else, something akin to desperate hope, began to flicker within me. Full access to your collection? A studio space? Resources? Whatever you require. He watched me, his expression unreadable, but I could feel his assessment, his calculation. He knew he had found my weakness, my lever. Consider it a privilege. A small corner of my empire that will be solely yours. To mold as you see fit. He paused, a strange glint in his eyes. But note this, Rose. Every piece of art in this collection has a story. Some of them are dark, dangerous, and some are intimately connected to my world, to my past. Be careful what you uncover. My breath hitched again. This was it. Not just a job, but a path. A way to understand this man, his world, and perhaps the mysteries surrounding my family's debt. A strange, twisted form of investigation, cloaked in the guise of my life's passion. He thought he was giving me a gilded cage with a new, shiny toy. But I saw an opening. A weapon. I accept, I said, my voice firm, a new resolve hardening in my eyes. But I have conditions. His eyebrows rose slightly, a hint of genuine surprise. Oh? And what might those be, Moya Krasavitsa? Full autonomy over the collection. No interference. And a dedicated workspace, a proper studio, not just a corner of a room. I met his gaze, my defiance burning fiercely. And I will not wear clothes chosen by you. I will dress as I see fit. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest, a sound that was both amused and dangerous. Full autonomy? Little flower, you are pushing your luck. But your spirit, I admit, is invigorating. He leaned back again, his eyes narrowing, studying me. As for the clothes, we will discuss that later. But the studio, and autonomy over the collection itself, yes. You may have it. For now, consider it a test. He rose from his chair, his powerful frame unfolding, dominating the room. Come, he commanded, his voice back to its usual gravitas. Let me show you your new domain and the depth of my acquisitions. He walked from behind his desk, circling it to stand before me. His shadow fell over me, as it always did, consuming me. He reached out, his hand sliding to my elbow, his touch possessive, undeniable, sending a jolt through me. It wasn't gentle, but it wasn't harsh either. Just a firm claim. You will find, Rose, he murmured, his voice close to my ear, his breath warm against my skin, that my world is full of beauty and shadows. And now you will be intertwined with both. He led me out of his office, his grip firm on my arm. My legs, though still shaky, moved with a newfound purpose. He thought he was giving me a distraction, a way to keep me contained. But he had just handed me a key to his secrets. And I would use it. Oh, I would absolutely use it. The game, I realized with a fierce, dangerous thrill, had just gotten a hell of a lot more interesting.
Chapter 7. Liam POV. Her defiance, that sharp, fiery glint in her blue-green eyes, was a fascinating thing. I'd seen many women attempt to challenge me, to fight against the cage I placed them in. Most broke quickly, their spirits wilting under the weight of my will. Rose Collins, however, was proving to be a different kind of flower. One with thorns. I felt her stiffen as I led her from my office, my hand a firm, possessive weight on her elbow. The silk dress, chosen from the selection Natalia had placed in her closet, clung to her body with an almost sinful grace, the deep emerald a stark contrast to her fiery auburn hair. It was a dress that screamed mine, yet on her it also seemed to whisper defiance. A paradox I found invigorating. You will find, Rose, I murmured, my voice close to her ear, feeling the shiver that ran through her at my proximity, that my world is full of beauty and shadows. And now you will be intertwined with both. Her silence was louder than any scream. She was absorbing, assessing, just as I was. A strategist in her own right, cloaked in the guise of a delicate historian. Good. That would make the game more interesting. We moved through the penthouse, its vast opulent spaces now her temporary domain. My art collection, spread across various rooms, was a testament to my power, my taste, and often the brutal methods of its acquisition. I watched her as we entered the main gallery, a long, high-ceilinged hall dedicated to modern pieces. Her gaze, initially guarded, softened, then ignited with genuine passion as she took in the canvases, the sculptures. She saw beyond the price tag, beyond the names of famous artists. She saw the craft, the history, the soul of the piece. It was a vulnerability, yes, but also a strength. This Kandinsky, she began, her voice losing its edge of belligerence, replaced by a quiet awe as she stood before a vibrant abstract. The early period. Pre-Munich. It's astounding. The raw emotion in the color choice, the nascent spirituality. Her fingers twitched, as if she wanted to reach out and touch the canvas, to feel its history. Where did you acquire it? The question was innocent enough, on the surface. But I heard the subtle probing beneath it. She wasn't asking about the auction house. She was asking about the story behind it. My story. A private collector in Vienna, I supplied, watching her, enjoying the flicker of suspicion in her eyes. He was persuaded to part with it. My lips curved into a faint, humorless smile. She turned to me, her blue-green eyes narrowing. Persuaded? I imagine your persuasion methods are quite effective. They are, I confirmed, my voice flat. But also expensive. A fair price was exchanged in the end. After some negotiation. I paused, letting the implication hang in the air. You have a keen eye, Rose. This collection spans centuries, continents. My father started it and I expanded it. Each piece a story. Each acquisition a lesson. We moved into a smaller, more intimate room, filled with ancient artifacts, Renaissance paintings, and Roman busts. This was the part of the collection I knew would truly pique her interest. Her eyes widened, a soft gasp escaping her lips as she gazed at a small, intricately carved Etruscan mirror. This is incredible, she whispered, her fingers hovering inches from the bronze. The craftsmanship. The detailing. It tells a story of a world long past, of beliefs and rituals we can barely comprehend. She glanced at me, her expression a mix of awe and renewed suspicion. How do you come by such pieces? These aren't just bought at Sotheby's, are they? Not the truly rare ones. Her questions were becoming less about the art and more about the network behind it. She was trying to reverse engineer my empire, tracing the provenance not just of the art, but of my power itself. She was a detective, using her historian's mind to unravel the threads of my world. I found it both amusing and, in a strange, unwelcome way, almost endearing. Most people were terrified of me. She was trying to dissect me. Some are inherited, I said, my voice low, walking closer to her. Her scent, a mix of expensive soap and something uniquely her own, wild, untamed, filled my senses. Others are recovered. From hands that didn't appreciate their true value. Or from those who believed they could hide them from me. I stopped beside her, my shoulder brushing hers. This world, Moya Rosa, is built on acquisition. Of wealth, of power, of beauty. And sometimes of people. She flinched at the last word, her gaze snapping to mine. And you see me as another acquisition, don't you? You are, I said simply, not bothering to lie. But you are also proving to be an interesting one. More than just a pretty bauble. You have spirit. A sharp mind. I value that. My gaze dropped to her lips, still slightly swollen from my kiss last night. The memory of her struggling beneath me, her unwanted arousal, stirred a familiar heat in my loins. But you test my patience. And you ask questions that lead to dangerous answers. Her chin lifted, that familiar defiance flaring. Knowledge is power, Liam. And I intend to learn everything I can about my new reality. About your reality. A low chuckle rumbled in my chest. Indeed it is. And perhaps it is time you saw a little more of it. Beyond these gilded walls. I reached out, my fingers brushing a stray strand of her hair from her cheek, letting my thumb linger near her mouth. Her breath hitched. That spark, that unwanted pull between us was always there, a live wire humming under the surface. You want to understand my business? To know where these beautiful things truly come from? Then you will see the hands that hold the strings. Her eyes widened, a flicker of apprehension mixing with her insatiable curiosity. She knew what I was implying. A real glimpse into the brutality of my world. What are you planning? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. A lesson, I said, my voice hardening. A demonstration. You want to understand, little historian? Then you will bear witness. You will see what it takes to build an empire. And what it takes to keep it. I called for Natalia. Prepare Ms. Collins for an outing. Something discreet. Dark colors. And ensure our entourage is ready. Natalia merely nodded, her face impassive. She was used to my sudden decisions. Rose stood there unmoving, her eyes fixed on mine. There was fear, yes, but also that stubborn, unyielding fire. I saw the struggle within her. The historian, desperate for knowledge, battling the woman, desperate for freedom. I wanted to see which would win. The armored Cadillac was a beast, sleek and black, its windows tinted to an impenetrable darkness. Inside, the silence was heavy, broken only by the low hum of the engine and the subtle rustle of Rose's clothes as she shifted beside me. She was dressed in a dark, tailored suit I'd chosen, the severe lines doing little to hide the subtle curves of her body. She looked less like a captive and more like a dangerous consigliere. My guards, two silent, formidable shadows, rode in the front. My mind was already elsewhere, running through the details of the meeting ahead. The Zharkov brothers had been getting too bold, encroaching on my territory, attempting to muscle in on a lucrative construction deal in the Lower East Side. They thought I was distracted by recent, personal matters. They were about to learn that Liam Morozov was never distracted. Especially not when his empire was at stake. I glanced at Rose. Her profile was rigid, her jaw clenched. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles white. She hadn't said a word since we left the penthouse, her usual defiant chatter replaced by a tense silence. Good. Let her absorb. Let her understand. The city outside gradually transformed. The gleaming towers of Midtown gave way to the grittier, older buildings of the Lower East Side. We pulled up to a massive construction site, skeletal steel girders reaching into the bruised evening sky. The sounds of heavy machinery, usually vibrant, were absent, replaced by an unsettling quiet. It was too late for regular work, but not for my kind of business. My men were already in position, a perimeter established. Their presence was a silent declaration of war. We exited the car, the cool evening air carrying the scent of damp concrete and something else, something metallic and faintly acrid. Rose hesitated, her hand instinctively reaching for my arm, then retracting as if burned. I felt the momentary touch, the tremor that ran through her. A small victory. "Stay close," I commanded, my voice low. "And do not speak. Not unless I tell you to." She nodded, her eyes wide, scanning the desolate site. Generators hummed faintly, casting stark shadows. Puddles of dirty water reflected the pale overhead lights. This wasn't the opulence of my penthouse. This was the messy, brutal reality of how that opulence was maintained. We walked towards a partially constructed building, still open to the elements. Inside, a makeshift meeting area had been set up. A few folding chairs, a table. And waiting for us were the Zharkov brothers, surrounded by their own meager contingent of thugs. Sergei, the older brother, was a burly man with a perpetually sneering face. Boris, younger, more volatile, fidgeted beside him. Their eyes widened when they saw me, then narrowed on Rose. She was an unexpected element, and I saw the confusion, the speculative curiosity in their gazes. Good. Let them wonder. Let them think she was more than she was. Let her presence serve as another layer of my calculated intimidation. "Morozov," Sergei grunted, his voice thick with false bravado. "To what do we owe this pleasure?" I didn't bother with pleasantries. "Your men," I began, my voice calm, deceptively even, "have been interfering with my permits and attempting to extort my contractors on this site." Sergei laughed, a harsh grating sound. "A little competition, Morozov. This is New York. You don't own every brick." My gaze hardened, chilling to pure ice. "No. But I own this street. This block. And soon, I will own this entire development. You understand what that means, Sergei?" His bravado faltered slightly. Boris, however, bristled. "We're not afraid of you, Morozov. We have our own connections." I ignored Boris, my eyes fixed on Sergei. "I am here to offer you a choice. You can cease your operations on my territory immediately. You will pay a fine for the delays you have caused. And you will offer a formal apology to my contractors." My voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a death sentence. "Or you can continue. And your connections will not be able to save you when I begin to dismantle your entire operation. Piece by piece. Starting with your kneecaps." A tense silence fell. The only sound was the wind whistling through the unfinished girders, and the faint, frantic beat of my own blood in my ears. My eyes flickered to Rose. She stood rigid beside me, her eyes wide, staring at me with a mix of horror and a strange, almost unwilling fascination. I saw the tremble in her lips, the tension in her shoulders. She was terrified, but she wasn't looking away. Sergei's face turned an ugly shade of red. "You threaten me, Morozov." "It is not a threat, Sergei," I said, my voice dangerously soft. "It is a promise. And unlike you, I always keep my promises." I stepped closer, my presence overwhelming, my gaze unwavering. "Now, what is your answer?" Boris made a sudden, foolish move, reaching for a weapon concealed beneath his jacket. My guards moved before he could even clear leather, their movements a blur of trained violence. Boris was disarmed, slammed against a concrete pillar, a knife held to his throat in less than a second. Sergei watched, his face draining of color. "Fool," I spat, my eyes still on Sergei. "Your brother is a liability." Sergei raised his hands in surrender. All right. All right. We'll back off. We'll pay your fine. Just let him go." I signaled my men. Boris was released, stumbling, his face white with fear. He shot a venomous glare at me, then at Rose, as if her presence was a final insult. "Good," I said, my voice losing its edge, becoming clinical again. "We will send over the details of the compensation. Do not disappoint me, Sergei. Or our next meeting will not be so civil." I turned, my hand resting lightly, possessively on Rose's lower back. The small, firm touch was a declaration. She is mine, and she witnesses my power. Her body tensed beneath my hand, but she didn't pull away. She walked with me, her steps stiff, as we made our way back to the car. The ride back to the penthouse was just as silent, but the atmosphere had shifted. The air was thick with the lingering scent of fear and testosterone. I glanced at Rose. Her eyes, usually so vibrant, seemed haunted, distant. "A pleasant evening, wouldn't you say, Moya Rosa?" I finally broke the silence, my voice laced with a dark amusement. She didn't respond immediately. She stared out the window, at the lights of the city blurring past. Then she turned to me, her eyes meeting mine. The fear was still there, a deep, unsettling pool, but something else flickered within them. Something colder. More calculating. "You're a monster, Liam," she whispered, her voice raw but steady. A slow smile spread across my face. A genuine smile, for once. "And you, Rose, are beginning to understand what that truly means." I leaned back in my seat, feeling a strange satisfaction. She wasn't broken. Not yet. But the lesson had landed. Deep in her gut, where fear and fascination danced a dangerous tango. She had asked questions. I had given her answers. And now, the game had escalated. I looked forward to seeing what she would do with this new knowledge. What new thorns she would grow. For now, she was quiet, probably reliving every brutal word, every terrifying moment. Good. Let the fear sink in. Let the reality of my world settle over her like a shroud. Because that was just the beginning.
Chapter 8. Rose POV. The suffocating silence in the armored Cadillac on the ride back to the penthouse was a living thing, pressing in on me, stealing my breath. Every brutal word Liam had uttered, every flinch from Sergei Zharkov, every silent, efficient movement of Liam's guards, played on an endless loop in my mind. He'd done it. He'd laid bare the ugly, visceral truth of his world, and I had witnessed it. And the worst part? A part of me, a small, sick, terrified part, had been fascinated. I clutched my hands in my lap, digging my nails into my palms until the sharp sting was almost a comfort. My skin still prickled from the light, possessive touch of Liam's hand on my lower back as we'd walked away from the construction site. He'd branded me, flaunting me as his witness, his trophy. He thought he was teaching me a lesson in fear, in submission. He was right about the fear. It was a cold, hard knot in my gut, a constant tremor in my limbs. But underneath it, something else simmered. Rage. A white-hot, righteous fury that warred with the unexpected, unwanted surge of raw, animalistic attraction. He was a monster. I'd whispered the words in the car, heard them tear from my own throat, raw and trembling. And he had smiled. A slow, chilling, genuine smile that had made my blood run cold, and paradoxically set my pulse racing. He didn't deny it. He embraced it. And that was the terrifying truth. Liam Morozov was exactly who he showed himself to be. A predator. And I was trapped in his den. The Cadillac finally pulled up to the curb outside the opulent building, its tinted windows offering a final, mocking barrier between me and the sane world. The silent guards opened the doors, their faces unreadable like stone gargoyles. Liam exited first, his powerful frame unfolding from the back seat, already radiating the impenetrable aura of his dominance. I followed, my legs still shaky, the air of the city suddenly feeling too light, too normal after the heavy stench of violence and fear at the construction site. We didn't speak in the elevator. The ascent was long, agonizing. I kept my gaze fixed on the polished steel doors, refusing to meet his eyes, refusing to acknowledge the man standing beside me, the man who had just casually threatened to smash someone's kneecaps. The man whose kiss still burned on my lips, whose scent still clung to my suit. When the doors slid open to the penthouse, the sterile perfection of the living room felt like a slap in the face. It was too quiet, too clean, too beautiful for the ugliness I had just witnessed. Liam walked past me, a silent command in his stride, heading directly for his office. The dark, imposing door swallowed him once more. I stood there for a long moment, trembling, the echo of his threats and my own fear still thrumming in my veins. Natalia, a silent sentinel, emerged from the kitchen, her eyes flicking to me, then to the closed office door. She gave a curt nod, a subtle acknowledgement of the scene, before disappearing back into her domain. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate bird against a cage. I should go to my room, lock the door, try to forget. But I couldn't. The rage, the defiance, fueled a reckless impulse. He wanted me to understand his world? Fine. But he also needed to understand mine. Or at least, understand that I was not a thing to be swayed by his brutality. I was not a piece. I strode towards his office, my feet moving with a new, dangerous purpose, the silk of the suit rustling around my legs. The clothes he'd chosen. The outfit that screamed his. I would wear it, yes, but I would turn it into my armor. My weapon. I didn't knock. I simply pushed the heavy door open, stepping inside without permission. The office was darker now, the city lights reflecting faintly in the massive panoramic window behind his desk. He was standing there, his back to me, looking out at the city, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. He didn't flinch, didn't even turn at my abrupt entrance. He'd known I would come. "Still here, Moya Rosa?" he rumbled, his voice low, a slight amusement laced with something far more dangerous. He turned slowly, his steel-gray eyes, sharp and predatory, cutting straight through me. "I thought my little lesson would send you cowering to your room." My chin lifted. "You thought wrong. I came to tell you something." My voice was raspy, but it held a surprising strength. He took a slow sip of his drink, his gaze never leaving mine. "Enlighten me." "You're a monster," I said again, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "A brutal, heartless monster. And I hate you for dragging me into this world, for everything you represent." A flicker, something unreadable, crossed his eyes, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by that familiar, humorless smile. "Such strong words, little Rose. And yet you stand here, defiant, dressed in my choosing, after witnessing the very depths of my monstrosity. Tell me, do your knees not tremble? Does your stomach not churn?" "They do," I admitted, my voice raw. "My body is screaming at me to run, to hide. But my mind is furious. Furious at you, furious at my family for putting me here, furious at myself for even being here, breathing your tainted air." He placed his glass down on the polished black marble desk, the sound a soft, ominous click. Then he started to walk around the desk, his steps slow, deliberate, like a predator circling its prey. My breath hitched. Every instinct screamed at me to back away, to flee, but I stood my ground, my eyes locked on his. "Furious," he repeated, his voice a low, dangerous purr as he came to a stop just inches from me. His height loomed over me, his powerful presence suffocating. The scent of his expensive cologne, the lingering cigar smoke, his own raw masculinity, filled my senses, making my head spin. Or perhaps, furious at the way your body reacts to the monster, no? His eyes dropped to my lips, lingering there, then sweeping over my breasts, visible beneath the crisp fabric of the suit jacket. A hot wave of shame and unwanted desire washed over me. He knew. He could see it, taste it, damn him. The memory of his brutal kiss, of my body's traitorous response, flared within me, mixing with a fresh surge of molten anger. "Don't flatter yourself," I spat, the words a desperate lie. "You disgust me." His hand shot out, grabbing my wrist, his fingers like steel manacles. He pulled me forward, slamming my body against his desk. The impact stole my breath, the hard marble digging into my back. His other hand went to my jaw, his thumb digging into the soft flesh beneath my ear, forcing my head up, my eyes to meet his. "Disgust," he snarled, his voice a low guttural growl that vibrated through my bones. "You stood there, Rose. You watched. You saw what I do. And you came to my office. You challenged me. You're not disgusted. You're intrigued. Terrified, yes, but also turned on. My eyes widened in horror. No. I gasped, trying to twist away, but he was immovable, a wall of muscle and dominance. Liar, he rasped, his eyes burning into mine, reflecting the dark hunger that swam in their depths. You love to test my limits, don't you, Moya Rosa? You push and you push, wanting to see how far you can go. How much I'll let you get away with. His head dipped, his lips brushing mine, a searing, tantalizing promise of pain and pleasure. Let's see just how strong you are. His mouth crashed down on mine, a brutal, possessive assault that left no room for protest. It wasn't a kiss, it was a punishment, a claim, a deliberate act of domination. His tongue plunged into my mouth, plundering, twisting, tasting, dragging a raw, desperate moan from my throat. My hands instinctively came up, pressing against his chest, pushing, but he was too strong, too much. He deepened the kiss, the pressure of his body crushing me against the desk, stealing my air, stealing my will. His hand left my jaw, moving to the lapel of my suit jacket, tearing it open with a single brutal yank. The buttons flew, scattering across the marble floor. The silk blouse beneath was no match for him, ripping with a soft tearing sound. My breasts spilled free, exposed, aching, throbbing as the cool air hit them. He broke the kiss, pulling back just enough to watch my face, my eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a horrifying, shameful arousal. See, he breathed, his voice rough, his gaze devouring my exposed flesh. You're wet for me. Already. You can't hide it, kitten. You want the monster. You crave the dark. Before I could even formulate a retort, he swept me up, lifting me effortlessly. My legs instinctively wrapped around his waist, my bare calves brushing against the expensive fabric of his trousers. My arms went around his neck, clinging, a desperate act of self-preservation that felt sickeningly like surrender. He didn't break stride, turning from the desk and slamming me back against it, my hips hitting the cool marble with a jolt. My legs opened further, straddling his waist. His hand gripped my ass, squeezing, pulling me harder against his already bulging erection. The raw, unyielding heat of him pressed against my drenched core, sending a violent jolt of pure, unadulterated lust through me. My head fell back, a choked gasp escaping my lips as he began to grind against me, slowly, deliberately, driving me insane with the friction. Look at you, he rasped, his voice thick with raw desire and dark satisfaction. Begging for it? You think you can defy me? You think you can escape? I will bury myself so deep inside you, you'll forget your own name. He tore at the remaining fabric of my suit, stripping it down, then ripping away my underwear. The cold air, then the searing heat of his hand, cupping my wetness, rubbing, teasing, making me arch my back, desperate. My hips bucked against him, an involuntary movement pleading for more. Please, I whimpered, the word tearing from my throat, a shameful, pathetic plea. Please what, Rose? He snarled, his fingers digging into my flesh, pushing one then two inside me, stretching me, making me gasp. Tell me. Say it. Please fuck me, I choked out, the words raw, humiliating but true. The monster had broken me. Or at least, he had found the fissure in my defiance. A dark, triumphant growl rumbled deep in his chest. He pulled his fingers out, then with a single powerful thrust, he drove into me. Hard. Deep. My back arched against the desk, a scream tearing from my throat as he filled me completely, stretching me, possessing me with a force that was both brutal and unbelievably good. My nails dug into the expensive fabric of his suit jacket, clinging to him for dear life, as he began to move, a primal savage rhythm. He moved his hips, slowly at first, then faster, each thrust a deliberate act of possession, of claiming. The sound of our bodies slapping together, the raw guttural grunts escaping his lips, the desperate broken whimpers tearing from mine, echoed in the vast silent office. His hands gripped my ass, pulling me tighter, harder onto his shaft, burying him even deeper. My head swam, a kaleidoscope of pain and pleasure, of terror and an overwhelming, unwanted surrender. Mine, he snarled, each word a thrust, each thrust a claim. You are mine, Rose. My Moya Rosa. And you will learn to obey. I bit my lip, tasting blood, trying to hold back the sounds, the whimper, the moans, but they tore free, raw and uncontrolled. The pleasure was too much, too intense, too shameful. It coiled in my belly, tightening, building with each ruthless, relentless thrust. I wrapped my legs even tighter around his waist, desperate to get closer, to feel him even deeper, despite every fiber of my being screaming in protest. He tilted my hips, finding a new angle, hitting a spot that sent a jolt of pure, blinding ecstasy through me. My body convulsed, my eyes rolling back in my head as a shattering climax ripped through me, violent and all-consuming. I screamed, a long keening sound that bounced off the opulent walls. He didn't stop. He pushed into me harder, faster, his own climax building, his growls becoming deeper, more desperate. He thrust into me 3 more times, brutally, powerfully, before a final ragged groan tore from his throat, and he spilled inside me, hot and pulsing, filling me with his dominance, his claim. He held me there, impaled on him, his body heavy against mine, his breath ragged against my neck. The silence returned, heavy and thick, broken only by our gasps, our hammering hearts. My legs were trembling, draped around his waist, still clinging. My body felt weak, used, ravaged. And in the aftermath of the brutal, unwanted climax, a cold, hard knot of disgust and self-loathing twisted in my gut. He had done it. He had breached my walls, not just physically, but psychologically. He had made me want him, even as I hated him. He finally pulled out, the sensation tearing and raw. He lowered me back to the floor, my legs buckling beneath me. I stood swaying, my body aching, my head spinning, the lingering wetness between my legs a stark, humiliating reminder of what had just happened. My clothes lay in shredded pieces around my feet, a testament to his brute force. He looked at me, his steel-gray eyes dark and unreadable, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. There was no apology, no tenderness. Only a cold, ruthless satisfaction. He walked back to his desk, picked up his glass of amber liquid and took another slow sip. That, he said, his voice calmer now but laced with an undeniable, chilling authority, is what happens when you forget your place, Rose. Consider it another lesson. I said nothing. My throat was tight, my eyes burning. My body ached in places I didn't know existed, and my soul felt bruised, exposed. He had seen me at my most vulnerable, most broken, most aroused. And he had used it. Brutally. Effectively. He sat back down in his chair, a king once more surveying his conquered territory. My territory. My body. My spirit. Now, he continued, his gaze unwavering, about this art collection. I expect you to begin tomorrow. And I expect you to be productive. Understand? I could only nod, a single silent tear escaping my eye, tracing a path down my cheek. The game had just begun, and I had just lost a significant battle. But the war, I swore through the haze of humiliation and raw desire, was far from over. I would find a way to make him pay. Somehow.
Chapter 9. Liam POV. The taste of her, a wild, intoxicating mix of defiance and raw surrender, still clung to my tongue. Her whimpers, the desperate plea of her "please, fuck me," echoed in the quiet aftermath of my office. I watched her, standing there amidst the shredded remnants of her expensive suit, her body trembling, her eyes burning with a humiliation that warred with something far more volatile. Disgust, yes, but also a deeper, darker fire that pulsed beneath the surface. She hated me. Good. Her hatred would make her fight. Her fight would make her interesting. I took another slow sip of the amber liquid in my glass, the expensive scotch doing little to cool the heat that still thrummed in my veins. She was a tempest, Rose Collins. A vibrant, infuriating storm trapped in my gilded cage, and I, the monster, felt a possessive thrill in watching her rage. She thought she had lost a battle. She had. But what she didn't understand was that every defeat I inflicted, every submission I wrung from her, only forged her stronger, sharper. She was adapting. And that, more than her beauty, more than her fire, was what truly captured my attention. I finished my drink, the ice clinking softly in the empty glass, then set it precisely back on the polished black marble. My gaze never left her. She was a mess, her hair disheveled, her lips bruised, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. The sight of her, broken and exposed yet still refusing to crumble, ignited a fresh wave of hunger. I wanted to claim her again, right here, right now, to push her further, to drown her in the raw, undeniable truth of what she felt for me. The monster. The one who made her body betray her mind. But that could wait. Control, I reminded myself, was a far more potent weapon than immediate gratification. She was mine. She knew it. The seed had been planted. Now, I would let it fester. Get dressed, Rose, I commanded, my voice flat, devoid of emotion, even as my internal beast roared its satisfaction. Natalia will bring you something appropriate. Her head snapped up, her eyes flashing. Appropriate? She rasped, her voice hoarse, a hint of the defiance already returning. After what you just... I don't care what just happened, I cut her off, my gaze hardening, steel gray meeting blue-green with unforgiving intensity. You will present yourself in a manner befitting my woman. Or you will be reminded again of your place. A tremor ran through her, but she held my gaze, her jaw clenching. She was a stubborn bitch. My stubborn bitch. Go, I urged, a low growl barely audible in my throat. Before I decide to give you another lesson you won't soon forget. She finally broke eye contact, turning sharply, her naked back to me as she moved towards the door. Every muscle in her body was taut, coiled. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. My presence, my claim, was a brand etched into her skin. The heavy door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving me alone in the scent of her fear, her desire, her rage. I walked to the massive panoramic window, looking out at the glittering expanse of the city below. New York, a sprawling beast of concrete and ambition, a mirror of my own empire. Each building, each street, each soul, a piece to be acquired, controlled, bent to my will. Rose Collins was no different. Just a more challenging acquisition. The morning unfolded with its usual rhythm of brutal efficiency. My lieutenants, Konstantin and Alexei, arrived, their faces grim, their reports succinct. The Zharkov situation was handled, the terms of their surrender laid out, the compensation already in transit. Sergei Zharkov had made a foolish move, thinking he could test my resolve. He learned his lesson. Or his kneecaps would. The docks project, Konstantin began, his voice raspy, we've hit a snag. The union representatives are proving difficult. They want more than their cut. My eyes narrowed, a cold fury coiling in my gut. Difficult. Or greedy. Both, boss, Alexei interjected, a dark smirk on his face. Word is they're playing both sides. Talking to Petrov's people. Petrov. That slimy bastard. Always sniffing around my territory, always trying to undermine my authority. He was a rat, and soon he would learn the cost of his audacious treachery. Give them one more warning, I instructed, my voice flat, devoid of any warmth. A physical reminder of what happens to those who betray the Morozov name. Make sure it's educational. Then we cut them out. Permanently. The union will fall in line when their leadership suddenly vanishes. Konstantin and Alexei exchanged a look. Understood, boss. My empire was a constant war. A game of chess, played with human lives as pawns. And I was the king, ruthless, calculating, always 3 steps ahead. Rose, my little historian, was beginning to understand that. She was seeing the ugly mechanics beneath the gilded facade. Her revulsion was expected. Her growing fascination, however, was far more interesting. Later that morning, I moved through the penthouse, a ghost in my own domain, my senses attuned to every whisper, every shift in the air. I found Natalia in the kitchen, meticulously arranging a platter of exotic fruits. Miss Collins? I asked, my voice low. Natalia didn't flinch. In the West Wing, Mr. Morozov. The large salon. She asked for it to be cleared for a studio. And for specific tools. I nodded, a faint satisfaction stirring within me. She was already working. Already diving into the task I had given her. The one she would use to unravel my secrets. Good. Let her try. Let her dig. The deeper she went, the more entangled she would become. I walked towards the West Wing, my footsteps silent on the plush carpet. The large salon, usually reserved for formal gatherings, was indeed cleared. Easels, work tables, and bright lights had been set up. The air already smelled faintly of solvents and old paper, a stark contrast to the sterile opulence of the penthouse. It was her scent, her world, seeping into mine. I found her there, in the center of the room, her back to me. She was wearing a simple, tailored black dress, one of the more severe pieces Natalia must have provided. Her hair, a fiery auburn cascade, was tied back loosely, strands escaping to frame her delicate profile. She was bent over a large, ancient tapestry, her brow furrowed in concentration, a magnifying glass held to her eye. Her fingers, nimble and graceful, carefully cleaned a section of the frayed fabric. She looked absorbed, lost in her work, the tension and trauma of last night momentarily forgotten or at least compartmentalized. It was her escape, her solace, her weapon. I leaned against the doorframe, watching her, a dark, possessive amusement twisting in my gut. She thought this was her way to freedom, her path to understanding. And in a way, it was. But it was also my path, my way of pulling her deeper into my orbit, of binding her to me with the silken threads of her own passion. She moved with an almost ethereal grace, her body swaying slightly as she worked. The simple black dress clung to her curves, a subtle reminder of the power and vulnerability I had stripped bare just hours ago. My gaze lingered on her ass, the swell of her hips, the slender curve of her back. The memory of her body pressed against my desk, her legs wrapped around my waist, hot and wet, sent a fresh jolt of lust through me. I wanted to walk up to her, press myself against her back, whisper obscenities in her ear, remind her of the throbbing reality of her surrender. But I held back. Not yet. Let her have this moment. Let her believe she was carving out a space for herself. Let her believe she had some semblance of control. The illusion would only make the eventual shattering all the more potent. The Etruscan mirror, I finally spoke, my voice low, making her jump. She spun around, her eyes wide, startled, the magnifying glass dropping from her hand with a small clink on the work table. Her breath hitched when she saw me, leaning casually against the doorframe, watching her like a predator. The fragile piece she had found in her work shattered, replaced by that familiar mix of fear and defiance. "Morozov," she said, her voice sharp, a protective edge to it. "What do you want?" "I asked about the Etruscan mirror," I repeated, ignoring her question, pushing off the doorframe and walking slowly towards her. Each step was a deliberate invasion of her newfound space. "You seemed captivated by it yesterday." She swallowed, her eyes flickering from my face to the half-restored tapestry. "It's a magnificent piece. Intricate craftsmanship. But it's not what I'm working on right now." "I see that." I stopped just a few feet from her, close enough for my scent, my presence to envelop her. She stood her ground, her chin lifting, but I saw the slight tremor in her hands, the rapid pulse at the base of her throat. "What is it you are working on then?" "This tapestry." "It's a Flemish tapestry," she explained, her voice regaining a hint of its professional cadence, as if discussing her work was a shield. "Late 16th century. The Hunt of the Unicorn. A rare piece. It needs significant restoration. The fibers are delicate, some dyes are fading, and there are signs of improper handling over the centuries." I circled the work table, my eyes scanning the tapestry, then returning to her. "Improper handling. Such as?" "Tears, poorly mended sections, chemical damage from previous amateurish restoration attempts," she listed, gesturing with her hands, a spark of her passion returning despite herself. "But what's most interesting is the symbolism. This particular unicorn hunt depicts not just the capture, but a deeper narrative of purity, sacrifice, and resurrection. And there are motifs, subtle variations from known versions that suggest a private commission. Perhaps even a coded message within its threads." My eyebrows rose slightly. A coded message. This was exactly what I had expected. She was looking for patterns, for secrets. Just like I had told her. "A coded message," I mused, my voice low, provocative. "You think this ancient piece of fabric holds secrets?" "Art often does," she retorted, her eyes meeting mine, a challenge in their depths. "Especially commissioned pieces. Symbols can be a language all their own. A way to communicate things that cannot be said aloud." I leaned closer, my hand reaching out, not to touch her, but to brush my thumb against a loose thread on the tapestry, dangerously close to her fingers. The air between us crackled, thick with unspoken tension, with the brutal memory of last night. "Be careful what you seek, Rose," I warned, my voice a low, rough murmur. "Some secrets are best left buried. Especially those connected to my world, my past." Her eyes, however, held not fear, but a rekindled fire. "I'm a historian, Liam. My job is to unearth secrets, to understand the past, no matter how dark." A slow smile, devoid of humor, spread across my face. "Indeed. And it seems, little historian, that you have just found your purpose here. Your own personal excavation. Just remember," I leaned in closer, my breath warm against her ear, "every piece of art in my collection tells a story. And some of those stories are written in blood." I straightened, pulling back, leaving her standing there, trembling slightly but with a new determination in her eyes. She was a moth to the flame, and I was the fire. She thought she was digging for a way out, for answers. But she was only digging herself deeper into my world. And into me. The game had truly begun. I would enjoy watching her unravel the threads, piece by agonizing piece. And with each revelation, with each step she took deeper into the shadows, she would become more entangled, more mine. I turned and walked away, leaving her alone with her tapestry, her tools, and her burgeoning curiosity. My mind, however, was already back on Petrov, on the docks, on the threats that constantly circled my empire. Rose was a beautiful, dangerous distraction. A valuable acquisition, yes. But the core of my world, the foundation of my power, still demanded my unwavering, ruthless attention. And she would learn eventually that her secrets, her discoveries, would only serve to strengthen my hold, not weaken it. She would unearth the past, but she would live in my present. And that present was hers to navigate, or to be consumed by.
Chapter 10. Rose POV. The silence of the salon, broken only by the gentle scrape of my tools against ancient fibers, was a deceptive thing. It offered a fragile peace, a momentary reprieve from the raw, bruising reality of Liam's world and his brutal claim. But even as I painstakingly cleaned a section of the Flemish tapestry, the memory of his office, of the desk digging into my spine, of his body pressing into mine, pulsed like a fresh wound. I still tasted him, felt the phantom ache of his possessive thrusts, the sting of his words. "That is what happens when you forget your place, Rose." He thought he had broken me. He thought he had cowed me into submission with his savage display of power, and my body's traitorous response. And for a terrifying, shameful moment, he had been right. My legs still trembled whenever I thought of it, my skin still prickled with unwanted arousal and disgust. But beneath the humiliation, a colder, harder resolve had begun to form. He wanted me to understand his world? Fine. But he would soon realize that understanding led to knowledge, and knowledge, as I told him, was power. He'd given me a task, a distraction disguised as an opportunity. Now I would turn it into my weapon. The tapestry, The Hunt of the Unicorn, was a masterpiece, intricate and dense with symbolism. Liam had called it a coded message, and the idea resonated deep within my historian's soul. If his art collection truly reflected his empire, then every piece was a potential clue, every thread a story waiting to be unraveled. I spent hours, sometimes days, lost in the delicate work, my mind a relentless engine searching for patterns, for anomalies. But the salon, for all its beauty, was still a cage, and my curiosity, a hungry beast, demanded more. Liam had not visited since that morning after the lesson, a subtle shift in his strategy. He left me to my work, to the illusion of freedom within my opulent prison. But I felt his presence everywhere, in the guard's silent patrols, in Natalia's watchful eyes, in the sheer inescapable weight of his control. It was a suffocating thing, this constant awareness of being watched, owned. It fueled my need to find something, anything, that could give me leverage. My work on the tapestry led me to ponder the architecture of the penthouse itself. Liam had acquired many of these pieces through dubious means, he admitted. What other secrets did this place, his literal fortress, hold? He was a man of shadows and hidden agendas. It stood to reason his home would reflect that. I'd explored the main public areas, my studio and my bedroom, but his private chambers and other less trafficked wings remained a mystery. One afternoon, fueled by a restless energy and a prickling sense of unease, I abandoned the tapestry. I wandered down a long, unused hallway off the main gallery, a passage I hadn't truly investigated before. The air grew cooler here, thicker, carrying a faint, musty scent that hinted at disuse. The walls were lined with heavy, dark wood paneling, ornate and old-fashioned, a stark contrast to the sleek modernity of the rest of the penthouse. It felt out of place, almost like a piece of an older building stitched into a newer one. My fingers traced the intricate carvings, seeking an imperfection, a seam. My historian's eye, trained to spot discrepancies, noticed it near a large, floor-to-ceiling bookshelf filled with leather-bound volumes that looked more decorative than read. A section of the paneling, slightly misaligned, almost imperceptible. I pressed, I prodded, running my hands along the edges. Behind a heavy, unmarked book, a decoy no doubt, my fingers found a faint ridge, a barely visible latch. With a quiet click, the section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow, dust-choked passage. My heart hammered against my ribs. A secret passage. Just like in the Gothic novels I devoured as a teenager, only this was real. And infinitely more dangerous. I stepped inside, the air heavy and cool against my skin. The passage was short, leading to a small windowless room, sparsely furnished but lined with old steel filing cabinets and a heavy, ancient-looking wooden chest. This wasn't a room for living. This was a room for secrets. Liam's secrets. My hands trembled as I opened the nearest filing cabinet. Inside, tucked away in neat, organized folders, were documents. Old deeds, financial ledgers, blurry black and white photographs. Many were in Cyrillic, a language I only vaguely recognized, but some were in English, detailing properties, investments, and names that meant nothing to me. Yet, one folder, thicker than the rest, drew my attention. It was simply labeled, Family. I pulled it out, my fingers brushing against yellowed paper. Inside were photographs. Pictures of a younger Liam, maybe 10 or 12, looking stern even then, standing beside an older menacing man with the same steel-gray eyes, his father no doubt. There were other faces too, men and women I didn't recognize, some looking formal, others caught in candid, brutal moments, their faces hard, shadowed. The kind of faces that promised violence. But what truly snagged my breath was a faded sepia photograph tucked into the very back. It showed a group of men dressed in old-fashioned suits, standing in front of a grand, dilapidated building. A crest was visible above the entrance, a symbol I had seen before, subtly woven into one of the smaller, older tapestries in Liam's private collection. And written faintly on the back of the photo, in a looping, elegant script that contrasted sharply with the harshness of the image, was a name, Konstantin Volkov. I'd never heard it before, but the sense of its importance thrummed through me. This was it. A thread waiting to be pulled. I spent another hour carefully sifting through more files, my mind racing. Documents mentioning land holdings, an obscure defunct shipping company, and repeated references to a pact or agreement made decades ago. Nothing concrete, nothing that explained my family's debt, but enough to paint a picture of a sprawling, insidious network stretching back generations. Enough to confirm that Liam's power was not merely built on brute force, but on a carefully constructed ancient foundation of secrets and blood. I replaced everything, making sure the paneling closed perfectly. My hands were clammy, my heart still racing. I had found something. A weakness, perhaps, or at least a crack in his impenetrable armor. This wasn't about the art anymore. This was about him. And now I had a piece of his past, a name, Konstantin Volkov. Later that evening, the heavy weight of my secret pressed down on me. I needed to use it. Not to expose him yet, not to escape, but to gauge his reaction, to see how deep the rabbit hole went. I needed to see if the monster had a past he wished to keep buried, a chink in his armor that I could exploit. I found him in his private study, a room I rarely dared to enter, lined with more dark wood and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with books in multiple languages. He sat behind a massive antique desk, bathed in the soft glow of a reading lamp, a tumbler of whiskey at his elbow, a cigar smoldering in an ashtray. He was engrossed in a document, his face grim, his brow furrowed. He looked formidable, unapproachable, a king on his throne. I took a deep breath, the scent of expensive cigar smoke and old leather filling my lungs. I was still wearing the simple black dress Natalia had provided, a stark, elegant sheath that hugged my curves. I walked in, not knocking, just as I had done last night. He didn't look up immediately, a silent challenge in his apparent indifference. He knew I was there. He always knew. "Morozov," I said, my voice deliberately calm, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. He slowly lowered the document, his steel-gray eyes rising to meet mine. There was no surprise, only a cool, assessing gaze that stripped me bare. "Rose," he rumbled, his voice low, a note of dark amusement in it. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this unscheduled visit? Have you finally decided to offer me a formal apology for your insolence?" I walked closer, my steps slow, deliberate, the sound of my heels muted by the plush carpet. I stopped a few feet from his desk, the expanse of polished wood a barrier between us. "I came to ask you a question." He leaned back in his chair, a faint, humorless smile playing on his lips. "You always have questions. And I sometimes have answers. What is it this time? More about the provenance of my Etruscan mirrors? Or perhaps you've decided to decipher the coded messages in my tapestry?" His eyes glinted, a predatory spark within their depths. He was testing me, waiting. "Something far older," I said, my voice dropping, imbued with a subtle challenge. My gaze was unwavering, daring him. "Something about your family's history. About the people who helped build this empire." I paused, letting the implication hang in the air, watching his face for any flicker of reaction. There was none outwardly. But I felt a subtle shift in the air, a sharpening of his attention. Specifically, a name. Konstantin Volkov. The change was instantaneous. The casual amusement vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stillness that sent a shiver down my spine. His eyes narrowed, turning to chips of ice. The cigar stopped smoking, forgotten in the ashtray. His hand, which had been resting casually on the armrest, clenched into a fist. "Where did you hear that name?" he asked, his voice low, dangerous, a venomous hiss that promised pain. It was not a question. It was a threat. "I have my ways," I retorted, a defiant spark igniting within me. The fear was there, a cold knot in my stomach, but the thrill of having found something, of actually rattling him, was intoxicating. Let's just say, a historian always finds her sources. And your penthouse, Morozov, is a veritable archive of forgotten secrets. He rose slowly from his chair, his tall, powerful frame unfolding with a lethal grace. He walked around the desk, his steps silent, predatory. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to retract, but I held my ground, my chin lifted, my eyes locked on his. He stopped directly in front of me, invading my space, his sheer size and power suffocating. "You've been digging," he stated, not a question, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "Where, Rosé? What else have you found?" His eyes burned into mine, searching, probing, trying to peel back my layers. "Enough," I breathed, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Enough to know that there are more pieces to your puzzle than you've allowed me to see. More to your past than you've revealed." I leaned forward slightly, closing the last inch of distance, my voice dropping to a provocative whisper. "Tell me about Volkov, Liam. And maybe I'll tell you what else I found." His eyes dropped to my lips, lingering there, then sweeping over my body, a dark, possessive hunger replacing the cold fury. He saw the challenge, the game I was playing. And to my surprise, to my absolute terror and perverse thrill, he seemed to find it exciting. "You play a dangerous game, kitten," he rasped, his voice rough, laced with a new, dark amusement. His hand reached out not to grab me, but to cut my jaw, his thumb stroking my cheek. The contact was electric, sending shivers through my body, both of fear and an undeniable, unwanted heat. Trying to trade information for what? My mercy? My secrets? "Your answers," I whispered, my voice trembling but holding steady. And perhaps your attention. I leaned into his touch, a reckless invitation. My body was an open book to him, my desire, my fear, my defiance, all on display. I would use it. Just as he used his power. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face, a truly dangerous smile. Oh, you have my attention, Rose. You always have. But my answers, they come with a price. His gaze dropped to my mouth. Are you willing to pay it? Try me, I challenged, the words a breathless dare. He crashed his mouth down on mine, a savage, hungry kiss that left no room for breath, for thought, only sensation. His tongue plunged, dominating, demanding, sweeping away any lingering pretense of civilized conversation. My hands came up, not to push him away, but to clutch at his expensive suit jacket, clinging to him as the kiss deepened, becoming a brutal claiming. He lifted me effortlessly, my legs wrapping around his waist, my body molding against his hard, powerful frame. He didn't break the kiss as he carried me, slamming me against the heavy wooden door of his study. The impact jarred my teeth, but I barely registered it, lost in the inferno of his mouth. He tore at the zipper of my dress, the fabric ripping with a soft, violent sound. My panties were next, a single brutal yank, and they were gone. The cool air hit my bared flesh, then the searing heat of his hand cupping my ass, pushing me hard against his throbbing erection. You want answers, kitten, he rasped, breaking the kiss, his lips hot against my ear, his breath ragged. Then earn them. Show me how much you truly want to know. His other hand gripped my thigh, lifting it higher, wrapping it tighter around his waist. Are you a good girl, Rosé? Will you beg for your truth? Please, I whimpered, the word torn from my throat, a desperate mix of shame and raw need. Tell me. Say it again, he commanded, his voice a low growl, his hips beginning to grind against me, driving me insane with friction. Beg for it. Fuck me, Liam, I choked out, my body arching against his, desperate for release. And tell me about Volkov. A dark, triumphant growl rumbled deep in his chest. Such a greedy little slut. Always wanting more. He pulled my hair back, exposing my throat, then bit down, not hard enough to break the skin, but enough to send a jolt of pain and pleasure through me. Konstantin Volkov, he was my father's shadow. The viper in our garden. He taught my father everything he knew. And then he tried to take it all. His words were rough, broken, delivered between heavy grunts as he slammed his hips into mine, a searing, punishing penetration that stole my breath. I cried out, my nails digging into his shoulders, as he filled me completely, stretching me, owning me. He moved his hips, slowly at first, then faster, each thrust a brutal question, a raw, undeniable claim. My head fell back, my eyes squeezed shut, a kaleidoscope of pain and pleasure, of terror and an overwhelming, unwanted surrender. He taught my father about power, Liam rasped, thrusting deep. About loyalty. About betrayal. He showed him how to build an empire out of blood and fear. Another powerful thrust. He saw opportunity in chaos. Always manipulating from the shadows. He held me against the door, his body a heavy, dominant weight, his grunts filling the small study. My legs trembled, wrapped around his waist, but I clung to him, desperate, lost in the rhythm. He saw me as a weakness. Not like my brother. Dmitri. Too soft, too young. A raw, guttural groan tore from him as he buried himself deeper, harder. He whispered in my father's ear. About legacies. About the true cost of power. My body convulsed, a shattering climax ripping through me, violent and all-consuming. I screamed, a long, keening sound, as he continued his brutal assault, pushing deeper, harder, his own climax building. He thrust into me 3 more times, brutally, powerfully, before a final ragged groan tore from his throat, and he spilled inside me, hot and pulsing, filling me with his dominance, his claim. He held me there, impaled on him, his body heavy against mine, his breath ragged against my neck. The silence returned, thick and charged, broken only by our gasps, our hammering hearts. My legs were trembling, draped around his waist, still clinging. My body felt weak, used, ravaged. And in the aftermath, a cold, hard knot of disgust and self-loathing twisted in my gut. But also a strange, dark satisfaction. I had poked the monster, and he had bled a little truth. He finally pulled out, the sensation tearing and raw. He lowered me back to my feet, my legs buckling beneath me. I stood swaying, my body aching, my head spinning, the lingering wetness between my legs a stark, humiliating reminder of what had just happened. My torn dress lay in shredded pieces around my feet, a testament to his brutal possession. He looked at me, his steel-gray eyes dark and unreadable, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. There was no apology, no tenderness. Only a cold, ruthless satisfaction. He walked back to his desk, picked up his glass of whiskey, and took another slow sip. "That," he said, his voice calmer now but laced with an undeniable, chilling authority, "is what you get for digging, Rose. Fragments. Not the whole truth. But enough to keep you hungry." He leaned back in his chair, a king once more, surveying his conquered territory. My territory. My body. My spirit. Now, I believe you have a tapestry to restore. And a new name to research. I said nothing. My throat was tight, my eyes burning. My body ached, but my mind was already racing. Konstantin Volkov. The viper in the garden. The manipulator. The true mastermind, perhaps. Liam had given me pieces, enough to confirm my suspicions, enough to fuel my burning curiosity. He thought he had sated me, or simply asserted his dominance. But he had only opened a new door, revealing a deeper, darker labyrinth. The game had just begun. And I would find a way to navigate it, to unravel every thread, to find the truth no matter the cost. Chapter 11. Rose POV. The sterile perfection of my studio, a sanctuary carved out of Liam's opulent cage, did little to soothe the raw edges of my nerves. Every bone in my body still ached from the brutal encounter in his study last night, and the phantom sensation of his hands, his mouth, his relentless thrusts clung to my skin like a second shadow. He'd torn my clothes, stripped me bare, and filled me with his dominance, leaving me sprawled on his office floor, shattered and exposed. But he had also, in his cruel generosity, given me fragments of a truth I craved, Konstantin Volkov. The viper in their garden. The name echoed in my mind, a dark incantation that fueled a new kind of fury, hotter and more focused than my initial fear. He thought he'd broken me, reduced me to a whimpering toy. And yes, my body had betrayed me, responding to the monster with a shameful, desperate hunger. But my mind, my spirit remained unbowed. He had opened a door, and now I would walk through it, armed with my own tools. I stood before a large, ornate frame, propped on an easel, a recent addition to Liam's rotating collection. It was a 17th century icon, painted in the Byzantine style, depicting a stern-faced saint with piercing eyes. The gold leaf was tarnished, the paint cracked, but even in its deteriorated state, its power was undeniable. Liam had brought it in himself a few days ago, dismissing it as old Russian shit, but I'd seen the subtle reverence in his eyes when he'd handled it. It wasn't just a piece of art to him, it was a relic. A piece of his world. My usual meticulousness felt sharper now, infused with a relentless urgency. I donned my white cotton gloves, picked up my array of delicate brushes and solvents, and leaned in, magnifying glass pressed to my eye. The saint's face stared back at me, unblinking, from behind centuries of grime and prayer. I began the painstaking process of cleaning, my movements precise, methodical. Each stroke of the brush against the aged varnish was a small act of defiance, a quiet search for the hidden language Liam himself had mentioned. He collected these pieces, not just for their aesthetic value but for their stories. And now I realized, for their secrets. If Volkov was a hidden manipulator, if he was intertwined with Liam's family history, then his presence, his influence, would be etched into the very fabric of their legacy. And Liam's art collection, gathered over generations, was a physical manifestation of that legacy. As I worked, my mind replayed Liam's words from last night, fragmented confessions forced out between his grunts and my own desperate cries. My father's shadow, the viper in our garden, taught my father everything he knew, tried to take it all, saw me as a weakness, whispered in my father's ear about legacies. The words were like keys, unlocking new interpretations of the art around me. Purity, sacrifice, resurrection. the very themes Liam had hinted at in The Hunt of the Unicorn. What if these pieces weren't just random acquisitions, but a carefully curated chronicle? I shifted my attention to the border of the icon, where intricate patterns of gold and dark red paint intertwined. Some were common religious motifs, but others felt off. Subtle. Almost hidden. My fingers brushed against a raised section, an irregularity in the smooth surface of the gesso. I leaned in, heart hammering, my breath catching in my throat. Under the grime and a cleverly applied layer of more recent varnish, I found it. A tiny, almost invisible symbol etched into the wood itself, beneath the paint. It was a stylized serpent, its body coiled around a crown, its head piercing a single rose. I'd seen it before. Not in Liam's visible collection, but in the old, faded photographs I'd found in the secret passage. It was a detail on an ancient family crest, barely visible on the dilapidated building where Volkov and Liam's father stood. The viper in the garden, indeed. And the rose, a chilling, possessive echo of his pet name for me. A cold shiver ran down my spine, chased by a jolt of exhilarating fear. He wasn't just a ghost from the past, he was a symbol, a brand. And I was finding his marks everywhere. I pulled out my phone, a burner phone provided by Liam's men, monitored no doubt, but useful for image searches. I took a high-resolution photo of the symbol, then zoomed in, cross-referencing it with various art historical databases, searching for unusual crests, symbols of old Russian families, criminal organizations. Nothing. It was too specific, too personal. It wasn't a public emblem. It was a family crest, a secret one. A mark of the Bratva, but perhaps a particular faction or lineage within it. Volkov's lineage. My eyes scanned the icon again, searching for other anomalies. The saint's eyes. They were unsettlingly familiar. Not the typical serene gaze of a holy figure, but sharp, calculating, almost predatory. I carefully cleaned away more grime, revealing layers of paint, small nuances in the brushstrokes. It was then that I noticed a tiny, almost imperceptible inscription in the corner, hidden beneath the border, painted over with a darker pigment. It was in Cyrillic. My knowledge of Cyrillic was rudimentary, mostly from art history courses focused on Russian icons. But I knew enough to piece together letters, to sound out words. My fingers traced the delicate script, as I struggled to translate. It was a name. Not a saint's name. A man's name. Constantine. My blood ran cold. The image wasn't of a revered saint, but a stylized depiction of Volkov himself, disguised, embedded within the religious art. A dark, blasphemous arrogance, placing himself as a figure of veneration or, more likely, a silent, pervasive presence within the Morozov legacy. And the serpent rose symbol, his personal mark, confirmed it. Volkov wasn't just manipulating from the shadows, he was marking his territory, his influence, in the very objects Liam held most dear, most sacred. This was more than a coded message, it was a boast. A testament to his pervasive control, stretching through generations. And Liam, for all his power, was living within a museum of his enemies' triumphs, a monument to his manipulation. A knot tightened in my stomach. The thought of Liam, the monster who owned me, being unknowingly surrounded by the insidious symbols of his greatest threat, brought a strange, complex mix of emotions. A flicker of triumph for my discovery, a surge of adrenaline at the danger, and an unexpected, unwanted pang of something akin to protective fury. I hated him, but he was my monster, my captor. And Volkov was the viper in our garden. I spent the next several hours carefully documenting my findings. Sketching the serpent rose symbol from the icon, then comparing it to the faint image on the old photograph. Noting the stylistic similarities between the saint's face and the older man in the photo, the subtle way Volkov's features had been incorporated into the traditional iconography. I felt like a forensic pathologist, dissecting a long-dead crime scene. My mind raced, connecting dots. The pact mentioned in the old documents in the secret passage. The defunct shipping company. The land holdings. What if Volkov hadn't just taught Liam's father, but had been subtly building his own parallel empire intertwined with Morozov's, always ready to absorb it. What if this debt my family supposedly owed was not just a simple financial transaction, but a pawn in a much larger, older game involving Volkov, his network, and the very foundation of the Bratva? The sound of the heavy salon door opening made me jump, my hand instinctively reaching for the small, sharp scalpel I used for delicate scraping. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was Liam. He stood framed in the doorway, a dark silhouette against the brighter hallway, his presence filling the vast room, suffocating the air. He wore a perfectly tailored charcoal suit, his dark hair immaculate, his steel-gray eyes unreadable as they swept over me, then over my work. The scent of expensive cologne, clean linen, and a faint lingering hint of cigar smoke drifted towards me, a dangerous mix that always set my senses on high alert. He didn't say anything, simply watched me, a silent predator assessing its prey. My breath hitched in my throat. The memory of last night, of his brutal possession, flashed through my mind, igniting a fresh wave of fear and a horrifying familiar jolt of unwanted arousal. My cheeks flushed, betraying me. Damn him. He pushed off the doorframe, his footsteps silent on the plush carpet as he walked slowly towards me, invading my space, my newfound sanctuary. I held my ground, my chin lifting even as my hands trembled, clutching the small scalpel like a lifeline. He stopped a few feet from me, his height looming, his eyes locking onto mine, searching, probing. Still digging, Rose, he rumbled, his voice low, a soft purr that held a dangerous edge. His gaze dropped to the icon, then to the notes and sketches spread across my work table. Found any more coded messages in my old Russian shit? I swallowed, forcing myself to meet his stare. Your old Russian shit, Morozov, is a veritable archive. And yes, I said, my voice gaining strength, I believe I have. I gestured to the icon, then to my notes. This icon, it's not just a religious piece. It's a statement. A monument to someone's power hidden in plain sight. Someone who liked to leave his mark. His eyes narrowed, their steel-gray depths flickering with an emotion I couldn't quite decipher. A mix of curiosity and something colder, more dangerous. He picked up one of my sketches, a meticulous rendering of the serpent rose crest. His thumb traced the lines, his expression unreadable. This symbol, I continued, pushing my luck, it's a family crest. But not one I've found in any public records of the Morozov family. It appears, however, in older documents, connected to a name. A name you mentioned last night. His gaze snapped back to mine, sharp and intense. Konstantin Volkov, he supplied, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, yet charged with a simmering threat. You found his mark. It wasn't a question. He embedded himself in your family's history, Liam, I retorted, the words tumbling out, fueled by my adrenaline. Not just through your father, but through the very objects you possess. He disguised his image, his symbols, within your collection. A silent boast of his pervasive influence. I pointed to the icon again, to the faint, almost invisible Cyrillic name I translated. This isn't a saint, Liam. It's him. Konstantin. A flicker of something akin to shock, quickly masked by cold fury, crossed his face. He stared at the icon, then at the name, his jaw clenching. I had hit a nerve. A deep, festering wound he hadn't known existed. The satisfaction was immediate, intoxicating. He placed my sketch back on the table, his hand brushing mine, sending a jolt through me. His gaze returned to my eyes, burning with an intensity that threatened to consume me. You think you're clever, Moya Rosa? He rasped, his voice barely a whisper, yet it vibrated through every cell in my body. Unearthing these trinkets. You think this gives you power over me? Knowledge is power, Liam, I shot back, my voice trembling slightly but holding steady. You taught me that yourself. You brought me into your world, into your collection. You gave me the tools. And now I'm using them to understand the rules of your game. And the players. A dark, dangerous smile, slow and predatory, spread across his lips. It wasn't a smile of amusement, but of a beast ready to strike. Indeed, kitten. And it seems you're a fast learner. A very fast learner. He took another step closer, until his body was almost touching mine, the heat of him radiating through my thin cotton gloves. His eyes dropped to my lips, lingering there, then sweeping over my breasts, the curve of my hips. But the rules of my game, Rose, are written in blood. And you, my little historian, are quickly becoming a very valuable piece on my board. A piece I intend to keep very close. His gaze returned to my eyes, dark and possessive. The air crackled with unspoken tension, with the raw, brutal memory of last night, of his claim, of my unwilling surrender. He was reminding me, without a single touch, without a single explicit word, that no matter what secrets I uncovered, no matter what knowledge I gained, I was still his. My body still thrummed with a terrifying mix of fear and lust in his presence. "Keep digging, Rose," he commanded, his voice a low growl, "but remember who holds the shovel. And who owns the ground you're standing on." He leaned in, his mouth close to my ear, his breath warm against my skin, sending shivers down my spine. "Every secret you find will only bind you tighter to me. And to my world." He straightened, a final, unreadable glance at the icon, then at me. He turned and walked out of the studio, as silently and as swiftly as he had entered, leaving me trembling in his wake. I stood there for a long moment, my heart hammering, the scalpel still clutched in my hand. He thought I was bound to him. Perhaps I was. But with each secret I unearthed, with each pattern I deciphered, I wasn't just understanding his world, I was becoming a part of it, shaping it. He might hold the shovel, but I was finding the buried treasure. And Konstantin Volkov, the viper in the Morozov garden, was just the first, most venomous secret I had uncovered. The game was intensifying, and I, the historian, was no longer just an observer. I was a player,